On a night when the moon was hidden behind thick black clouds, a snowstorm raged. On a deserted and barren road, a pair of tiny feet staggered forward. A little girl was being dragged along by a man with rough hands when a cold voice rang out, "Take your hand off that little girl right now." It was a young man with a cold face, wearing a cloak, his golden eyes staring icily at the man. The young man ran over, his expression dark with anger as he blocked the path of the man, dragging the little girl away. The little girl widened her eyes in surprise and shock at his sudden appearance. "Let go," the young man said with an angry frown. A few hours earlier, a man in blue had grabbed a brown-haired man by the collar and shouted angrily, "If you steal money again, you'll pay for it." The man being dragged on the ground stammered and trembled as he said, "I'm sorry. If possible, please give me a little more time." The brown-haired man begged in fear, trembling, "I'll repay you somehow. There's nothing left to take when your house is already empty." "Huh?" The man in blue said angrily, looking around. "There's nothing left for me to take. If you don't pay me back, then I'll have no choice but to do this," he said. A little girl hid behind the door and secretly peeked outside to watch what was happening. Her whole body trembled in fear, tears streaming down her face. Inwardly, she called anxiously, "Uncle, how about giving me one finger for all the days you've delayed?" The man in blue held a knife, leaned close to the brown-haired man's face, and spoke in a low, dangerous voice. "That way, you'll definitely repay your debt to me within 10 days, right?" He growled, grabbing the brown-haired man's hand. The man panicked when he heard the creditor wanted to cut off his finger. "No!" The white-haired girl cried out in alarm as she ran out. But then she froze and fell silent in fear when the creditors turned to look at her. Her uncle was also stunned by what she had done. "All right," he said through gritted teeth. "Instead of money, what do you think of my niece?" As he spoke, he pointed at the little girl, who shrank back in terror. "What?" The leader glanced at her and asked again. The little girl turned deathly pale, unable to believe her uncle could so heartlessly say such a thing. "Think about it. As you can see, she's got a pretty face. She's worth more than the money I borrowed." "No, she's worth many times more," he said while looking at her. "Uncle." The little girl screamed in desperate fear. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea," the leader said with a smile. One of his henchmen laughed loudly and agreed, "Exactly. The girl's very pretty. We could get quite a few buyers if we sell her," the creditor said cheerfully. Hearing that, the little girl flinched and said in fear, "I don't want that." She stepped forward. "Uncle." She ran over to the man and cried out in panic, "It's all my fault. Uncle, I'll work harder selling flowers." With tears welling in her eyes, she looked at her uncle and pleaded, "I won't be lazy anymore. I'll wake up early." "Shut up. All you need to do is keep your mouth shut and go with them," her uncle shouted. "I've fed you and given you a place to sleep. Now it's time for you to repay me." Suddenly, a hand grabbed the girl's wrist. The little girl was dragged away by one of the creditors. "Uncle," she cried, turning back, tears pouring down her face in despair. "Uncle." Her eyes pleaded for help as she looked at him, but he turned his face away and wouldn't look at her. "No, I'm so scared. I don't want to be dragged away like this." As she stumbled after the man, pulling her, the little girl thought in terror and despair. She bit down hard on the hand, gripping hers. Caught off guard by the bite, the man cried out in pain. "Ugh, how dare you!" he shouted furiously, yanking his hand back. Thrown off balance, the little girl tilted sideways and fell. "How dare you bite me?" he said angrily. The little girl hit the ground, hurting so badly that sweat broke out on her skin. "I was going to treat you nicely, but first I guess I need to teach you a lesson," he said angrily, rubbing his wrist. His accomplice quickly tried to stop him. "Hey, calm down. Kids do stupid things." "What do you mean? I need to take this chance to show you," he growled as he approached the girl. "What happens when you dare resist?" Kneeling on the ground, the little girl looked up at the leader approaching her, her face pale with fear. She cried softly, tears in her eyes, thinking in panic, "I don't want this. I have to run." With that thought, she tried to stand up and flee, but she collapsed back down. In alarm, she thought, "I can't stand up. It'll probably hurt worse than when Uncle hits me." Seeing the creditor raise his hand, preparing to slap her in anger, the girl thought despairingly. Then a cold voice rang out, "Take your hand off that little girl right now," causing all the creditors to turn around. It was a young man with a cold face, wearing a cloak. his golden eyes staring icily at the man. The young man ran over, his face cold with anger as he blocked the path of the man, dragging the little girl away. The little girl widened her eyes in surprise and shock at his appearance. "Let go," the young man said with an angry frown. "Who are you?" The scar-faced creditor threatened angrily. "What an insolent brat. Get lost if you don't want to get hurt." Suddenly, flames burst over the scar-faced man's arm. He cried out in shocked terror, "Fire!" His accomplices also stared in horror at the sight before them. The scar-faced man rolled on the ground, shouting as he rolled. After finally putting out the flames on his arm, he sat up in panic and said, "What's a wizard doing here? Stop overreacting. I didn't even touch you," the young man said coldly, looking at the creditors. Then he turned his head. The little girl was still trembling, tears streaming down her face. "Get out of my sight right now, or something worse will happen." A small fireball still burned in his palm as he frowned coldly, his eyes filled with killing intent. The girl stared blankly at the scene unfolding before her. The thugs turned and ran, but shouted angrily, "Just you wait." Suddenly, someone walked up and exclaimed, "Oh dear, Lishan." The one who approached was a handsome, blond young man with turquoise eyes. Smiling gently, he said, "Zorzat said we were supposed to bring our precious little sister home quietly. No one died, so it's all settled," Lishan replied with his arms folded. The little girl stared blankly at the blond young man who had just arrived. Who are they? The girl wondered as she looked at the two young men in front of her. Hearing Lishan say that, the blond young man let out a helpless, weary sigh, as if used to this sort of thing. He stepped over to the girl and asked gently, "Sorry, you must have been very startled, right?" He crouched down to look at her. Without waiting for her answer, he smiled and said softly, "That's right, what just happened was magic." The girl asked uncertainly, "What? He said that was magic just now? What does he mean?" The girl thought, confused and bewildered. "I didn't think we'd meet like this," the blond young man said warmly and cheerfully as he looked at her. "It's very nice to meet you. I've finally gotten to meet you, our precious little sister. We're both your brothers," he said with a smile. "What? You're my brothers?" The little girl asked again in shock and disbelief. "Are you all right?" It was only magic," the blond young man said with a gentle smile. The little girl replied dazedly, "Yes." "It was only magic," she repeated inwardly, still not understanding. "I didn't think we'd meet like this," the blond young man said warmly and cheerfully as he looked at the little girl. "It's very nice to meet you. I've only just been able to meet you now, our precious little sister. Both of us are your brothers," he said with a smile. What? You're my brothers?" The little girl asked again in shock and disbelief. "That's right. I'm your second brother, Zoel," the blond young man said with a gentle smile as he introduced himself. Then he pointed to the black-haired young man and introduced him to the little girl. "This is Lishan, the youngest in our family." "Ah, no, now you're younger, so that makes you the youngest." I think you may have misunderstood something," the little girl said softly. Silently, she thought, "My mother was a prostitute, and I'm the only one who knows that she has died. So I've been living in my drunken uncle's shack. No, I've been struggling just to survive every day," Lisha thought. "I couldn't possibly have brothers," Lisha said quietly, lowering her eyes to the ground. Lisha looked up at the two of them with admiration. "These people couldn't possibly be my brothers." Looking at the two handsome, refined young men dressed in expensive clothes before her, Lisha thought self-consciously. "No, Lisha, we come here to take you home," Zoel said softly. "My name. How did you?" Lisha said in astonishment. "Isn't that obvious? A brother should know his little sister's name," Zoel replied with a laugh. "Silver gray eyes," Zoel said gently. "Hair as white as cream." "The little sister we've been searching for all this time," Zoel said. "Lisha," the girl stared at him in shock. Zoel smiled and reached his hand toward Lisha. He snapped his fingers. Lisha looked in amazement as her wet clothes dried. "My wet clothes are all dry," Lisha thought, feeling it was miraculous. Looking down at her clothes, she said in delight, "Was that magic too?" "Little sister, you're smart." "That's right. I use the power of wind," Zoel said with a smile. "And Lishan commands the power of fire," Zoel said. "We'll talk more on the way home, okay?" he suggested to the girl. "Because there are so many things I want to tell you," Zoel said gently. Lisha hesitated and said, "Home." That's right. We'll go home. To where our family lives, Lisha." Zoel bent down and held out his hand to her. Lisha silently looked at Zoel's hand. Lisha reached out and took his hand. "Lisha, why are you so light?" Aren't you already 11 years old now? Zoel asked with concern as he helped her stand. Ow! Leisha winced in pain when Zoel took hold of her shoulders. Zoel's gaze darkened when he noticed her unusual reaction. Gently taking her arm, Zoel said softly, Leisha, let me see. When Zoel pulled up Leisha's sleeve, he saw many bruises covering her arm. Who did this to you? Zoel asked anxiously. Leisha pulled her sleeve back down, turned her face away from Zoel's eyes, and dodged the question. It's nothing. Leisha fell silent, her eyes uneasy. All right, Leisha, if you don't want to say it, you don't have to, Zoel said in a soothing voice. Let's go home and treat your injuries. But my home, Leisha said hesitantly. Suddenly, Leisha's uncle charged over and shouted fiercely, Hey you, that girl is my niece. He yelled angrily, Where do you think you're taking her without my permission? Huh? Your uncle? Zoel asked, looking at him. That's right, I'm her uncle. I'm her family. This is her home, so the girl isn't going anywhere without my permission. As he shouted, he tightly grabbed Leisha's arm, making her wince in pain at his roughness. Family? Leisha asked coldly. Then can you tell me why she was being beaten by gangsters right in front of her own home? Leisha said in a deep voice, glancing at him. That's because she caused trouble. The man stammered, making excuses. Adults discipline kids when they cause trouble, right? Oh, so that was discipline? Leisha clenched his fists and shouted angrily, Damn it. He looked ready to charge forward and beat the man, but Zoel stopped him and said, Leisha, calm down. He says he's Leisha's uncle, Zoel said in a low voice. Then Zoel turned to the uncle, stepped in front of him, and said coldly, In that case, that's very strange. My father definitely paid you full support money, Zoel said coldly, staring at him. So why are you living in a slum like this? Zoel asked in a grave voice. Leisha's uncle asked suspiciously, Your father? 10 years ago, wasn't Leisha entrusted to you along with support money? Zoel said coldly. My father didn't come personally, but he ordered someone else to come here. Leisha's uncle blurted out, stunned and faltering. That's right. Raising a child takes a lot of money, he said in panic, though he still stubbornly argued. The 1,000 gold coins I received weren't enough. Leisha froze when she heard that, thinking in confusion. Support money? Now you come back after I've raised her, and you're just taking her away. Isn't that basically theft? He shouted at Zoel. Leisha recalled her miserable past, confused and shaken. Didn't Uncle say he hadn't received anything from my parents? That's why I tried so hard to work. 1,000 gold coins? With that amount, a family could live their whole lives without working, Leisha thought in disbelief. Uncle, what's going on? Leisha said suspiciously, tugging on his sleeve. He glared at her angrily and shouted, You're so noisy. Don't interrupt when adults are talking. He flung her hand away and barked fiercely, Get lost. Leisha instinctively covered her head in fear that he would hit her. Oh, I see. So what you want is more money, Zoel said coldly, his eyes fixed on the man. Then that makes things easy. Zoel's face turned cold as he said, I'll give you another 1,000 gold coins, and reached into his pocket. But this isn't support money. This is the price for terminating that support. Zoel held the stack of money out in front of the man and spoke coldly. The man stammered in disbelief. 8,000? Zoel warned in a low voice. Never show your face in front of my sister again. The man took the stack of money and said gleefully, Don't worry about that. I won't even leave a shadow behind. Throughout the whole exchange, he didn't look at Leisha even once. With tears in her eyes, the girl watched his back as he left. All right, Leisha, let's go home, Zoel said with a gentle smile, extending his hand to her. Leisha raised her head to look at the two young men before her, still unable to believe it. Someone who would pay 1,000 gold coins to take back 20 silver coins worth of debt couldn't possibly be my brother, she thought. Leisha, your real family is us, Zoel said gently with a smile. If they find out I'm not really their sister, things will only become more painful and miserable, Leisha thought anxiously. Choose. Will you come with us, or stay here? Leisha looked at Leisha and said, Choose the people you want to be your family. Can I really go with them? She thought as she looked at the two young men before her. Here, Leisha said, taking off his coat and draping it over her shoulders. Decide quickly. Are you cold? Leisha said as he wrapped the coat around the girl. He raised his hand and conjured fire magic. Oh, Leisha gazed at the flame in Leisha's hand with delight. It's so warm, she thought. It's really warm. Leisha lowered her head, tears streaming down as emotion welled up inside her. Leisha looked at the two of them timidly and said softly, I'll go with you. You made the right choice, Leisha. Zoel smiled happily. Let's go home. He lifted Leisha into his arms with a light laugh. Leisha looked at the two of them timidly and said softly, I'll go with you. Zoel smiled happily and said, Good decision, Leisha. Let's go home. Zoel lifted Leisha into his arms with a light laugh. Hey, wait, what is this supposed to mean? Then who is Leisha's father? Someone suddenly shouted. In the end, the one shouting was Leisha's wretched uncle. You only dare insult others because you don't know anything, Zoel said with a sigh, his voice low. That girl is the daughter of Duke Vochater, Lishan said coldly, folding his arms as he looked at the man. Duke Vochater? The man shouted in stunned disbelief. The Vochater ducal family was known by every class in this land. Even the lowborn, though they had never met them even once, certainly knew their name. But every member of that family was a wizard, their magic passed down from generation to generation. So stop entertaining those ridiculous thoughts, Lishan said coldly as fire magic swirled in his hand. This is your first and last warning. Then a flame shot past the man's head, making him clutch his head and scream in terror. Right after that, an explosion went off beside Leisha's uncle, blasting him backward some distance. The carriage rattled along the road through the dark night. Inside, Leisha sat facing Lishan and Zoel. Suddenly, the little girl looked down at her clothes. She looked at her shabby, dirty clothes and shoes. My clothes are so dirty that I don't know what I'll do if I dirty this place too, Leisha thought anxiously. If that's why everyone gets angry then. The more she thought about it, the more frightened Leisha became. What's wrong, Leisha? Did you forget something? Seeing the way she looked, Zoel asked with concern. Flustered, Leisha said, No, it's nothing, brother. Thinking she had forgotten something but was too afraid to say it, Zoel smiled and said, Even if you did forget something, don't worry too much. We can always buy a new one. They're so gentle with me, Leisha thought shyly. Even Uncle only smiles at me when he's drunk, she thought. If I really am their blood-related little sister, why do they only come looking for me now? Leisha wondered suspiciously. Then, all of a sudden, suddenly, everyone came for me, Leisha said hesitantly, embarrassed as she fidgeted with her fingers. Have you read the newspaper lately? Lishan asked, resting his chin on one hand. As he spoke, he reached for the newspaper under the seat. You should try reading it. It's better to see it for yourself than just hear about it. It's an article about our family, Lishan said, holding up the paper he had just taken out. This article is about the death of the head of the Vochater family. It caused quite a stir among the nobles for a while, he added as he handed the newspaper to Leisha. Holding the paper in her hands, Leisha stared blankly at it. She fell silent, her eyes filled with sadness. I'm sorry. I can't read, she said in a trembling voice as she held the newspaper. Startled, Lishan turned to look at Leisha in shock. Zol's eyes darkened. The entire space fell silent. I'm really sorry, because I'm stupid, Leisha cried out in panic. It's my fault. I was wrong, because I made everyone uncomfortable, she said, trembling as she kept apologizing. Lishan and Zoel stared at Leisha in shock. Lishan frowned. That bastard, I'll kill him. Lishan shouted angrily as he flung open the carriage door. How dare he treat her like that? Just as he was about to rush out, Zoel grabbed his arm and stopped him. Lishan, don't make a scene. Brother Grez told us to bring her back as quietly as possible, Zoel said, gripping Lishan's hand tightly. Lishan turned to look at his brother unwillingly and said, But brother, even so. When he looked over and saw Leisha trembling, teary-eyed, and staring at him in fear, Lishan panicked a little and broke out in a cold sweat. Hey, it's fine. So what if you can't read? He said, dropping back into his seat with both hands behind his head as if it were no big deal. Reading that article would only give you a headache anyway. After saying that, Lishan glanced over to check Leisha's expression. Leisha lowered her head sadly and said nothing. Leisha, you're not stupid, and you didn't do anything wrong. Do you understand? Zoel said gently with a smile, stepping in front of her and holding both her arms. Yes. Hearing that, Leisha timidly asked in a small voice, I didn't do anything wrong? That's right. Nothing at all, Zoel answered at once. But even after hearing him say that, Leisha still lowered her head sadly, tears brimming in the corners of her eyes. Leisha bowed her head and started sobbing, making Zoel and Lishan panic. Zoel scratched his head helplessly, not knowing how to comfort her. "Look at this picture, Leisha," Zoel said. Sitting beside her, he opened the newspaper and pointed at it. "Look here first. This man is Leisha's eldest brother, Graz Vochiter. Right now, he's at the estate completing the succession process." Zoel said to Leisha as he pointed at the photo. "That's why he told me to come pick you up." Zoel spoke gently. Staring intently at the picture, Leisha asked blankly in confusion, "Succession? Of a title?" "That's right, because our father passed away recently," Zoel explained softly to Leisha. "He will become the new head, and we only just learned that you existed as well." Leisha asked in surprise. "That's right. He was my father too," Zoel said with a smile. Looking at Zoel, Leisha said, "I've never heard anyone talk about my father before." Then she asked curiously, "What kind of person was father?" "Let's see. How should I explain it to you?" Zoel said thoughtfully. "The head of the Vochiter family was a cold person. And an idiot too," he said as he folded up the newspaper. "Because he abandoned an adorable child like you," Zoel said. Leisha looked at him in surprise. "Anyway, Leisha, from now on he has nothing to do with you anymore," Zoel said with a smile as he looked at her. "The fact that you're our sister is something that can't be denied," Zoel said gently. "Even if we're only half-siblings, we still share the same blood." "Well, that's because..." Zoel awkwardly raised a hand to his mouth and cleared his throat. "Could you call me brother just once?" Zoel asked shyly. "Huh?" Leisha asked back in surprise. "Can I really call him that?" Leisha thought hesitantly. Seeing her troubled, uncertain expression, Lishan folded his arms and said, "Hey, if you don't want to, you don't have to. If I were you, I'd be angry too." "You little brat, we're talking right now," Zoel said with a smile as he rubbed Lishan's head. Looking out the window, Lishan said, "We're here." The carriage stopped in front of Castle. The grounds inside were splendid, majestic, and enormous. There was a statue of a girl holding a water jar. The carriage slowly moved through the castle grounds. Through the carriage window, Leisha stared blankly in amazement at the grand, magnificent castle before her. The carriage sped deeper into the ducal residence. A vast castle came into view. Towering stone statues stood solemnly in place. The building was quiet and deserted. Looking out from the carriage at the luxurious scene, Leisha let out a small gasp of awe. Before long, the carriage stopped in the middle of the courtyard. A foot slowly stepped down. Zoel said gently, "Leisha, come on down." The little girl reached out her hand to him. The butler, Hale, said respectfully, "Welcome back, young master. Since you returned later than expected, I was a little worried." Leisha stared at the butler with wide eyes. Hale looked back at her as well. Leisha suddenly lowered her head shyly. Zoel introduced him. "Leisha, this is Butler Hale. He manages all affairs in the Vochiter ducal estate." Leisha murmured softly, "HLO, sir." Hale bowed respectfully. He then asked, "It seems the young lady doesn't have a magic stabilizing stone. I wonder if she has a magic cannon?" Leisha replied in alarm, "Yes." Hale continued, "What is this young lady's magical attribute?" "I will prepare it for you." Leitsia answered, I don't know what you're talking about." Hale explained, "If you are blood related to Duke Vochiter, then you would be born with your own magic. Fire and water create all things, and wind brings freedom across the vast lands. Have you ever felt the presence of magic before?" "I don't know how to create things like magic." "What if I?" Leisha thought anxiously. Then she answered honestly, "I don't know how to use magic. Maybe I'm not a member of the Vochiter family." Beside her, Lishan spoke up, "Hey, what are you saying? No matter what happens, you're still part of the Vochiter family. This has nothing to do with whether you know how to use magic or not. But everyone in the family knows how to use magic. I'm the only one who doesn't," Leisha thought sadly. Zoel agreed as well. "Lishan's right. It has nothing to do with that. Leisha, can you roll up my sleeve for me?" Leisha obediently did as he asked. Zoel explained, "See those bright red stones? These are the stones Hale was talking about. Instead of being used for magic, they're used to stabilize magic." "How pretty," Leisha said in admiration. Zoel continued, "And this stone helps me stabilize my magical attribute and my fire-type magic. Without it, I wouldn't be able to control the wind, and I could even die." "What?" Leisha exclaimed in shock. Zoel proudly shook his wrist. One gem on the bracelet dropped down and became a stream of power in Zol's hand. He said, "Using magic is dangerous and hard to understand." It turned gray. Lisha noticed. Zoel reassured her. "So the truth is, you don't need a stone like this at all. Lisha, you were born already perfect." "Perfect?" Lisha asked in confusion. Zoel said cheerfully, "That's right. And Hale doesn't know just how perfect you are. Right, Hale?" Hale bowed his head apologetically. "That was my fault, my lady. I was disrespectful. Please forgive me." Flustered, Lisha waved her hands and said, "Forget it. It's nothing. You didn't do anything wrong." Zoel pulled her into his arms and praised her. "My little sister is so generous." Lisha asked, "Then can I hear the story about mother and father?" Zoel answered calmly, "Lisha, let's wait until our whole family is gathered before telling that story." Zoel entrusted Lisha to Lishan. "While I'm away, take care of Lisha." After saying that, Zoel placed Lisha into Lishan's arms. Zoel said, "I'll bring back the brother who left home before." Lishan asked, puzzled from where. Zoel only repeated, "That's an order." Shaking his head, Lishan said, seriously, "All this family love is overflowing all of a sudden." Zoel instructed Lisha, "Lisha, I'll bring your third brother back for you." Then he added, "Lishan, be gentle with Lisha." After saying that, he said goodbye and left. Lishan said to Lisha, "Let's get you washed up and then have dinner." "Hale, come on." Hale beckoned to a maid. The girl came before Lisha and introduced herself. "My lady, it's an honor to meet you. I am Doza, one of the people who will serve you from now on." Lisha blinked blankly. "Serve me?" At the palace, Doza stood waiting for Lisha. Then she called out, "Young master, could you carry the young lady to the bath?" Lishan was startled. "What? She injured her ankle, and it makes walking difficult." "Of course you should do it. Prepare the medicine too. We'll go ahead first." As soon as she finished speaking, Lishan hurried outside. Doza smiled. "Really, young master." A tray filled with roses was brought in. The roses were then scattered into the bath water. Doza said respectfully, "My lady, everything is ready. Let me help you undress." Lisha tried to refuse slightly. Wait a moment. But Doza had already caught hold of Lisha's clothes. With one strong tug, they came away. Doza froze in shock at the scratches covering Lisha's body. Lisha stammered, that is, this. She remembered her uncle threatening her before. If anyone saw those wounds, she was to say she had fallen and gotten hurt. Doza interrupted, "My lady, you don't need to explain anything to me. Now, let's get you bathed." Doza looked at Lisha with gentle eyes. Lisha stepped closer to the bath and exclaimed, "Wow, it's so beautiful." Doza said, "It seems you like flowers, don't you?" "Then I'm sure you'll like this too," Doza said as she poured bath soap in her hand. Bubbles floated everywhere, and Lisha watched in delight. Doza asked, "What do you think? It smells nice, doesn't it? Do you want to touch it?" "You can say yes. Go on, try it." Lisha answered shyly. Doza praised her. "Very good. See? You can answer easily." After that, Lisha stepped into the water. Behind her, Doza carefully scrubbed her back. Then she washed her hair as well. Doza reminded her, "My lady, close your eyes." At that moment, Lisha thought, Can I really be treated like this too?" Steam filled the bathing room, and the fragrance spread through the air. Doza said, "They're all finished." She picked up the bottle that had been prepared beforehand. Doza said respectfully, "I wasn't informed in advance that you would be coming, my lady, so I couldn't prepare many clothes." "This is wonderful. It doesn't hurt at all," Lisha thought happily. Doza said, "It seems a little loose, but even if it's not very comfortable, please wear these night clothes just for today." Doza held the dress in front of Lisha, but the little girl gave no reaction. Worried, Doza said, "You don't like it?" In a pitiful little voice, Lisha said, "Can I really wear clothes like these?" Doza explained, "Of course. You're the youngest daughter of the Vachiter family. Tomorrow you'll wear even more beautiful clothes than these. Come now, my lady. Lishan is waiting for you in the dining room." "That's right. If I say I'm not really his little sister, then I'll leave," Lisha thought. "After that, it'll be sad, but by then, I'll just be Lisha Vachiter." Doza led Lisha to the dining room. Lishan immediately spoke up. "You're here?" He was startled. When Lishan saw Lisha, he couldn't help but exclaim, "So cute." Doza gently led her inside, and at that moment Lishan realized, "This is my little sister." The scene shifted outdoors, and Graz said, "We have a sister." Father discovered that she was born without magic and abandoned her. Lishan's thoughts were in turmoil. He abandoned his own daughter because she couldn't use magic? Zoel proposed. I think we need to take responsibility for that child in father's place. I intend to bring her to the ducal house and let her live in the Vachita residence. So in the end, everyone decided that Zoel would go visit the girl, our little sister. As the eldest son, Graz was busy with the succession, and the third son, Matthias, had left home as soon as father's confinement period ended. Standing to the side, Lishan pouted. I have no interest in this at all. Suddenly, someone grabbed Lishan's hand. Startled, he said, What? Zoel said cheerfully, What do you think about having 4 older brothers and only one little sister? Lishan only thought, So far it's fine, but no matter what, she was still abandoned. In the dining room, Lisha sat timidly, not daring to move. What? What's with that expression? Lishan guessed. She looks like she doesn't even know how to eat. Then he said aloud, I didn't know what you liked, so I had them prepare a bunch of random dishes. Lisha looked a little uneasy. The luxurious, delicious dishes on the table seemed to be something she had never seen before. Seeing her expression, Lishan asked, What? Is there something you want to eat? Lisha shook her head and said, Oh no. They all look very delicious, but I don't know what I should eat first. Confused, Lishan said, Just eat. What do you mean you don't know? Lisha explained, There are too many knives, forks, and spoons. How am I supposed to use them? Lishan sighed and said, Here. First, pick up a fork. Lisha immediately asked, But there are 5 forks. Lishan said, I don't care. Pick whichever one you like. Lisha reached out and took the fork above the plate. Why are her hands covered in scratches and bruises like this? Lishan wondered. Lisha looked at him anxiously. Frightened, she said, Isn't this the right fork? I'm sorry. Lishan explained, Why are you apologizing? I told you that you could pick whichever one you wanted. Sadly, Lisha said yes. I'm sorry. I'm really stupid. Lishan advised her, Try again. You're not stupid. Even if you really were stupid, I wouldn't have any problem with it. Listen carefully. I'll forgive you no matter what mistakes you make in the future. So as long as I allow it, you can do whatever you want. Looking at Lisha, Lishan smiled and thought, She'd definitely forgive anything. I wonder if she'd forgive me if she knew I was a fake Vachiter. Lisha thought for a moment, then nodded repeatedly. Lishan gestured toward the table and said, Now hurry and tell me what you want to eat. Lisha hesitantly answered, The brown dish on the right looks tasty. Looking at the plate she had described, Lishan said, All right, good choice. Lishan reached over and took the plate of ribs. As he cut the meat, he looked at Lisha and said, I'll do it for you. I'll use the fork I'm holding. Lisha sat there staring at his hands and the plate of meat. After a while, when he had finished cutting it, Lishan handed the plate to her and leaned on the table as he asked, Why aren't you eating? Did looking at it too long make it stop seeming tasty? Or should we eat something else? Hearing that, Lisha quickly replied, No, that's not necessary. She used her fork to spear a piece of the cut meat. Then she put it into her mouth and ate it. After swallowing, Lisha touched her face and thought, This is the first time I've ever eaten something this delicious. Lishan turned and asked, Is the food good? Lisha answered honestly, Yes, it's very delicious. Then Lishan stood up, took more food for her, and said, Here, try this too. Eat some more vegetables. It's not good to be such a picky eater. A while later, still under the chandelier in the dining room, Lishan asked, Are you full now? Lisha replied, Yes, I can't eat anymore. He stood up and pulled out the chair. Then let's go to bed now. I'll take you back to your room. As Lisha climbed down from the chair, she said, Thank you. Suddenly, Lishan said, Wait a moment. The moment he finished speaking, he picked Lisha up in his arms. Panicking, Lisha waved her hands and said, I can walk by myself now. Lishan ignored that and kept carrying her as he walked, saying, Don't rush. I'm only taking you to your room door. They arrived at a room where a maid was already standing by, opening the door. Inside, the room was neatly decorated and sparkling. When Lisha saw it, she was so amazed that she cried out, Wow. The room was fully furnished with everything she could need, all arranged neatly. With a cheerful expression, Doza tilted her head slightly and said, If you need anything, just tell me, my lady. You only need to pull the cord beside the bed, all right? Then she bowed and went out. Please get some rest, my lady. Lishan carried her to the bed and gently set her down. Sleep well, he said. Lisha looked at the bed in front of her with some hesitation, but said nothing. After a while, she turned to look at Lishan, who was still standing there watching her. Sensing something, Lishan asked curiously, What is it? Are you not satisfied with this bed? Still shy, Lisha asked, Can I really use a real bed? Hearing that, Lishan asked in surprise, Huh, if you don't sleep on the bed, then where are you supposed to sleep? Lisha slowly looked up at him, but did not answer. Lishan continued, wait, then where do you usually sleep? Recalling the past, Lisha answered, in a place with only straw and a piece of clothing to use as a blanket. Lishan asked again, then what about your uncle? She replied, my uncle owned the house, so he slept on the bed. Then Lisha asked, I'm not the owner of the house, so am I really allowed to sleep on a bed? He answered loudly, of course you are. Then Lishan lowered his voice and said, this is your room. Everything here belongs to you. Afraid of frightening her, he scratched his head and added, good grief, forgive me for sounding so harsh. I'm not angry at you. As soon as he finished speaking, he held out his hand and said, come here. Then he picked Lisha up, making her say in surprise, W8. With a serious face, Lishan said, if I don't do this, you probably won't climb into bed and sleep, right? As he held Lisha in his arms, he thought, she's so light. No one would think this is an 11-year-old child. As he carried her to the bed, he asked, don't you hate your uncle? She replied, huh? Lishan continued, tell me, don't you want that man to disappear, or even have never existed at all? His eyes filled with killing intent as he looked at Lisha. Just say it. I'll make sure you never have to see him again. When they reached the bed, he set Lisha down and said, just tell me honestly. Lisha fell back onto the bed and answered, even though he can be a little unpleasant sometimes, he's still the only person I could trust. Before he started drinking, until I was 5 years old, he treated me very well. I want him to stop drinking and live a truly happy life. After hearing everything, Lishan sighed and said, being kind like that is pointless. Then he noticed something and looked down. He saw Lisha's eyelids drooping little by little. Then she closed her eyes. Lishan pulled up the blanket and tucked her in. Just as he was finishing, Lisha opened her eyes and said, thank you. You really didn't have to do that. After covering her with the blanket, he turned away and sighed. Then I'm going to sleep too. With that, Lishan went over and turned off the table lamp. The moment he did, Lisha let out a small sound. Ah! Lishan turned and asked, what is it? Are you scared? Lisha answered timidly, a little. Understanding the problem, Lishan used magic to do something. At once, several glowing butterflies began fluttering around the room. Lisha raised her hand as if to touch them, but did not dare, so she kept a bit of distance from the butterflies. Seeing that, Lishan smiled and said, they're not hot. They're made of magical light. Only then did Lisha raise her hand a little higher. The butterflies flew toward her hand as if beckoning her. How beautiful and radiant they were. Satisfied, Lishan said, then I'll leave them like this until morning. If Lisha stays here, you won't be scared anymore. Suddenly, Lisha spoke up again. Then she turned to Lishan and asked, if you can use magic like this, then you don't need to use that heavy fossil thing. Lishan answered, I don't really need it. Only then did Lisha relax and smile brightly. Thank you very much. Seeing Lisha smile, Lishan turned his face away and said, you don't have to thank me. Hurry up and grow big already. It's late, so go to sleep. Then Lishan left the room and closed the door. The room was left with only the little butterflies fluttering about. Looking at the butterflies before her, Lisha thought, I wish I could use magic too. If I could, I might really feel like I belong to the Vachiter family. If I could meet my family again, I'd probably be so happy. No, Zoel said that even if I can't use magic, I'm still part of the Vachiter family. After thinking that, Lisha pulled up the blanket and closed her eyes. Before long, she fell into a peaceful sleep. Lishan was walking down the hallway. He muttered to himself, one day, she'll be my little sister. In that case, that's way better than having another annoying little brother, right? After saying that, Lishan smiled in satisfaction and nodded. The next morning, outside the estate, it was quiet and the air was cool. Inside, everyone was busy preparing something. A purple-haired maid suddenly said while working, it looks like the former Duke's funeral only ended yesterday, but there's still so much to do. Another maid with blonde hair, rotating her wrists as she worked, added, that's right, there's no time to rest at all. And now, there's one more person to take care of. The purple-haired maid finished what she was doing, dusted off her hands, turned, and said, the princess really liked the room we prepared. That's great. The blonde maid got back to work, but still asked, but is the princess really the former Duke's daughter? Suddenly, an orange-haired maid appeared from nowhere, raised a hand to her face with a smile, and said, what are you talking about? You saw the princess too, didn't you? Doesn't her mouth look very much like the Duke's? The purple-haired maid replied, since the death of his wife, the former duke was never close to any woman. How would we know? He could have had a lover outside the estate. The blonde maid sighed as well. But her hair color and eye color are completely different, and the princess is magic too. Then Doza suddenly appeared and angrily said, "What are you all talking about?" Lady Lisha was acknowledged by Duke Grass. She is the one and only princess of House Vochater. If you have time to stand around gossiping, then go clean something or iron clothes. The maids who had been gossiping scattered at once, saying, "All right, I have work to do. That really should have been ironed already." Elsewhere, someone washing vegetables said, "Jessica said the same thing. She told me to pay close attention to the food my lady will be eating." Last night, the princess ate a lot of meat. Hearing that, the cooks became even more determined. One of them held up a rack of ribs and said, "Let's make sure her breakfast has plenty of meat." Another called out while handling vegetables, "We also need to add more fruits and vegetables so she can get more nutrients." Out in the hallway, a supervisor called loudly, "Come on, everyone. Let's make everything perfect." The sky was still blue. Outside the estate, everything remained quiet. Birdsong began outside the window. It was just then that Lisha opened her eyes and sat up. She picked up the pillow, hugged it to her chest, and said, "It's so soft." Then Lisha looked around and thought, "Everything here is just for me alone." Lisha climbed out of bed and walked around the room, looking at everything. When she stopped in front of a painting, not knowing what to do, she simply stood there. Then immediately, Lisha turned in another direction. She went over to the tea table set and sat down. Swinging her legs, Lisha hummed to herself and thought, "I like this. It's really comfortable." And this table too. Looking at the table, Lisha noticed several books arranged neatly on top of it. She went over and touched the books. Then Lisha sighed and thought, "How foolish. I can't even read. What am I supposed to do with all these books?" At that moment, Doza came in and said, "My lady, are you awake? May I come in?" Letya replied, "Come in." Doza gave a slight bow in greeting and said, "You're up early. You must be very hungry. Come with me." Walking over to the cord beside the bed, Doza said, "Please pull this cord if you want to call for me, all right? Do you understand?" Lisha answered, "Yes." Smiling, Doza said, "That's right, very good." Then Doza added, "In that case, I'll go prepare and bring your meal. Please eat well, my lady. You must eat properly." Soon after, the meal was laid out on the table. Letsia mom uat, Lishan. As Doza was passing by to fetch water, she heard that and turned back. "Oh dear, do you want to have breakfast with Lord Lishan?" Lord Lishan has already eaten breakfast. He is probably practicing swordsmanship right now. Out in the training yard, Lishan was indeed sparring with someone. Doza continued, "In Duke Vochater's family, it is rare for everyone to sit and eat together. Would you like me to tell them that you want everyone to have dinner together?" Lisha replied, "Oh no." Then Lisha picked up a spoonful of soup and took a sip. Cheerfully, she said, "Wow, this is delicious." Doza stepped closer and said, "I'm glad the food suits your taste. The cooks will be delighted." After hearing that, Lisha thought, the cooks, the people who made this delicious food for me, and the people who decorated this room for me. Lisha thought for a while. I want to express my gratitude to them. After deciding, Lisha spoke up. She ran over and tugged on Doza. "Ah, Doza, I have a request." In front of the estate, Lisha was smiling and chatting happily with the other servants all around the mansion. Lishan walked over and said, "Lisha Vochater, what are you doing?" The servants saw him and bowed at once. Lord Lishan. He took the flower from Lisha's hand. Looking at it, Lishan asked, "What is this?" By reflex, Lisha immediately said, "I'm sorry." Then Lisha remembered what Lishan had said yesterday. "I won't mind, so just do whatever you want." After recalling that, Lisha bravely said, "It's a paper flower. I made it to express my gratitude." Hearing this, Lishan asked suspiciously, "A paper flower? To express gratitude?" Lisha explained, "Because in winter there were no flowers, I had to fold old newspaper into flowers and take them to sell." Hearing her words, the surrounding servants were moved as well. "That's why I wanted to show my gratitude by folding beautiful paper flowers." With a serious face, Lishan asked, "Who told you to do this?" He looked at the servants behind her and said, "With your status, you don't need to do things like this." Doza stepped forward, bowed, and said, "This is my fault, Lord Lishan. I should have stopped my lady, but my thinking was too shallow." Lisha immediately spoke up. That's not true. I told her that I wanted to do this. It was my decision. She looked at him firmly and said, last night, Brother Lishan said I could do whatever I wanted. I wanted to thank everyone for helping me. So I did what I was able to do. Hearing that, Lishan folded his arms and thought, was that really me yesterday? Then Lisha reached out as if to take back the flower in his hand and said, I was going to give this paper flower to Brother Lishan, but if you don't like it, then I'll throw it away. Lishan immediately pulled it back and said, when did I ever say I didn't like it? Looking at the flower, he continued, I was just asking. And of course you can do whatever you want. Then Lishan tucked the flower into his own pocket. Watching his hand, Lisha suddenly remembered something. Lisha asked, I heard that you're very busy. Is it really okay for you to be here? At that, Lishan was slightly startled and replied, about that. Then Lishan put a hand to his face and thought, why did I come here anyway? Doza spoke up. Lord Lishan, would you like to have tea with Lady Lisha? Lishan said, fine, let's do that. Lishan turned away and called back, bring the tea to the study. Seeing him leave, Lisha followed after him. After he left, a servant named Phias let out a sigh and said, see, didn't I tell you? Lord Lishan could never refuse Lady Lisha. I thought Our Lady would be a very timid person, but it turns out she's quite bold, doesn't it? Hey, what do you mean bold? Watch your mouth. You should say courageous. As they spoke, they also headed back into the estate to continue their work. Lishan took the flower Lisha had given him earlier, placed it on top of a book, then closed the book and set it on a shelf. Then he turned and saw Lisha staring in amazement. Wow! Lishan walked over and teased her. When the cookies arrive, I'll call you, so feel free to look around. This is the Vachiter family study, so don't tear anything up to fold flowers, all right? Lisha looked back at him and said, I wouldn't do that. Lishan laughed. Oh, really? After that, Lisha wandered around looking at everything. She still had not gotten over her amazement and said, wow, there are so many books here. Then she lowered her head sadly and murmured, I wish I knew how to read. Suddenly, a flash of light swept across Lisha's eyes from somewhere. Lisha looked again and thought, is that book glowing? On a shelf in the distance, a single book was shining. As Lisha walked toward it, she thought that light. Am I seeing things? When she reached the shelf, she rubbed her eyes and looked again, but the book was still glowing. Startled, Lisha stepped onto the shelf and climbed up. Lisha grabbed the book, then jumped back down. Because of the dust, Lisha coughed a few times. She dusted off the book and said, Then she read the title, Definition of Language Arts. After reading it, Lisha said in shock, I can read it? How is that possible? Lisha opened the book. She began reading the characters inside. The incomprehensible script then flowed out from the pages. A magic circle appeared in Lisha's eyes. But Lisha did not notice and continued reading. The surroundings began to shake violently. Lisha noticed and asked, What is this? Doza thought for a moment, then said, Oh dear, could Lord Matthias have returned already? Lishan also said in confusion, but he only left not long ago. Elsewhere, people were also saying in unison, It looks like Lord Matthias has returned. The kitchen was the same. Lishan sat down in a chair and said, He always likes causing a commotion with his tricks, but judging from how the ground is shaking, he must be dissatisfied about something. But the tremors only grew stronger, making Lishan blurt out, Good grief, is that idiot trying to destroy this house? At that moment, Doza looked around and said, I'm worried this will frighten my lady. Lady Lisha. The books on the shelves fell down from the vibrations. Lishan started up the stairs. Once upstairs, he noticed something. Lishan saw Lisha still holding the book and reading the characters, to the point that even her hair was lifting. Seeing all this, Lishan thought, no way. Lisha can read that language arts book? Lishan sat on the sofa and said to Doza, I told you she could use earth arts like this. When the ground started shaking, I thought something had happened. Suddenly, the chandelier on the ceiling shook violently. Seeing that, Lishan could not help saying, That fool really is trying to destroy the whole estate, isn't he? Doza anxiously said, At this rate, I'm afraid it will scare my lady, Lady Lisha. Lishan immediately stood up. Under the violent shaking, the books on the shelves were falling out as well. Lishan went upstairs. He wanted to check on Lisha. When he arrived, Lishan saw Lisha reading a book written in an ancient language. He was stunned and thought to himself, no way. Is Lisha an interpreter? He approached Lisha and said, "Hey, that book." Lisha was so absorbed in reading that she did not hear Lishan at all. She jolted in surprise when a hand suddenly appeared and snapped the book shut. The book fell to the floor. Lisha stared at it in shock, then looked up at Lishan and heard him say, how are you able to read that ancient book?" An interpreter was someone capable of deciphering books or ancient ruins from the distant past. Magic was a legacy of an ancient age of civilization. Long ago, most humans were able to use magic. However, in the span of a single morning, that civilization vanished for reasons no one knew. Since then, magic could only be passed down through bloodlines and writing. Those who inherited magical blood were called witch bloodlines. And in return, each lineage bore different effects. Lishan continued thinking to himself. On the other hand, those who inherited magic through writing called themselves magic scholars. These people deciphered books and created magical tools that allowed ordinary people to use magic. But for any one person to decipher the characters in ancient books alone was nearly impossible. That was why such knowledge was passed down under the control of the imperial family of the Mokatium Empire. Though I have heard of people being born naturally able to read magic books. Could Lisha truly be an interpreter? Did Duke Vacheter know about this? And Graz Vacheter as well? If this gets out, he stared intently at Lisha across from him, making the little girl ask, did I do something wrong? Lishan replied to her, "I'm sorry. Are you hurt?" Lisha said a little sadly, "No." He bent down and said to the little girl, "First, let's go eat something delicious." Then his attention returned to the book lying on the floor. He bent down, picked it up, and put it back in its original place on the shelf. Tea and pastries were served. Doza poured tea for the two seated on the sofa. Lisha looked at Lishan and asked, Lishan, are you angry? Was I not supposed to read that book?" He replied to the little girl, No, that's not a problem at all. You can read it or even throw it away if you want. There are plenty of books in the Vacheter ducal estate anyway. But if you can read ordinary books, then you should read magic books too." Hearing that, Lisha asked, "Ordinary books?" Lishan answered, "That's right. Starting tomorrow, you should also learn how to write. I'll teach you. You don't know how difficult studying can be, do you?" Lisha smiled brightly and said to him, "Thank you very much." Lishan picked up a pastry and held it out to her. "Eat this. Books are good, sure, but it'd be better if you ate more. You're far too small." Lisha hesitated slightly as she looked at the pastry he offered, and she still reached out and took it. The little girl happily took a bite. Seeing her eat so happily, Lishan couldn't help but smile. The sky was clear today. It was a beautiful day. Meanwhile, in the palace, a celebration was taking place. Someone was playing the violin. Nobles dressed in splendid clothes and lovely makeup chatted among themselves, and the atmosphere was exceedingly lively. Graz sighed and leaned against the railing, thinking to himself, "I plan to leave as soon as the succession ceremony ended. What is the point of me personally hosting a commemorative banquet in the imperial palace? I should have escorted Joel's younger sister somewhere safe instead." At that moment, someone approached Graz and said in a flippant tone, My, Graz. The Vacheter formal wears suits you better than I expected. The former duke would probably be very pleased to see you today." The newcomer was a black-haired man, his clothes worn in a careless, disheveled way. He spoke mockingly. "I'm delighted to meet you outside the academy." This man was Prince Eiji Chun. Eiji Chun and Graz had known each other for more than 10 years, since they were classmates at the Royal Academy, and the two of them had always been rivals. Graz did not want to lose to Eiji Chun. Eiji Chun was the same. He always wanted to prove himself. "Today I absolutely must. His Majesty is here today as well, so I absolutely must." But under Graz's fierce assault, the sword was knocked away. The sword in Eiji Chun's hand had been struck aside by Graz. As he panted heavily, he looked up toward the upper floor where his father had been standing. But that figure had long since left. Graz paid no mind to Eiji Chun's poor attitude and answered with proper courtesy, "It is my honor to meet you, Your Highness." Eiji Chun cursed inwardly. That bastard. No matter how capable you are, you'll still always be beneath me. Yet a false smile remained on his face. He said to Graz, "All right then, Graz, what are you doing? You look like you're not enjoying this." Then he turned to look at the young ladies at the banquet and said, "Look, all the noble daughters are staring only at you. The unmarried Duke of House Vochater. They're all trying to catch your attention, aren't they?" His tone and attitude were extremely smug. If you wanted, they'd show you what's under their skirts right away. But Graz had little interest in what he was saying. A.G. Chun smiled faintly at Graz. As he stepped closer, he said, "Strange. Why don't I see anyone else from the Vochater family here?" Holding a wine glass in his hand, A.G. Chun looked down toward the lower floor and said, "This is a celebration for the new Duke, isn't it? Shouldn't they all be gathered here, celebrating?" Graz replied coldly, "I don't think I need anyone else to congratulate me when the prince himself has come in person." A.G. Chun said, "Let me guess. The second son is surely busy at the academy. Matthias, the third son, has gone traveling on his own again. And as for the youngest," hearing that, Graz hurriedly replied, "As you know, the fourth child is in poor health." Seeing Graz change in attitude, he cheerfully said, No. Did I say anything about the fourth child? I'm quite sure I said the youngest one. Your adorable little sister, the child who appeared only recently." Hearing that, Graz was suddenly alarmed and thought, the royal family knows of her existence? If so, since when? What would happen if he found out the girl was an interpreter? His anxiety showed, but A.G. Chun seemed rather pleased with himself. "Let me guess. The second son is surely busy at the academy. Matthias, the third son, has gone traveling on his own again. And as for the youngest," hearing that, Graz hurriedly replied, "As you know, the fourth child is in poor health." Seeing Graz change in attitude, he cheerfully said, No. Did I say anything about the fourth child? I'm quite sure I said the youngest one. Your adorable little sister, the child who appeared only recently." Hearing that, Graz was suddenly alarmed and thought, the royal family knows of her existence? If so, since when? What would happen if he learned that the girl was an interpreter? Though anxious, Graz saw that A.G. Chun looked rather self-satisfied. No, if that were the case, His Highness would already have visited the ducal house. He spoke seriously to him. So, he already knew. Looking at Graz, A.G. Chun said, "It's been a while since a girl was born into the Vochater family, hasn't it? I'd like to meet her once. I imagine she must be as beautiful as you." Graz said, "She's only an 11-year-old child." At last A.G. Chun let the matter drop. "All right, I'll send an invitation to that lovely young lady soon enough." He looked down again and said, "The previous Duke was truly generous, wasn't he? In an age when people are still debating whether to have 1 or 2 children, he had 6 blood-related children. You'll have to do the same." Tilting his head with a smile, he said, "You must be loyal to my empire. The more mages, the better. Only then can we end the war and protect the people." Graz's expression darkened, and he thought, he treats me like livestock. Scum like you is not worthy of my loyalty. He clenched his teeth. He stared at him. Then A.G. Chun laughed, his tone playful. "Your Highness worries too much." Someone had once told Graz, "You cannot make an enemy of the royal family. Our desperate need for magic-dispelling power is our fatal weakness." He had replied, "I know that well." That person had said to him again, "Don't forget, your siblings could be consumed by magic. You must find some way to obtain the royal family's magic-dispelling stone. At any cost, you must remain loyal to the royal house. Mages are chosen for the sake of survival." Graz said politely, "Thank you for your concern, but things will be much better in my hands than they were in my father's time." Really, A.G. Chun still sounded unserious. That is something to look forward to. He stared fixedly. Graz did not avoid his gaze in the slightest and said, "I also have very high expectations for the empire the crown prince will build in the future." Then Graz turned and left. A wine glass shattered to pieces. In his rage, A.G. Chun had hurled it to the floor. As he smashed things and shouted, he yelled, "That damned insignificant mage! How dare he? How dare he look at me like that? That arrogant bastard. The servants stood trembling to one side. At last, one of them could not bear it anymore and stepped forward to advise him. Your Highness, please calm your anger. I know someone who knows a great deal about the Duke's little sister. Still angrily smashing things, he stopped and asked, Is that so? He set down the chair in his hand. He sat in the chair, his mood improving. Laughing, he said, Very good. I absolutely must see her. That arrogant man needs to be made to feel fear at least once. His expression darkened, and he smiled with ill intent. A few days later, at the estate of, as he adjusted his clothes, he listened to someone's report. The young lady is adapting better than I expected. To be honest, I was a little worried. She lived in the slums for such a long time, so I thought she would need time to get used to life in the ducal household. Standing before the mirror, he continued straightening his clothes and said, I was very worried too. The butler said cheerfully, but none of that was necessary. Perhaps it's because she was born with outstanding character and natural grace. He replied, That may be true. The butler handed him his sword and said, Ha ha, young master, that praise of yours is a bit too cold, don't you think? You should cherish her. You are a courteous gentleman, are you not? Seeing the butler act that way, he thought to himself, since when did that strict butler change? She must have worked very hard. From asking the chef how to use a knife and fork properly, to trying hard to adapt quickly. It's good, but isn't it too much for a girl her age? He thought as he walked. Only then did he suddenly realize something was off. Wait, am I actually paying attention to this? Am I concerned about the affairs of the ducal house? Meanwhile, during sword practice, the other man desperately defended himself and said, Your Highness, are you trying to finish early again today? The attacks did not stop. He was putting in all his strength as well. Then his sword was knocked away. After knocking the sword from his hand, he said, If that's the case, then thank you. The man was delighted to be let off early. He coldly said to him, No, one more time. He urged him, Hurry up. Dragging himself along, the man went to retrieve his sword. Only you can swing a sword like that, Your Highness. Then he noticed something. Then he called out, My lady, making him turn and look over. He walked over happily and said to her, My lady, you look very pretty today. She complimented him in return. You look very handsome today, too. Delighted by her praise, he said, Of course. Who do you think I am? The one knight among all knights who never gives up no matter what. Isn't that me? He walked over, patted him on the shoulder, and said, I didn't realize time had passed so quickly. Turning around as he walked, he said, Come on, I need to see how much your handwriting has improved. She replied happily, Yes. Watching the two of them leave, he said, Those two have really been devoted to handwriting practice these past few days. The two of them went over to the desk. As she wrote, she thought, I've become part of this family now, so I need to learn how to read and write. Someday, I want to be able to read the books he reads too. And she noticed it. A flower slipped out from the book he was reading. Looking at it, she thought, he's using a paper flower as a bookmark. She remembered the scene when she had given him the flower that day and thought, back then, because he only accepted it reluctantly, I thought he had thrown it away. Seeing that she was distracted, he asked, What's wrong? Have you finished writing that part? Hearing that, she immediately continued writing and said, Almost. 4 lines left. No, 3 lines left. Resting his chin on his hand, he watched her and marveled inwardly. What did I say again? A little sister, huh? She's really adorable. She remembered the scene when she had given him the flower that day and thought, back then, because he only accepted it reluctantly, I thought he had thrown away. Seeing that she was distracted, he asked, What's wrong? Have you finished writing that part? Hearing that, she immediately continued writing and said, Almost. 4 lines left. No, 3 lines left. Resting his chin on his hand, he watched her and thought in admiration, What did I say again? A little sister, huh? She's really adorable. He said, Tell me if you run into any trouble. All right. Then he picked up the book and resumed reading. Still writing, she obediently answered, Yes. The chandelier on the ceiling began to sway again. She looked up suspiciously and asked, What's going on? He calmly replied, You don't need to worry. It's just that the idiot has come back again. Curious, she asked, The idiot? Just then, the study door was flung open and the newcomer shouted, Where is she? Where's my little sister? The man acted as if he were being very mysterious. Seeing him, he said, the man smiled and said, No, I'm even cooler than him. So how could you mistake us? Hearing that, she more or less guessed who he was. The third older brother she had only heard about until now. Matthias. Only then did the real one appear from behind and say, "Who's cooler?" Carrying some kind of box, he walked toward her with a bright smile and said, "I'm back. My little sister, have you been well? Just as I promised, I bought you a gift." He set the box down. As he opened the box, he said to her, "The moment I saw this, I thought of you right away." Tajda, a beautiful stuffed rabbit doll, appeared. Holding the rabbit, he showed it to her and said, "And these eyes look exactly like yours. What do you think? Here, hold the bunny." He handed the stuffed rabbit to her. Hugging it, she happily said, "It's so cute. May I really have this?" Then she glanced slightly to one side and said, "Even so, I shouldn't give this bunny to Zoel, right?" Imagining Zoel feeding the stuffed rabbit and saying to it, "Hey, eat up," made her burst out laughing. She said to him, "I'll treasure this bunny." "Thank you, brother." Happily, he said, "I'm so glad you like it." Then he tilted his head toward Matthias and smugly said, "Compared with someone who ran away from home and came back empty-handed, the older brother who actually prepared a gift is obviously cooler." Those words struck Matthias like a bolt of lightning. Then he quickly recovered and smugly asked, "Huh? Didn't you hear? She didn't even call me brother. She even thought I was a girl." He brushed past and walked toward her. Pulling out a chair, he said, "It's very nice to meet you, my little sister. I still can't believe I have a younger sister." Hearing that, Lisha asked in confusion, Lisha, Matthias explained to her, "That's just an affectionate nickname. Lisha, that's what I'll call you." The moment I heard your name, I knew it was fate. Hearing him say that, Lishan felt a little sick. Suddenly, his attention was drawn elsewhere. Matthias lifted Lisha high into the air, making her laugh nonstop. Immersed in the feeling of being lifted up, Lisha thought, "Once I saw a child my age playing with their father like this. I had been so jealous." But Matthias seemed to get a little too carried away, making her cry out, Lord Matthias, I'm getting dizzy. Please put me down." Matthias noticed the way she addressed him and asked, "Huh? What? Lord Matthias?" No. Lisha repeated after him, "Brother, Matthias." Matthias happily taught her how to call him. And to be put down, Lisha immediately said, "Yes, please put me down, Brother Matthias." Delighted, Matthias said, "I love that. Little sisters are the best." Then he set Lisha back on the floor. After that, he immediately started boasting to Zoel and Lishan, "She's never called either of you big brother, has she?" When neither of them could answer, he burst in a loud laughter. Hugging the stuffed rabbit, Lisha recalled how happy Zoel had looked when he gave it to her and thought, "Come to think of it, Brother Zoel was the one who told me to call him that first." She looked at Zoel. He seemed slightly flustered from being teased by Matthias. She walked over and called out, "Brother Zoel, thank you very much for the doll." Hearing that, Zoel asked in surprise, "You're calling me that too?" She said to him, "You asked me to before." At the time, I felt very awkward about it. Zoel bent down slightly and said to her, "I'm very happy. Thank you, Lisha. Please keep calling me that from now on." Lishan, who had been listening beside them, cut in and said, "How childish." Lisha turned and called to him, "Lord Lishan." Lishan closed the book and said, "I don't mind. You can keep calling them that. Don't call me Lord. What I mean is, just call me Brother Lishan comfortably. Whatever way of addressing me feels natural to you, like always." Brother Lishan. Lisha looked at him and thought, "Is it really okay for me to call him that, Brother Lishan?" Lishan said to Zoel, "Brother Zoel, I need to discuss something with you. Let's talk in private for a moment." Hearing that, Zoel asked in confusion, "Ichem, why are you being so serious?" Lishan headed for the door first. Before leaving, Zoel turned to his little sister and said, "Lisha, wait here a moment. I'll be right back. Just ignore Matthias." She asked in confusion, "Ignore him?" He cheerfully said goodbye to Lisha and walked after Lishan. "Brother, let's go." Lishan walked quickly ahead. Before disappearing from sight, he quietly turned his head to look at Lisha. She met his gaze as well. Once the other two had left, Matthias cheerfully said to Lisha, Letty, now it's just the two of us, isn't it?" Zoel said, "Lisha, wait here, I'll be right back. You can ignore Matthias if you want." Little Lisha looked surprised. Ignore him? At last, Zoel happily waved goodbye to Lisha and followed Lishan out the door. Watching them leave, Lisha quickly called out, "Hey, wait for me." But the moment she spoke, Lishan turned back from the distance and fixed Lisha with a cold stare. Seeing that frightening expression, Lisha fell silent. So the two of them left the room together, leaving Matthias inside. cheerfully calling out to the little girl. Letty, are there only two left now? Matthias bent down and asked brightly, what are you playing? Leisha flinched and replied, Matthias continued, tell me. I'll play with you, Letty. Leisha's face suddenly turned anxious. Matthias put a hand to his chest and said, Letty, am I too old to play with you? When she didn't respond, he stood up and touched his neck, pouting dramatically. I'm not that old, am I? I'm only 18. Leisha quickly answered, that's not it. Then she stammered, that's because. Leisha thought back to the days when she had to sell flowers on the street. She had sold flowers every day from morning until late at night, so she had never really had the chance to sit down and play. Then the image of an angry man holding a bottle of alcohol surfaced in her mind. Leisha continued thinking, because my uncle always scolded me whenever I played with children my age. Leisha lowered her head sadly and said, I don't know how to play. Matthias asked, you don't know how? Leisha nodded. Seeing that, Matthias asked, then what do you usually do at the estate? Have you never played with Lishan? Leisha sat down on the sofa and answered, Brother Lishan taught me the Empire's official language. Matthias replied in surprise, that's not a game. Leisha said, but it's still fun, isn't it? Matthias covered his face helplessly and said, good grief, that's the Vochater family for you. But is that all? Leisha thought for a moment and replied, I also read books and I go for walks too. Matthias asked eagerly, walks? Great. Then where have you gone? Leisha answered, the estate garden. Remembering the garden, Leisha continued, the Vochater estate's garden is very beautiful. From a distance, you could see the full view of the grand mansion. Leisha added, the scenery around the estate is beautiful too. Matthias asked in surprise, you mean you've never left the estate? Leisha answered, yes. Suddenly Matthias hugged her tightly and said, oh, my poor Letty, you ended up with the wrong brothers, and you haven't even been able to play properly. Leisha blinked in surprise. Matthias said, that's right, exactly right. The Vochater family is a suffocating place. Graz is a perfectionist. Zoel is an honor student. Lishan is blunt and dull. At that, Matthias stood up, spread his arms wide, and said cheerfully, after living in this house for 18 years, I've come to a very profound realization. At last, the time had come to pass it on to someone else. Leisha asked in surprise, a profound realization? As Matthias walked, he continued, even in the Vochater family, there are people who live for fun. Matthias bent down slightly and looked at Leisha. The truth is, I'm doing just fine. Then he crouched, reached out to touch Leisha's shoulder, and said brightly, come on, Letty. Let your third brother teach you how to enjoy life. Leisha asked in surprise, how do you enjoy life? Looking at Matthias's meaningful smile, Leisha couldn't help feeling curious. Meanwhile, Zoel said, HM? Lishan, what's wrong? Zoel continued, this is the first time you've ever asked me something like that. Lishan replied about that. With a serious expression, he said she read the magic book. Zoel stared in shock. What? Lishan asked, have you heard anything from Graz? Zoel answered, yeah, Graz must already know. Only the heirs could confirm father's wish around the time a Vochater was born. She had spent her entire childhood at the Vochater family estate in the northwest of the Empire, beneath the blue sky over the magnificent Vochater mansion. I have no memories of my father. He was always busy. Zoel thought of his father's back when he was a child. Our mother fell ill, so she left the estate and went alone to the warmer southern region to recover. We siblings were raised by a nanny. Even though I missed mother terribly, I never complained because my brothers were the same. The image of 3 children with sorrowful faces for missing their mother appeared. Then one day, mother returned with a mournful expression. Zol's mother appeared, holding a child in her arms as she said, this is your little brother. That child was Lishan. Zoel was still little then, and he looked at the tiny angel in mother's arms in surprise. But the jealousy that exists in every child flickered inside the affection-starved boy. Mother had never held me before. He had taken mother's arms for himself. Unable to hold back his tears, young Zoel had run away. Zoel thought, at first, I think I was very jealous of Lishan, but I clearly knew that jealousy meant nothing to my frail mother. Time passed at the mansion from spring into autumn, as the leaves turned yellow. Then a voice rang out. Are you saying the Duchess cried yesterday after reading the Duke's letter? A brown-haired maid said, I heard he refused her request to visit her husband's estate. The pink-haired maid exclaimed, what? How could he do that to his own wife? She isn't feeling very well, so she can't even go see him herself. It's truly pitiful. Hidden behind the wall, young Zoel overheard the whole conversation. A sad expression crossed his face, and Zoel thought, Mother is so pitiful. Graz, Zoel, and Matthias stood by while Zoel's mother lay in bed with baby Lishan beside her. In a faint voice, she said, If I don't survive, please take care of this child. She touched Lishan gently and turned toward her 3 young sons. She continued, You're all siblings. At that moment, Zoel looked at tiny Lishan, unable to suppress his grief. He thought then, My mother looked so pitiful that I couldn't bear to look at her. Mother, who never received any sign from father, was always lonely and pale. And in the end, they never saw that face of their mother again. The Almighty could not watch the children grow up. Our mother passed away a few days later. On the day they stood before her grave, Zoel shouted, Father was too busy to come to Mother's funeral? How hard is it to show your face? Graz replied, Calm down, Zoel. Lisha was born the year our mother died. The reason and proof that Mother had spent all that time alone was that endless loneliness. Zoel looked out the window. The sky outside was covered in snow. He thought, just as Graz wished, she was brought to the Vacheter house. Lisha, she is only our father's illegitimate daughter. Besides, she had lived a life completely different from ours. The moment I saw her, I understood that. Little Lisha fell to the ground as someone cursed at her. You sneaky brat, you dare to bite me? In the freezing weather, dressed in nothing but a thin dress, Lisha was being scolded and shoved to the ground. She looked utterly pitiful. Lisha was completely innocent. At that thought, Zoel said, Yeah? Then he said, Lishan, whatever Lisha may be, that never mattered in the first place. Zoel smiled and added, That doesn't change the fact that she's our little sister. Until our eldest brother returns, we should focus on learning more about our little sister. With that, Zoel slung an arm over Lishan's shoulder and turned him back toward the room. Come on, Lisha's waiting for you. But when the two of them entered, the only thing left in the room was the stuffed rabbit sitting on the chair. The room was strangely empty. There wasn't even the slightest sign that anyone had been there. Zoel realized in surprise. Could it be Matthias? The scene shifted to a road along a cliff, where a royal carriage was racing along at considerable speed. Inside the carriage, Lisha looked nervously out the window. I can already see it over there. Outside was a village. She continued, The Vacheter estate is so high up. Sitting beside Lisha, Matthias sighed, Ugh, if we keep going like this, I'll die of boredom. Letty, let's take a shortcut. Lisha asked in surprise, There's a shortcut? Matthias answered cheerfully, Of course, of course. There's a really fast route. Suddenly, the carriage wheels swerved onto another path. Wait, that's not even a road. Lisha cried out when she saw the entire carriage charging toward empty air, about to plunge off a cliff. Matthias replied, What road? He continued, You just make a new one. The carriage shot straight off the cliff, and suddenly a mass of earth rose up. Lisha pressed close to the carriage window and stared outside in shock. The ground is rising. Then she suddenly realized something strange and turned back around. Right before her eyes, Matthias was casting magic. Lisha gasped, It's magic? The weight of the carriage landed perfectly on the edge of the raised earth Matthias had just created with magic. The whole carriage safely reached the sloping stretch of ground. They sped straight toward town. Matthias said, Head for the busiest district. The streets, they were crowded with people coming and going, from elegantly dressed nobles to ordinary merchants. Matthias cheerfully introduced it. Tajda. This is the second largest residential district in the imperial capital, Mokatun. The atmosphere here is totally different, isn't it? Wow, I could live here. He continued, There's so many things to see here and unusual foods you never get at Vacheter. Lisha looked around at the lively, bustling streets with amazement and delight. But then Matthias noticed that she seemed a little down, so he bent down and said, Letty, I guess it's not that nice here. Should we go somewhere else? Lisha quickly replied, Oh, no, it's not that. I'm just worried about you. Matthias blinked. Worried about what? He thought, worried about me? My family never says things like that when I leave the house. Is this child really worried about me? Seeing the concern clearly written on her face, Matthias couldn't help but feel moved. Lisha looked up and asked, Brother, you used a lot of magic to get us to the village quickly. Are you all right? I heard using magic is very dangerous. Matthias replied, Zao, leti. You're worried about this, big brother? A scene from earlier came to mind. In a tavern, Matthias had met Zoel. Holding a glass of liquor, Matthias said, What, a younger sister? Zoel said, Lisha. Matthias replied, That wild little stray has already arrived at the estate, so hurry back. Matthias muttered, My little sister, Lisha? As he lifted his glass to drink, Matthias had thought, So an interesting little beast has come to Vochater? Then life there will only get more boring and stuffy. Still, I'm kind of curious. Returning to the present, Matthias slung an arm around Lisha and said cheerfully, Having a little sister is great. Huh? Lisha blinked. Huh? Matthias continued, No, it's fine. It's really fine, so don't worry. I told you I'm okay, right? Matthias winked and said, I was born to enjoy things like this. Then he pointed to his ear. Stop worrying and let's go have fun. Matthias grabbed his little sister Lisha's hand and hurried off, making her cry out in alarm, Be brother. They arrived at a shop and Lisha read the sign aloud. Clothing store. Then they went past a shoe shop with an elegant pink sign. Lisha looked around in surprise and happily realized, I can read some of the words now. Passing another shop, she discovered it was an accessory store. Suddenly Matthias turned back and exclaimed, Oh, Letty, I know. Startled, she answered, Yes. Matthias pulled her inside and said, Come in and pick whatever you like. Lisha panicked. And no, I was only looking at the sign. But once inside, seeing all the dazzling, glittering jewelry, she couldn't help exclaiming, It's so pretty. This too. Matthias placed an exquisitely carved tiara on her head. Then he kept pointing at every sparkling item and saying, This one, and this one would suit you too. The clerk kept flattering him. Yes, my lord, your taste is truly excellent. As expected, you have such refinement. Suddenly, Lisha reached out and tugged lightly at Matthias's hand to signal him. Brother, I don't need jewelry like this. Matthias asked in surprise, Why? Is it not enough? Or are the things here not pretty? Lisha's expression suddenly turned deeply anxious. Oh no, everything here is beautiful, and I'm really happy, but before she could finish, she saw the sales clerk staring at her with a pale face, as if he wanted to devour her alive. And so Matthias set all the chosen items down in front of him and said to the clerk, It's fine, just ring them up for me. The clerk answered happily, Certainly, my lord. If that's the case, then the total is. But when Matthias picked up the bill, he began to worry and muttered softly, Right, Zoel spent all my money. The clerk quietly looked him over from head to toe. His clothes clearly showed he wasn't an ordinary citizen. The clerk looked at the purple gem set in gold at Matthias's neck, then down at his polished shoes, and finally at the glittering green earring. He couldn't help concluding, just the shine of that earring alone. The clerk smiled and said, My lord, why should a noble concern himself so much with money? If you put on your family's account, I can come collect the payment later. Matthias replied breezily, Mem, I don't like that. I'm buying this for my little sister. What will be the point of using the family's name to buy it? Down below, Lisha looked on and let out a relieved sigh. Phew, thank goodness. We almost spent money on unnecessary things. I just had an idea. Matthias smiled mysteriously and raised a hand to his ear, removing one of his earrings. Placing it on the counter, Matthias said, Since you're a connoisseur of gemstones, I don't need to explain how valuable this is, do I? The clerk was utterly stunned. Looking at the brilliantly gleaming gem, he knew at once that it was worth a great deal. Matthias smiled. I'll bring the money later, so just hold on to it. Lisha exclaimed in surprise, Brother Matthias, you can't do that. Matthias patted Lisha lightly on the shoulder and said, Letty, it's fine. But she still seemed quite worried about what he had just done. To ease his little sister's concern, Matthias continued, Just follow me. I'll show you how your big brother makes money. Lisha could only obediently answer, Yes. Matthias went on, There's a place where you can make money and have fun at the same time. Matthias turned back to the clerk and said, Can I get a loan against that neutral gemstone as collateral? A loud burst of laughter rang through the room. The young employee, sweat pouring down his face, anxiously checked the cards. Lisha stared in surprise as she realized she was standing inside a large gambling hall. So this is what people call a casino. If you win, you make money. If you lose everything. Just thinking about it made her afraid. The more frightened the little girl was, the calmer her brother seemed. Matthias pointed ahead turned to Leisha and said, "Letty, let's play that one." As expected, Matthias was no ordinary man at the gaming table. The roulette wheel landed exactly on the number he had chosen. Before long, a pile of casino chips had gathered beside him. Matthias cheerfully turned to Leisha and said, "We won. See, listening to me is like having a lucky god on your side." Then Matthias paused and asked, "Letty, what's wrong? Aren't you happy?" Leisha stayed silent, deep in thought. Matthias said, "I guess you're bored just watching me. Here, Letty, you try." He gestured invitingly to her. But Leisha said, she thought, "This is money brother earned. What if I lose it all?" After thinking it over, Leisha smiled brightly like a blooming flower and said, "I like watching you play more than playing myself." Matthias replied, "Huh? Really? Then I'll show you something even more interesting." Leisha asked, "Brother, it looks like you've already won a lot of money, so why don't you stop?" Matthias immediately patted his little sister on the head and said, "All right, if you want to keep playing, let's just do one last round before we go." Leisha thought, is it really going to be the last round? And the answer was definitely no, because in the end they moved on to yet another new game. The dealer introduced it as a dice game, where whoever rolled the highest number would win. "If anyone wants a bet, come on over." Matthias cheerfully leaned closer to Leisha and said, "Oh, really? That's simple and great, isn't it? This looks fun." As soon as he said that, Matthias did not hesitate to shove his entire pile of chips toward the dice table and declare, "All right, I'm betting all of my chips on this round." The sight left all the surrounding players stunned. Among them was his little sister Leisha, who froze completely and stared at her brother in speechless shock. At last, the dice all came tumbling down together. Just as the final die was about to stop rolling, someone cried out in surprise, "Ha ha ha! It's 11. One man said, "Whoa, how is anyone supposed to beat that?" The woman beside him replied, "The only way would be if the last two dice both landed on 6. The two of them stared at the table and said, "No matter how lucky that person is, this is going to be hard to watch." Matthias held the two dice in his hand and fell silent in thought. The room suddenly became strangely quiet. Then little Leisha looked at her brother anxiously and asked, "Brother?" Matthias smiled and rested his chin on one hand as he looked at her. Then Matthias slid the two dice over to Leisha and said, "Come on, Letty, you roll them." Leisha said in surprise, "Me? If we lose, you'll lose all your money." Matthias immediately replied, "Exactly. So now it's the luck goddess's turn." Leisha asked, "What do you mean, luck goddess?" Matthias pointed at the mountain of chips and explained, "I only got all of these thanks to you. You're my luck goddess." Leisha quickly answered, "That's because you're really good at this." Matthias then threatened, "If you don't roll the dice within 10 seconds, it'll count as giving up." His words startled the little girl. Matthias picked up the two dice, handed them to Leisha, and continued, "Letty, Leisha, come on now. Hurry up. If you don't roll them in the next 10 seconds, you won't even get to try, and we'll lose all the money." In the end, powered by some unknown inner strength, little Leisha reached out and grabbed the two dice. Holding the two dice tightly in both hands, Leisha kept praying, "Please." At last, she let the dice go. Leisha rolled the two dice forward. No one knew what the result was, but later that afternoon, a royal carriage was seen heading down toward the estate. Lishan sat inside the carriage with his arms crossed, grumbling angrily. Matthias definitely went over to the entertainment district next door. Zoel answered helplessly, "Probably. He'd better behave himself." Lishan thought to himself, "I just hope nothing has happened to him." Back in entertainment district, inside the dice room, everyone was utterly shocked. In the end, it was 12. A 12 had appeared. Matthias rushed over and threw his arms around Leisha, shouting, "Letty, Letty, you did great." The girl went stiff, thinking, "Oh my gosh, I can't believe it." Matthias said, "My little sister really is just as lucky as I am, isn't she?" Leisha happily thought, "It feels so nice to be acknowledged as his little sister." The dealer gathered up all the chips and put them into a bag. Cheerfully holding the bag of chips, Matthias said, "All these chips are ours now." On the other side, the casino owner looked extremely regretful. There was a trace of anger in his eyes. "Letty, my luck goddess." The two of them went over to the counter, and Matthias said, "Have something to drink here and wait for me. Okay? I need to exchange these chips for cash." Leisha nodded, and so Matthias left little Leisha behind and hurried off to cash them in. Sitting in front of a cup of ice cream, Leisha still could not help thinking in amazement. This is amazing. It feels like I'm the one who won. Scooping up a spoonful of the white ice cream, Leisha continued thinking, it looks just like a cloud. Suddenly, she remembered the time she had been in the carriage, flying down from the cliff. Clouds. The scenery back then was really beautiful. Leisha looked around at all the lively people in the room and thought, the world is bigger than I thought, and there are so many beautiful places too. She continued, reading books is fun, but the outside world is even more wonderful. A shadow suddenly appeared beside her. Startled, Leisha turned around, thinking Matthias had come back, and said, "Brother." At that moment, Matthias was walking along with a bag of gold slung over his shoulder, happily humming to himself. If she sees how much money this is, her eyes are definitely going to go round like a little rabbit's. And then I'll become the most amazing big brother ever in her eyes. He skipped along as he went to look for Leisha, calling out, Lit, I'm back. But when he arrived, Leisha was nowhere to be seen, and his expression changed instantly. Where's Lit? Then he anxiously began calling out for her as he searched. Leisha, Lit. Then suddenly a scream rang out. Zoel dropped the money bag at once and ran toward the sound. Over by Leisha, the men who had abducted her asked, "Is this the one?" Another man in black replied, "Yes. She's the fourth child of the Vachiter family." Terrified, Leisha silently called brother. One of the kidnappers glanced at her and told her to stay still. At that moment, the men put a cage in front of her. The bird inside, upon seeing her, immediately tried to fly toward her, chirping noisily. Leisha was shocked to see the bird too. Then the masked kidnapper shut the door and said, "All right, let's go." Then they all climbed into the carriage and drove off into the quiet moonlit night, where not a soul could be seen. Inside the carriage, Leisha fearfully wondered what she should do. He told me to wait for a little while, and he'd come back. Tears began rolling down the little girl's cheeks. Then she lowered her face for a moment. She remembered her brother saying, "Choose. Do you want to follow us or stay behind?" Strengthened by the power of love, determination lit up her face. "Everyone told me I have to choose. That's right. Whether I give up or not depend entirely on me." Then she caught sight of sharp iron nail and wondered, could I use that nail to cut the rope? Please. With that thought, she hurried over to it. She tried using the nail to cut through the rope, but it scraped across her hand instead, making her cry out in pain. She slumped down, and then suddenly her eyes widened as if she had found a lifeline. Outside, Matthias had reached the carriage where Leisha was trapped and was confronting the man who had taken her. The kidnapper noticed how agitated Zoel was and asked, "My lord, what exactly are you doing?" By then Zoel had arrived as well, his face cold. He said, "I want to see what's inside this carriage." Inside, Leisha was overjoyed. "Brother Zoel." Matthias stepped forward and pounded hard on the carriage, shouting, Lit, damn it, you're in there, aren't you?" Inside, tears welled in Leisha's eyes, and all she could do was cry inwardly, "Brother Matthias, I'm in here," before trying to make sound. But the birds inside the carriage chirped loudly, drowning out Leisha's faint voice. Outside, Zoel still tried to reason with them. "I only want to see what's inside the carriage." The kidnapper replied, "This carriage is being used to transport parrots to the palace. Even if you are nobles, touching royal property is an act of treason." Hearing that, Matthias could no longer contain his anger and shouted, "Don't be ridiculous. I just want to see what's inside." This was the only carriage near the casino. The kidnapper sneered right in his face, his expression full of contempt. Zoel stepped forward and called out, "Matthias, stop. We'll be in trouble if we make an enemy of the royal family." A little earlier, Zoel had gone to look for Leisha together with Matthias, and had sighed, saying, "Just as we thought, she's here." Then they suddenly heard Matthias calling for Leisha, which made both of them panic as well. Zoel immediately ordered the Vachiter Knights to search for Leisha. At the time, this had been the only carriage near the casino district. He thought, but this is a royal carriage. Then he tried hard to persuade them, saying, "We can only confirm it after looking inside. Our little sister may be in this carriage." The kidnapper laughed mockingly in Zoel's face and said, "That's absurd. What are you talking about?" Matthias snapped, "What do you mean absurd?" The man let out a weary sigh and said only birds and animals were in the carriage. Then he knocked on the carriage, and birds immediately cried out inside. Didn't you hear that? Now will you please step aside? If the birds get frightened and hurt themselves, you'll be in serious trouble. Hearing that left Matthias, Zoel, and Lishan extremely frustrated, but unable to do anything. Lishan lowered his gaze and thought, why? Why is this carriage heading for the palace? Titles really are useless. Then the men climbed back in and drove away brazenly. Even though the three brothers knew Lisha was inside, they could do nothing. Matthias desperately shouted her name, and Lisha answered him in her heart. Brother, I'm in here, lit. In panic, Lisha cried, brother. But in the end, all she could do was weep helplessly. Then she remembered the nail and thought, even if I can't untie the ropes around me, I can at least cut the cloth over my mouth. With that thought, she hurried over again. Using the nail, she cut at the gag while praying over and over, please. Without giving up, Matthias ran after the carriage, shouting, lit, lit. The kidnapper clicked his tongue in annoyance. TCH, what a nuisance. Then he ignored him and simply urged the horses onward. Matthias kept shouting, lit, lit. Even though he knew she was inside, he could only watch helplessly as the carriage drove away. Then suddenly, Lisha's voice rang out, calling, brother. Zoel and Lishan both let out frustrated sighs. But the moment Matthias heard it, he declared with certainty that it was Lisha's voice. Lisha is in that carriage. Then he cast magic, calling Lisha's name as he fired at the carriage. At the same time, earth magic made the ground rise up, sending the carriage flying into the air. A moment later, the carriage shattered to pieces. The birds burst out in all directions like a disturbed nest, chirping wildly. Lisha fell and was hurt. Then she slowly opened her eyes and came to, only to see a butterfly. A butterfly? She wondered. Her eyes widened at once in realization. Recalling Lishan, she wondered, why is there a butterfly here? The butterfly came to a stop in front of her. Immediately afterward, Lishan appeared. He ran over and anxiously asked, hey, are you all right? Tears filled Lisha's eyes as she called, brother Lishan. Lishan hurriedly comforted her. You must have been really scared, right? It's all right now. You're safe. Seeing Matthias and Zoel too, she did not forget to call out, brother Matthias, brother Zoel. I'm really so happy you came to save me. Then suddenly, as Matthias, Zoel, and Lishan looked at Lisha more closely, they noticed the scratches and injuries on her. She was whimpering softly in pain. Zoel immediately flew into a rage and used magic to lift the kidnappers into the air, making them scream in terror. Furious, Zoel said, for every scratch on my sister's face, you will pay 10,000 times over. The men were so terrified that all they could do was scream. Matthias was furious too. How dare you do this to my sister? He joined in as well, casting earth magic. At that moment, Lishan stepped forward and called out, Zoel, Matthias, stop. We need to keep them alive if we want to find out who the mastermind is. And to find out why they kidnapped her. Though still angry, Zoel could only curse. Damn it, he had nearly forgotten. Then he stopped using his magic and dropped them back down. Matthias immediately rushed over, grabbed one of them by the collar, and demanded, why is my sister here? Speak, you bastard. Then he punched him in the face again and again, pressing. Who ordered you? Who and why? Was it the royal family? If not, then why was my sister in a royal carriage? The kidnapper lay on the ground after being beaten nearly senseless, coughing violently. Matthias was about to grab him and hit him again when the man stammered in fear. Didn't. I'll tell you, we are. Before he could finish his sentence, his eyes suddenly rolled back, and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Startled, Matthias said, what the? This bastard, is he dead? He turned around and saw that the other man was coughing up blood too. Huh. That one too. Then the two of them seemed to disintegrate until nothing remained but dust. Matthias said, those bastards all had the royal crest. Then the four siblings, Zoel, Lishan, Lisha, and Matthias, all fell silent. Back at home, Doza's worried voice rang out in a shout. Oh my goodness, my lady, what happened? What happened to you? Letya politely replied, Ie me fine. Then Doza cast a sharp, icy glance at the three brothers huddled together in the distance. Lisha tugged lightly at Doza's hand. Then she told Doza, I'm really all right. Doza took out the first aid box and gently applied ointment to Lisha's wounds. The three brothers watched Lisha anxiously, and Doza finally said, there, In a regretful, worried voice, Matthias said to Lisha, I'm really sorry. This is my fault. I never should have left you alone there. I deserve to be punished. This only happened because of me. Why wasn't I the one who got hurt instead? Lisha gently patted his head and said, It's all right. Matthias brightened up at once. Lisha, were you worried I'd be hurt? Lydia answered, No. I was worried brother Matthias was going to ruin the sofa. Matthias burst out laughing. Haha, I hadn't even thought of that. Zoel and Lishan laughed too, saying, That really sounds like him. Then Doza spoke up. Now then, it's time for you young masters to leave. I need to make sure my lady doesn't have any other injuries. And just like that, all three brothers were driven out. Zoel looked at Matthias and said, Matthias, I need to talk to you right now. Zoel continued, Brother Matthias, you cannot just take Lisha to that village on your own. And then you even took her to a casino. It was far too dangerous. Matthias hurriedly replied, No, that's not what I meant. That casino is very safe. It's managed under strict supervision. It's a place where only people with clear backgrounds are allowed in. Why would I ever take my own little sister somewhere dangerous? Lishan said, It's only safe for you. Matthias muttered bitterly, Damn it, then he fell silent. Matthias was not only a Vachiter noble, but also a magician. From the moment he was born until now, he had never truly faced danger even once. Meanwhile, Lisha was small and fragile. If anyone wanted to target the Vachiter family, then she was undoubtedly the easiest prey. Matthias said nothing more and simply admitted his fault. That's right, I admit this was my mistake. Then he clenched his fist in anger, his voice resolute. So, I'm going to find the one who kidnapped Lisha and take revenge. I'll make him regret ever laying a hand on my sister. Lishan let out a sigh and said, It's been a while since I've heard you say something like that. Zoel said, All right, brother Matthias. Even though you made a huge mistake, the biggest problem here is that they were able to kidnap Lisha. Lishan said, Zoel, revenge is fine, but we need to prepare properly so this never happens again. Our little sister has no ability to defend herself. Lishan agreed as well. That's right. She's still young, and she's a girl. She's not even a magician. What should we do? The butler came in and said, In a situation like this, nobles would normally have an escort. Zoel said in surprise, An escort? The butler replied, That's right. Someone should stay by my lady's side 24 hours a day, so they can protect her anytime, anywhere. Hearing that, Matthias immediately raised his hand and volunteered. Me, I want to do it. I want to become Lisha's guard. Lishan and Zoel looked at Matthias with utter disdain. Seeing the way his brothers were looking at him, Matthias became gloomy, his eyes misting over. Zoel said, The guard should probably be chosen from the Vachiter Knights, since we're often away. Then he asked, Lishan, who should we choose? Matthias eagerly rushed forward and said, Right, since you spend time with the Knights every day, you probably know best who's capable of taking on this job. Lishan smiled and said, What incompetent knight could there possibly be in the Vachiter family? Zoel said, Sounds good. I'll inform our eldest brother. Matthias said, Great. It's been a long time since all of us gathered together. Lishan asked helplessly, What do you mean? This will be the first time. Standing nearby, the old butler smiled in satisfaction at the sight of the siblings getting along so well. Before long, night had fallen. At the training grounds, people were buzzing with excitement. Really? They're choosing an escort knight for the young lady? Wow, I really want to try. I have a feeling I'm destined to become the knight who protects the young lady. The man beside him replied, Yeah, I also have a feeling you're going to get beaten in the very first match. Another person said, Anyone who wants to go off duty early, come fight me. I'll knock you down in 3 seconds. At that moment, Lishan walked in and said, The knight who escorts Lisha will not be chosen just by talk. They must be the strongest, and they must be willing to sacrifice their lives for their master. From this moment on, I will select the 3 knights who win their duels. Those 3 will have the honor of becoming Lisha's knights. All right. Now show me the spirit of Vachiter's knights. Then everyone gripped their swords tightly and flew into the chaotic battle. Everyone fought through the entire night. Before long, dawn broke. Back with Lisha, she called out to Sister Doza and asked, What are these? Doza set down several brightly colored glasses of water and said, They're sodas, my lady. Their flavors are cotton candy, lemon, melon, chocolate, and strawberry. If you'd like a different flavor, please tell me anytime. Sir Matthias prepared them. He said you may drink whichever kind you like. Leisha blushed and asked, Brother Matthias did? Then she picked one up and stared at the blue glass. Did he see the drink I left on the table? She took a spoonful, put it into her mouth, and enjoyed it with satisfaction, thinking, I'll enjoy it gratefully. Thank you, Brother Matthias. Elsewhere, someone was wiping down his sword. It was Eiji Chun. He asked his subordinate, So you failed? The subordinate quickly bowed his head. I am sorry. Eiji Chun sighed. How boring. I had already prepared a huge birdcage. Since it has white hair, I even decorated the cage with colorful ornaments, so it would look even more radiant inside. And yet you failed? He pressed the blade close to the subordinate's throat, frightening him. Prince Eiji Chun frowned in anger and swung his sword as if to injure the servant. The blade came down from above and grazed past the servant's face. The man cried out in terror. Reflexively, he threw himself backward, but then froze when he saw that the sword had actually struck the ground at quite a distance from him. It seemed to have been only a warning. Although the slash had not wounded him, fear still remained written all over his face. Cold sweat poured down as he blurted out, Ugh. Still furious, Eiji Chun glared at the terrified servant and said, Your incompetence ruined my plan. The servant dropped to his knees before the prince, trembling as he repeated, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Eiji Chun kicked him, knocking him backward. The man cried out, Ga. Eiji Chun kept kicking him and shouted angrily, I truly don't understand. Why couldn't you bring it here? The servant could only endure Prince Eiji Chun's beating. After venting his anger, the prince panted furiously and looked down at the servant. What is so difficult about capturing a child? The servant lay prostrate on the floor, clutching his aching stomach where he had been kicked. Fighting through the pain, he said, Ugh, I am sorry, Your Highness. Still suppressing the pain, grimacing and drenched in sweat, he forced himself to explain urgently it is very difficult to find an opening, because the girl never leaves the Vachiter estate. He continued, besides that, the security is very tight, so I couldn't sneak in at all. The more Prince Eiji Chun listened, the angrier he became. Once again he raised his sword and shouted, Enough! You should have captured it the moment it stepped outside. You had the chance. The servant could only look at the prince in fear. Suddenly, the prince's expression softened. He smiled and lowered his hand, saying, No, no, no. He let go of the sword in his hand, and it fell to the ground with a clang. The prince did not spare it another glance. He walked over to a bench and sat down, leaning back on one arm and crossing his legs elegantly as he spoke to the servant kneeling on the floor. She doesn't go outside? Then make her go outside. That's right. You can use that piece of trash. The kneeling servant asked, Then what if the girl runs away? Before he could finish, the prince narrowed his eyes at him and smiled dangerously. Afraid of making another mistake before this demon, the servant hurriedly answered, Oh, right. Prince Eiji Chun made an indescribable expression and carefully warned the servant, You had better not make another mistake. The kneeling servant answered loudly in fear, Yes, I understand. A black carriage stopped outside a house in a narrow, shabby street, a house whose door had been left open. Leisha's uncle was as lowly as ever. Rubbing his hands together, he grinned and said, What brings you back here, sir? The prince's servant said, I have a job for you. Leisha's uncle smiled obsequiously. Yes, Sir Nazi, please speak. The prince's servant, whose head and face were still bandaged from his earlier punishment, said to him, Your niece, I mean Leisha. The uncle kept smiling, though there was something strange in his eyes. He asked the servant, Yes, of course. Would you like to know more about her? And so the two of them continued talking about Leisha. Elsewhere, in a room at the estate, Doza was examining Leisha's wound. She said, What a relief. Judging by the depth of the injury, I don't think it will leave a scar. Doza bent down and gently touched Leisha. She applied medicine to the wound, then smiled faintly and said, All done. Leisha simply sat there quietly while Doza tended to her. The girl marveled at Doza's gentle touch, thinking, Warm hands. Once the wound had been neatly treated, Doza put away the medicine box and said, Very well, my lady, I will prepare breakfast for you at once. Leisha was still watching Doza, thinking, Such a friendly way of speaking. Doza turned back with a bright smile, looked at Lisha, and said, "Once you've eaten, you'll feel better in no time." Lisha was happy with how everyone was treating her and quietly thought, "This is nice." A lavish meal was laid out on the table. Lisha sat looking at the feast before her. She ate bite by bite, thinking, "I wonder if my brothers have eaten yet." In a large dining hall, Lisha sat there eating alone. As she ate, she thought, "I haven't seen Brother Zoel or Brother Matthias since 2 days ago. I want to tell them we should all have dinner together." Then Lisha innocently thought, "No, I shouldn't. They're very busy. I might disturb them." She recalled what had happened that day. "I need to speak with Brother Lishan. I want us to have dinner together." As she ate, Lisha made up her mind. Her small hands slowly turned the pages of a book. As Lisha sat there, she heard someone approaching. She turned and saw that it was Lishan, so she called out to him and asked, "Brother Lishan, why are you here?" Lick Ian had not come alone. Several knights stood beside him. Lisha looked at them and asked, "Oh, Sir Fgur?" The little girl said excitedly, "Oh my, it really is Sir Fgur." The knight smiled happily that she recognized him and called him by that title. He said, "Please just call me Fgur." Lishan raised a hand and introduced the 3 knights to Lisha. He said, "Lisha, these are the knights who will stay by your side from today onward." Lisha also stood up and asked, "By my side?" She turned to look at the knights. The 3 men immediately stood at attention and said loudly, "It is our honor to serve my lady." Then they knelt before Lisha and said, like the fangs and claws of the mighty lion that rules the Northwest, "Our swords and our hearts belong to Lady Lisha Vochater." The orange-haired man wore a confident, cheerful expression. The blue-gray-haired one looked stern, and Fgur had a gentle look on his face. All 3 spoke at once. "Will you accept our oath of loyalty?" Lisha thought, in surprise, an oath of loyalty. It seemed she was still not used to being treated like this. With his hands on his hips and an indifferent expression, Lishan said, "They're swearing loyalty to you." Lisha looked at him and said, "Why, yes, but—" She hesitated anxiously. Lishan immediately placed a hand on her shoulder and said, "What are you hesitating for? You're a member of the Vochater family, so it's perfectly normal for you to have a few knights by your side." He bent closer to Lisha and whispered, "Besides, knights would feel ashamed if their oath of loyalty were rejected." In front of Lisha's surprised face, the 3 men were trying their best to act cute and plead with her to accept them. Still somewhat shy, Lisha turned to look at them. The 3 knights were still kneeling on the floor, swallowing nervously as they waited for the little lady's decision. Timidly, Lisha said, "I will accept your oath." The 3 of them immediately jumped up excitedly and cheered yes. One of them stepped forward and said, "It is a great honor to meet you, my lady. My name is Fgur al-Butter." He placed a hand over his chest, bowed politely, and introduced himself. Then he continued, "In order to become your knight, my lady, I defeated all of Vochater's fastest knights and became the strongest among them." The reddish-brown-haired man with a scar on his cheek jumped in to introduce himself as well, not forgetting to praise himself so the young lady would notice him more. Smiling, he said, "Don't be fooled. My lady, the real first place should be me, Elliot Camtraw." Elliot pointed at Fgur and teased him. As for him, he's a complete coward and doesn't even know how to strike from behind. Fgur also laughed and said, "Excuse me, I am not a coward at all. Don't you know that ambushing your opponent is a knight's shame?" While Elliot and Fgur were bickering noisily in the background, the blue-haired man began introducing himself as well. "My name is Zuer Hetler. I may not be as skilled as Fgur and Elliot, but I will protect you with all my strength, my lady." Lisha was finally able to smile happily, perhaps because everyone seemed so fond of her. She said to the 3 of them, "I wish you all the very best." The 3 knights straightened up again and answered in unison, "Yes, my lady." They looked happily at their young mistress and thought, "Lady Vochater really is adorable." The brother and sister continued their journey through the library, looking for books and talking. As they walked, Lishan asked, "Lisha, what kind of book do you want to read today?" He pointed to shelves stacked with books of many genres and said to her, "Take your time and look around." Lisha kept following Lishan and answered, "Yes." She did not seem entirely at ease. Lisha glanced slightly behind her. She turned around to look at the people who had been trailing after the two siblings the whole time and asked in confusion, "Are you all still following me?" The three knights, who were now also Leisha's new bodyguards, smiled brightly. Fgur stepped forward and said, "Yes, because we must protect you, my lady." He continued, "We will always stay close to ensure your safety." Then the three of them finished by standing at attention and declaring loudly, as if chanting a slogan, "So please do not worry, my lady." Leisha worriedly thought, what should I do? There are still many letters I don't know. She imagined herself struggling with her lessons while the three of them stood beside her whispering about her weakness. Even when using tableware, I still get confused and make mistakes all the time. Again, she imagined those three standing behind her, judging her. Leisha thought sadly, they may think I'm not suited to the Vocher family after all. Lishan was standing there too, and he noticed that Leisha had been thinking for a long time without saying anything. In confusion, he thought, she just has to say it if those knights are bothering her. Is that really so hard? Seeing Leisha's distress, Lishan placed a hand behind her and turned to the three men, saying, "You three are a nuisance. Why don't you appear only when we actually need you?" Lishan openly showed his displeasure at their behavior. So the three knights quietly left like defeated rivals in a contest for their young lady's affection, under her bewildered gaze and his angry one. Thinking back to the fight, all that had remained was ash. They were willing to die to keep their mouths shut. And I also know that magical families pass down their powers through bloodlines, Lishan thought as he read a book. The Vocher family also needs this kind of spirit stone. The Lanate family can use healing magic by shortening their own lifespan. The Labet family is born with divine eyes that can see through the truth, but the price is blindness at a very young age. The Onzai's family can use magic to create swords that can cut through anything. However, in the process, their minds suffer severe damage, and in the end they go mad. The Lazen family can foresee the future, but they must spend more than half their lives asleep against their will. If I exclude bloodline witches from the list of suspects, that only leaves magic researchers. The more Lishan thought, the more tangled it became. Then, just as expected, the Morcatium imperial family is the most suspicious. Lishan kept tapping his pen against the book, blotting the page with ink. Most non-bloodline magic inherited from grimoires rather than from blood, is controlled by the Morcatium imperial family. They possess the skill to create weapons of enormous destructive power through the study of every kind of magic book. And also, the Society of Truth Inheritors. Lishan set down his pen and put a hand to his mouth as he thought. There once was the Society of Truth Inheritors, a group that studied magic books along a path different from that of the imperial family. They were outlawed and disappeared along with the rise of the Morcatium Empire 200 years ago. Even if they still exist, they have no connection to Vocher, so involving them would make no sense. Suspicion still points most strongly toward the imperial family. Lishan frowned in puzzlement, lightly tapping his foot as he thought. More than anything, if the imperial family knows that Leisha is an interpreter, then their motive becomes even clearer. If they knew she could fluently read those difficult magic books, the imperial family would never leave her alone. He looked at the small girl reading in front of him and thought, Brother Zoel and Matthias are gathering information, so for now all I can do is wait. Suddenly, his train of thought was interrupted by Leisha calling him. She said, Brother Lishan. He looked up and replied, "What is it?" Looking straight at him, she held out the book and asked, "Does this word mean this?" He leaned closer to look at the book and said, That's right." Leisha happily said, "Wow, I understand now. At first I didn't think of it, but I guessed right." "Ha!" Leisha laughed, sounding very pleased. Lishan silently watched her cheerful face and thought, I didn't know eyes could be that clear. Lishan glanced away and gently said to Leisha, "Don't get too excited just because you guessed one easy word." Leisha grew a little embarrassed and said, "Why, you are right. I shouldn't be so happy over something so small." Lishan smiled a little and said to her, "Still, you did well." Lisha brightened up again, smiling as if flowers were blooming all around her. She said, "Oh, really?" Lishan simply answered with a quiet, Books and manuscripts were piled all over the table. Lishan looked at Lisha diligently reading in front of him and thought, I wonder if she learns writing quickly too. Before long, I won't have anything left to teach her. After that, I should find someone even more outstanding to teach her. Resting his chin on his hand, Lishan watched Lisha. Suddenly, his expression darkened as he thought of something. Lisha called him again, "Brother Lishan." He answered her, "What is it?" Lisha said, "Can I read a magic book today?" She glanced toward the pile of blue and red books beside her. Lishan also looked at those books and thought, it's like instinct, isn't it? Clearly, even if you place a magic book somewhere high and out of Lisha's reach, it will somehow find its way to her. He said to Lisha, "You may read it, but you must not say the words aloud, because the magic will take effect." Having gotten her brother's permission, Lisha excitedly replied, "Yes." Smiling with her eyes curved into crescents, she happily picked up the book. Time slowly passed in the library. Lisha called to him again, "Brother Lishan." He answered, "Mm." She hesitantly said, well." Lishan sat with his arms crossed and said, "What is it? Why are you so fidgety?" Blushing slightly, flipping the page shyly with her fingers, she said, "Would you like to have dinner with me?" She added, "You can refuse if you're busy." Lisha hid both hands under the table, looked down at the book, and continued in her embarrassment, "I just wanted to ask." Lishan watched all her little actions and listened to everything she said. Inwardly, he thought, what's this? Is she a timid little rabbit today? Lishan crossed his arms again, looked to the side, and replied in his usual indifferent tone, "Really? That's hardly a difficult request." "Fine." Even though his answer sounded like that, the moment Lisha heard him agree, she brightened with joy and said enthusiastically, "Okay, yes." Lisha then resumed reading with a delighted expression on her face. At the sight of Lisha's happiness, Lishan felt pleased as well. Suddenly someone approached and called to them, "Young master, my lady." It was Butler Hale. He said, "There is something I need to inform you of." Lishan responded and asked, "What is it?" The butler said, "A guest has come to see my lady." Lishan looked over at Lisha. Lisha also looked at him in confusion, as if she had no idea who the guest could be. Lishan asked the butler again, "Who is it?" The butler remained silent, his gaze suggesting that he did not like this guest very much. The guest lifted his teacup, standing in the middle of the drawing room. He held the cup and closed his eyes, savoring its fragrance before praising it. "Oh, wow." According to the butler, he introduced himself as the young lady's uncle. Lishan turned and asked, "What is it?" Butler Hale respectfully replied, "A guest has arrived, sir." Lishan said nothing and merely shifted his gaze to his little sister. Lisha, not understanding anything, could only stare back at him in confusion. Lishan spoke again. "A guest? Who is it?" Butler Hale fell silent, his expression making it clear that it was difficult to say. The guest Hale had mentioned was comfortably drinking tea in the drawing room, waiting for Lishan and his sister. Unexpectedly, the visitor was the very uncle who had heartlessly sold Lisha to his creditors. Holding a teacup, he said leisurely, well. The uncle took a sip of tea and smugly muttered to himself. He was calling himself the princess's uncle. Back in Lishan's study, after hearing Butler Hale say that her uncle had come, Lisha immediately flinched in fear and stammered, "My uncle." Lishan silently watched his little sister tremble all over in fear. Frowning in displeasure, he turned and ordered, "Throw him out." Butler Hale said in a slightly shaky voice, "Actually, I've already told him that many times. But he insists that he has something he wants to say to the young lady." Lishan let out an exhausted sigh. What could he possibly want to say? Butler Hale calmly continued. "He says he has a keepsake left behind by the young lady's mother, so he must deliver it to her in person." At the mention of her mother, Lisha weakly asked, "A keepsake for mother?" Seeing his sister waver a little at those words, Lishan looked at her with a trace of pity. But Lishan still coldly ordered, "Throw him out at once." The man is not to get any chance to meet her face to face. Footsteps came closer and closer. Sensing someone approaching, that detestable uncle, who had been standing by the window, looking outside, gave a small start. He smiled happily, knowing the wait was over, and turned around at once. Just as the uncle had expected, Lishan and Lisha appeared behind him. Lisha shrank back in fear, not daring to raise her head and look at her uncle. Lishan glanced sideways at his sister and let out a worried sigh. Going back to the moment when Lishan ordered Hale, throw him out at once. That man is not to get any chance to meet her face to face. Lisha immediately objected. No, I want to see him. Lishan stared at her in surprise. What? Lishan asked. Why would you want to meet that piece of trash? Is it because of that keepsake? Because he brought. Before he could finish, Lisha interrupted him. I want to tell him myself. Lisha continued with a determined expression that she did not want her uncle to come looking for her anymore. Returning to the present, Lishan looked at his sister anxiously and thought to himself that he would keep watch and make sure nothing happened. The hypocritical uncle beamed with delight. Lisha, my dear niece, it's been such a long time. Summoning all her courage, Lisha spoke. Uncle. Without waiting for her to continue, the uncle went on with a laugh. Haha, looking at you now, you really did seem like the Duke's child from the very beginning, didn't you? You've gotten much prettier, too. The more he talked, the more his cunning showed. How could I ever let a child with such precious blood go through so much? The uncle tried to move closer to Lisha. He attempted to justify the past. I am sorry. We were just too poor back then, that's all. Really, I couldn't help it. His smile grew more and more sinister. Lisha trembled in fear at that eerie smile. The longer she looked at his face, the more she was unable to escape the painful past. Behind that smile had once been a face twisted with fury, one that did nothing but curse at her. You're the child of a worthless woman. He had shouted at Lisha as she collapsed onto the floor. I feed you and give you a place to sleep, and you can't even do a few chores. Lisha could hardly believe that such a terrifying person could wear such a bright smile. Gathering her courage, she took one step forward. But she had to stop and shrink aside when that cruel uncle bent down and leaned toward her, speaking in a teasing tone. Oh my, are you embarrassed to see me after so long? Don't you remember your uncle? Lowering his voice, he reached as if to touch her hair as he spoke. The house felt so empty without you. Displeased, Lishan immediately stepped in front of Lisha and warned him with a scowl, don't touch her. The look in Lishan's eyes was so ferocious, it seemed as if he wanted to devour the man alive, and the uncle grew a little frightened. Lisha gently reached out and touched Lishan's arm, which had clenched tight in anger. Shyly, she said, Lishan, I'm all right. Understanding what she meant, Lishan immediately stepped back and let out a soft sigh. All right, I understand. Lisha smiled. Thank you, Brother Lishan. Then she turned to look at her uncle with a serious face, though she was still trembling a little. Lisha spoke. I know you're lying. Her uncle froze a little at that. Beads of sweat poured down his face like a stream. He forced a smile and tried to explain. What do you mean? I came all this way just to apologize. The uncle walked over to the table and pointed at the wooden box resting there. Look, I even brought your mother's belongings. As he spoke, he bent down and picked up the box. I really do want to talk to you. But Lisha did not waver in the slightest. Firmly, she said, I mean it. I can't hold it in anymore. The uncle jumped when he heard her next words. If there really had been any keepsakes left, you would have sold them long ago. Lisha added, or thrown them away. The uncle let out a faint sigh when she hit the mark, but the sweat on his face still would not stop. He still tried to prove his words were true. Raising the box, the uncle smiled brightly and said, No, I really was planning to give it to you when you were older, but now I have to return it to you. Stepping closer to Lisha, he asked, Haven't you been waiting for this day for so long? Lisha said resolutely, I don't need it. Please take it back. The uncle looked somewhat flustered and bent down, bringing the box closer to her. Lisha, you're being very rude. I've started working recently. Holding the box out toward her, he continued, Take it. Now, we're family. Faced with her uncle's earnest pleading, Lisha did not know what to do. She looked at the box in front of her, and her hesitation showed clearly on her face. She remembered the painful days of the past, when the creditors had dragged her away as she cried. Her uncle had not even bothered to look after her, showing not the slightest reluctance or regret. After a moment of thought, Lisha said firmly, Please never appear before me again. Even if I weren't part of the Vacheter family, I still would not go back and reunite with you. Her uncle was stunned by her coldness. Lisha continued painfully, Because you sold me that day. Humiliated and enraged, the uncle shouted, "How can you say something like that to me?" The moment he finished, soldiers rushed in and placed their swords at his throat, making him freeze in terror. Knowing he could do nothing, the uncle gritted his teeth and said, "Fine. Oh, I see. Then I'll just take it back." Lisha spoke up. "No, because I'm sure I have more memories of mother than you do." Lishan felt that enough was enough and gave the order, "End this. Throw him out." The uncle was immediately dragged outside, but he still stubbornly shouted, "Come on, wait, let me go, Lisha." Lishan pulled Lisha back toward the room. The uncle kept calling for the niece he himself had once cast aside. "Lisha!" But there was not the slightest response from Lisha, and he ground his teeth in anger. Using all his strength, the uncle hurled the box toward Lisha and Lishan. The box sprang open, and strange purple smoke began pouring out nonstop. Knowing that smoke could mean nothing good, Lishan stepped in front of Lisha and said, "Careful." A guard dragged the uncle outside, but he still stubbornly shouted, "Hey, wait, just a moment, Lisha." The uncle kept calling for the niece he himself had once cast aside. "Lisha!" But there was not the slightest reply from her, and he clenched his teeth in fury. Putting all his strength into it, the uncle threw the box at Lisha and Lishan. The box opened, and strange purple smoke kept billowing out. Knowing there was nothing good about that smoke, Lishan stepped in front of Lisha and warned, "Careful." Realizing the situation could not be avoided without someone getting hurt, Lishan quickly shoved Lisha out of the encroaching smoke. The guard behind them caught Lisha, while Lishan was gradually swallowed by the purple haze. Even so, he still managed to instruct, "Fkur al-Butter, take Lisha and get out of here." Lishan shouted, "Hurry." Seeing her brother in danger, Lisha cried out, "Lishan!" The smoke almost completely engulfed him, and he groaned in pain. "Ugh!" Following orders, the knight Fkur al-Butter held Lisha tightly and ran. Lisha screamed, "Lishan!" Suddenly, the smoke began to dissipate, and Lishan appeared with both hands covering his face to avoid breathing in the strange smoke. He raised a hand to clutch his forehead, his face twisted in agony. "It hurts!" Sweat poured down endlessly as Lishan gritted his teeth to endure the pain. Cursing angrily, he spat out, "Damn it!" The quartz ring on his hand gradually cracked. Then it shattered, even though it had struck nothing. Flames burst up all around Lishan from nowhere. Lishan struggled to stay calm, clenching his teeth against the pain. Lisha was terrified by the sight before her and cried out his name. "Lishan!" The distance between them grew greater and greater as her brother was surrounded by flames. Just as they reached the door, a tremendous explosion rang out. Shards of glass flew everywhere, and the purple smoke and fire burst outward through the doorway. The people working in the mansion had no idea what was happening. Fkur al-Butter shouted, "Run!" As he carried the young lady in his arms, he warned everyone, "Get out of here, everyone!" Someone spotted the flames and cried out, "Ah, fire!" Hearing the alarm, many people hurried over with buckets of water to put it out. But Fkur al-Butter stopped them. "It's no use. Don't try to extinguish it. It's magical fire. Stay back." Everyone streamed outside one after another as the fire spread more and more. Doza ran over to Lisha and asked anxiously, young lady, good heavens, are you all right?" Fkur al-Butter gently set Lisha down. Crying, Lisha said, "Lishan's magic." Doza looked at her anxiously. Sobbing, Lisha said, "The neutralizing energy, it's gone. I need to go in and get it quickly." Doza was shocked. Hale and Fkur al-Butter both looked tense. Though they said nothing, it seemed they all understood exactly what was happening. Magic stones, glittering gems in many colors. Everyone knew that magic stones were extremely important to the Vachiter family, and all fell silent at Lisha's words. Not long ago, the former Duke Vachiter had poured his magic into one and died. What was peculiar was that there had been no body at his funeral. Because there was no corpse, everyone believed he had been consumed by his own magic. Lisha remembered what her second brother Joel had once told her. If his magic was not neutralized, the boy could be devoured by the very magic he created. At that memory, Lisha's anxiety rose to its peak. No, Lisha tried to run back inside. "Lisha," but Doza quickly caught her in time. "Young lady," someone spoke up. "There are still neutralizing stones left." Lisha froze and lifted a hand to wipe away her tears. Butler Hale searched inside his clothes with one hand and continued, "There is always a reserve source of neutralizing energy." Then he took out a ring that looked quite similar to the one of Lishan's that had just shattered. Hale said nothing more. Behind him, the mansion was still burning fiercely, black smoke billowing out. One window after another burst apart in explosions. A male servant asked worriedly, "But how are we supposed to get it inside?" A maid standing nearby added, "Master Matthias and Joel have both gone out." Only then did Butler Hale speak. Young Master Joel's wind magic would only make the flames grow bigger. He lowered his head, hesitant but still said it. Although young Master Matthias could bury the fire with earth, and he could extinguish it at once, if he did that, young Master Lishan would still be in danger. Fkur al-Butter also voiced his helplessness. Lord Jursat, who uses water magic, is away at the palace. Lisha let out a worried little sound. Though she knew it felt hopeless, she still tried to think of some way to save Lishan. What do we do? Thinking of Lishan, she remembered that for him, she would do anything she could. Lisha's whole body trembled as she choked back sobs. Tears of helplessness streamed down freely, and she silently blamed herself. Why can't I use magic? A real member of the Vacheter family should be able to use magic. Lisha's tears, filled with all her feelings, fell as freely as her fading hope. And the moment a tear struck the ground, what surfaced in Lisha's mind was the image of a tear falling onto a book filled with hard-to-read letters. Those lines of writing seemed to be reminding her of something. Lisha hurriedly wiped away her tears. A thought flashed through her mind, and she ran off with a face full of hope, thinking as she ran, maybe that will work. Seeing Lisha dash away so suddenly, everyone was stunned. Fkur al-Butter and the guards immediately ran after her. "Young lady!" Lisha's footsteps grew faster and faster. She put all her strength into running toward the building opposite. The guards called after her, "Young lady!" Lisha ran into the study where she had been reading with Lishan earlier. Panting from exhaustion, she looked around for something. Her eyes landed on the book on the table, while her mind unconsciously repeated the name of her brother, who was in danger. Lishan. Lisha ran on, thinking, "Lishan, wait just a little longer." She ran up the stairs. Lisha searched with her eyes, silently praying in her heart for a miracle. "Please." Lisha ran all around looking for it. By then, the guards had caught up to the doorway. Unable to find it anywhere, Lisha grew frantic. "I need it. Where is it? Please, someone tell me where it is." Suddenly, a book slid out from the shelf by itself. It began to glow at once, immediately drawing Lisha's gaze. She cried out in delight. "Found it!" One of the guards stepped forward and held on to Lisha. "Young lady." Unable to find it anywhere, Lisha grew frantic. "I need it. Where is it? Please, someone tell me where it is." Suddenly, a book slid out from the shelf by itself. It began to glow at once, immediately drawing Lisha's gaze. She cried out in delight. "Found it!" One of the guards stepped forward and held on to Lisha. "Young lady." Lisha was lifted into the air, and she let out a small sound of surprise. "Ah!" The guard carried her closer to the glowing book and said, "I'll help you, my lady." Lisha immediately reached out and took the book. Lisha slowly pulled the book free from the shelf. Hugging it tightly to her chest, she was gently set back down by the guard. The servants and the butler could do nothing but stand there helplessly, facing the mansion as it was gradually being consumed by fire. Then, from behind them, Lisha called out, making Hale and Doza turn around. "Butler!" Lisha ran over with 3 guards following behind her. Cradling the book in one arm, she stretched out her other hand toward the butler and said, "Butler Hale, give me the neutralizing ring." Though sweat drenched her face, Lisha did not hesitate at all. "I'm going in there. I can save Lishan." Still panting, Lisha said, "So the ring," but Hale flatly refused. "I cannot do that. We cannot afford any more losses." Lisha pleaded desperately, "Take me there. I have to go." Tugging at his clothes, she begged earnestly, "I only need one neutralizing ring to save Lishan." Hale turned back to look at the fire raging larger and larger through the mansion, hesitating slightly. Lisha urged him, "Butler, hurry." Fkur al-Butter stepped forward and said, "My lady." He tried to persuade her. "No matter how worried you are for Lishan, you must not go in there. Lisha said helplessly in a small voice. Lishan must be suffering so much right now. Fkur al-Butter continued, trying to convince her. If the young lady gets hurt, then young Master Lishan's efforts will have been for nothing. Lisha said angrily. You swore you would obey my orders, and this is all you can say? Speaking as if issuing a command, Lisha said, please step aside. Fkur al-Butter and the other two guards froze at Lisha's decisiveness. They looked at one another, as if asking what they should do now. Fkur al-Butter explained, of course we are your guards, but we also have a duty to dissuade our master when she makes a reckless decision. The blonde guard added, that's right. How would you even get in there? Everything is burning. Ordinary people aren't allowed in there. Lisha fell silent, her small brows knitting together. She tightened her grip on the book in her hands and tried to prove herself. I'll prove that I can do it. The butler and the guards looked at each other in confusion. Lisha opened the book, her face heavy with sorrow. She wondered, can I really use magic? Lisha squeezed her eyes shut and silently pleaded, please. Lisha began reciting the words inside the book. Everyone watched her intently to see whether she could save Lishan. Lisha continued murmuring those incomprehensible lines. The little girl read with the firm belief that she would be able to save her brother. A white light gradually began to shine, and in Lisha's eyes appeared the image of a magic circle slowly taking shape. Hale was stunned that magic was being used by his young lady. Everyone was just like Hale, Doza, and the servants alike. Not one of them failed to gasp in shock at the sight before them. They all had the same thought. Miss couldn't use magic, could she? Someone exclaimed, my God. Beneath Lisha's feet, a magic circle was slowly being formed. Butler Hale thought to himself, this is definitely not magic belonging to the Vacheter family. What happened next astonished Butler Hale even more. Lisha firmly closed the book. Hale thought at that moment words were no longer necessary, and he smiled in relief. In his heart, he affirmed it. The young lady truly was a perfect member of the Vacheter family. Lisha held out her hand toward Butler Hale. Hale understood at once and took out the ring to hand it to her. Inside the mansion, Lishan had already collapsed to the floor. Lishan struggled to get back up and cursed angrily. Damn it, Lishan muttered, I'm so tired. He thought to himself, ever since I was little, I've always imagined death. But this must truly be the end of Lishan Vacheter. Red flames surrounded him, and not only that, blue flames on his body tormented him every second. With no strength left at all, Lishan's whole body collapsed to the floor once again. Feeling that he could no longer endure it, Lishan silently called the name of the sister he loved most, Lisha. He remembered Lisha's adorable face as she read, and thought of those round eyes. I want to see that child's bright smile one last time. That was what he thought as he remembered Lisha's smile. In his dazed state, Lishan heard Lisha calling out, Brother Lishan, Brother Lishan. Lishan thought he must be delirious and gave a faint laugh. One last time? I must be imagining things. But that voice kept calling, Brother Lishan. Only then was Lishan sure he had not misheard. He forced himself upright and looked toward the voice. Lisha was running toward him, surrounded by a circle. Lisha asked anxiously, Are you okay? Lishan could not believe his eyes. He silently asked himself, Lisha, how is this possible? Yet Lisha's face became clearer and clearer before his eyes. Lishan curled his lips slightly and thought, thank you. As he looked at Lisha's worried face, happiness overflowed within him. Lishan still could not believe his eyes and only thought this was an illusion. To see you again, even if only in an illusion. The flames grew larger and larger, and suddenly a sound came from the chandelier above, as though something had snapped. The chain holding the chandelier in place was breaking apart. The chandelier fell straight toward where Lishan lay. Lisha cried out in panic, no. But the chandelier did not stop falling because of her scream. Seeing the danger, Lisha immediately ran over. She hugged him tightly, protecting Lishan in her arms. Lisha's power burst forth, forming a barrier that protected both her and Lishan. Lishan slowly came to. Choking on smoke, he coughed harshly. Through hazy eyes, he saw Lisha anxiously calling, Brother Lishan, are you all right? Lishan weakly pushed himself up and called, Lisha. Seeing that her brother had awakened, Lisha let out a relieved breath. Thank goodness. Lishan looked at her worriedly and asked, H, how did you get in here? Then he noticed that she was clutching the magic book tightly against her chest, and there was also a ring in her hand. Lisha put the ring on Alishan's finger. Looking at the ring on his hand, Lishan angrily scolded her. Was it for this? You foolish girl, why would you come back into the middle of this sea of fire? I'll let you in here. What the hell were your guards doing? Hearing that Lishan seemed to be blaming her guards, Lisha quickly took responsibility herself. And no, that's not it. This was my decision. Didn't you tell me that I should choose my own place for myself? Lishan scolded her. Idiot, that doesn't mean you should stand in the middle of a sea of fire. Lisha said firmly, if Lishan is in danger, then my choice would still be the same. Hearing her say that, Lishan was stunned speechless. He could only sigh and lecture her. Remember this. Once we get out of here, I'm dealing with you. Lisha tugged Lishan's hand, unafraid, and said as they walked, after we get out, you have to keep your promise and have dinner with me. The mansion was still burning when suddenly the sky darkened and a heavy rain began. Outside, the butler and Doza looked up at the sudden downpour. Doza cried out happily, ah. The butler wiped his sweat and let out a long breath of relief. Inside the mansion, Lisha was supporting Lishan as they made their way out of the blaze. Looking through the window and seeing the heavy rain outside, she could not help but be surprised. Happily, she said, thank goodness it's raining. Someone behind her suddenly said, no, this isn't ordinary rain. Hearing that, she asked curiously, pardon? A person slowly approached them. The person who had come turned out to be him. Looking at him, he said, I'm late. They stared at him in shock. Looking at Lisha, he said softly, you must be. The three of them stood there in silence for a while. Looking into the eyes of the person staring at her, she cautiously said, hello, sir. Without replying, he turned and left. Watching him walk away, she softly let out an ah. Someone gently called to her, let's go. Outside, the sky had grown clearer as well. The rain had eased. The servants waiting outside anxiously said, my goodness, young master. Another hurried over joyfully and said, Miss, thank goodness everyone is safe. A servant standing behind also said the fire was extinguished quickly too. Just like that, everyone gathered around the girl. Someone walked over and called for Butler Hale. Watching the direction the butler had gone, she let out a disappointed sigh. Then the butler went elsewhere to talk. She stood there, deeply worried. After a while of speaking, the butler said that the man calling himself the young lady's uncle had taken the magic book and gone inside with the young lady. Hearing that, his gaze turned icy cold. She blamed herself, thinking it was because of her and her uncle. While the girl was still reproaching herself, she heard him ask, then where is that man who called himself her uncle now? Fkur al-Butter answered. At the time, everyone was panicking over the fire. We prioritize your safety first, so we sincerely apologize. He stepped forward and asked, so he disappeared? No one said anything. Everyone avoided his gaze. Angrily, he called out Fkur al-Butter's full name. His face darkened as he walked up to Lisha and said, I am not a man of mercy or sympathy. Anything that threatens my family will be eradicated. That is my principle. But this time, I'll give you the only choice. What should I do with your uncle? Everyone around them stood in silence, watching the girl and waiting for her answer. She looked toward Lishan. Still uncomfortable, he rubbed his chest and coughed. After a moment of silence, the girl said painfully, my uncle. He must receive the punishment he deserves. Her eyes gradually grew resolute as she said, I cannot forgive him. The girl said painfully, my uncle. He must receive the punishment he deserves. Her eyes gradually grew resolute as she said, I cannot forgive him. He stared at the determined girl before him, too surprised to speak. A drop of water slowly fell from the corner of the girl's eye. Seeing that, he was heartbroken beyond words. Hearing her say that, the knight glanced over, looking scared half to death. He and the other guards immediately stood straight and said, we will not disappoint you. In the forest, the figure of a man slowly appeared, drawing closer. He had clearly been running for a long time, panting heavily in exhaustion. It turned out to be Lisha's vile uncle. As he panted, he cursed, it's all that little bitch's fault. I raised her for nearly 10 years, and now she dares be so ungrateful? How dare she look at me like that? He lowered his head and snorted softly, then lifted his face to the sky and laughed loudly. Ha ha, but I did it. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a gold coin. Greedily staring at it, he said, Ha, now all I need to do is go back and pay off my debt. He recalled what had happened then. That person had thrown a large handful of gold coins onto the ground, and he had stared blankly at them. Delighted, he had crawled over to pick them up, thinking, so I can make money just by talking about her. As he was gathering them, that person suddenly stepped on his hand, and he cried out in pain, "Ugh, ah." The injured-faced man smiled in great satisfaction and said, "You said that girl can't use magic, didn't you?" The uncle nodded obsequiously and said, "That's right, it's true. She can't use magic." The man laughed sinisterly and said, "Then I'll give you this simple task." He threw a box onto the ground and said, "Take this box and give it to her. If she doesn't accept it, just get close and open it." The uncle picked up the box and asked, "What is this?" The man said with a pleased laugh, "It's a tool for amplifying magic. People like you probably wouldn't know." The man coaxed him, "Do that, and I'll give you twice the money that's in your pocket." Thinking of that, the uncle burst into mad laughter. Ah! Suddenly, an arrow shot into his leg. He cried out in pain, "Ack!" Unable to run anymore, he collapsed to the ground. Turning back in terror, he stammered, "Why you?" A group had arrived to capture him. Grinding his teeth in anger, one of them said, "If it were up to our master, we would have killed you already. But our kind young lady said you had to be brought back alive." Terrified, the uncle cried, "Please save me." The knight lifted his foot and said angrily, "Oh, I'll save you right now." The whole group swarmed him, kicking and beating him, then brought him back to the estate. Leisha hurried over and called, "Uncle." The girl said angrily, "Because of you, someone almost died." He asked the man what that box was. The uncle clenched his hands and quickly crawled forward, not caring about anything else, hurrying toward them. "My lord, please let me explain. I only came here to deliver to my niece a keepsake, left behind by her mother. As for why that box exploded, I truly don't know. But compared to that, let me tell you this, you are being deceived. Is that trashy little girl really your precious sister? My lord, I truly don't know what happened. I'm innocent." Watching him, she was filled with disappointment. Clutching her skirt tightly, the girl cursed inwardly, "How vulgar." Angrily, someone raised magic as if to strike him and said, "I can't listen to this any longer." He was stopped. The speaker looked toward the one who had been silent all this time. The girl stood to one side in pain, not knowing what she was thinking. Enduring his displeasure, he said, "Yes, that's right." He thought to himself, "This is Leisha's matter." He called softly, and a reply came, "Yes, milady." He asked, "How do the family knights punish liars?" The knight repeated, "A liar." Cracking his knuckles, he smiled and said, "We'll take very good care of him until he spits out the truth." Looking at the vile uncle lying on the ground, she said without pity, "Then tell uncle about the family's methods." The knight immediately strode over, grabbed the man by the collar, and hauled him up. Seeing this, the uncle cried out in terror, ah. The girl did not listen and turned her head away. He threw the man heavily to the ground. Enough, came the order, and someone let out a long breath. The girl's wicked uncle lay groggily on the ground and said, "I was wrong." Someone asked, "Do you know what your mistake was?" Slowly forcing himself up, he said, "Everything. I'm sorry. I did many wrong things to you. I beat you, forced you to sell flowers in the freezing winter." He was cut off. No need to list useless things. Talk about that box. Seeing that he had no intention of speaking, the knight grabbed his collar, ready to beat him again. Terrified, the man quickly said, "I'll talk. I'll tell everything. That box was His stomach and mouth suddenly seemed wrong. Seeing that, Leisha became worried beyond measure. "Uncle." He lowered his head and kept coughing. A hand reached out. Cough. Someone blocked the girl's line of sight with a hand as she anxiously called, "Uncle." He vomited a large amount of blood. Seeing this, they did not know what to do. Someone tugged at his clothes and said, "Hey." But suddenly his whole body vanished. Emotionlessly, they stared at the place where he had disappeared. Now there was nothing there but a pile of ashes and dust. No trace of a person remained. Inside, panic kept rising. "Let me go. What happened? What's wrong with Uncle?" He remained silent, avoiding her gaze. Crying out painfully, she shouted, "Uncle!" The girl fell silent, her worried eyes fixed ahead. He had already walked over and stood in front of her. He placed a hand on her shoulder and said, "Welcome to the family." That night at the villa on the outskirts of the capital, someone hurried over in worry. With disgust, another said, "Be quiet. She's resting." In alarm, he said, "After hearing the news, I nearly lost my mind." The other looked at the man with disdain, thinking, it's not like he didn't know what was happening here. Without saying anything, he stood there, looking at the ring on his hand. He thought back to what had happened and silently told himself that he really needed to teach her many things. At the very least, the matter of putting a ring on his ring finger. Someone said, "Listen, I heard the manor burned down and collapsed, and you still tried to preserve it. When she was home, why did the manor end up like that?" Someone appeared behind him and said, "You're blaming him? And I don't think something like this needs explaining." Hearing that, he let out an annoyed little scoff, about to argue back. Then the other said, "I heard you took her to a gambling house." Left speechless, he only muttered, "That was. Damn it, was playing around by yourself not enough? You even brought my little sister with you." Hearing that, the other protested, "What are you saying? Everyone has the freedom to go wild once in a while. That isn't freedom. That's excessive indulgence." Angrily, he shouted, "Ugh, you're just like father. Seriously, you're practically his exact copy. I heard about what happened at the manor today. She saw her own uncle do something like that right before her eyes. And on top of that, they say you handed the family's authority to an 11-year-old girl and made her bear all of it. Brother, don't try to turn your own sibling into someone as cold-blooded as you." From upstairs, another voice came down and asked, "I don't understand what the problem is here. You're the only one here who can't use the family's authority." Unable to argue, he sighed and said, "If family can do this much, then that's enough. That's how it should be. It's fine." With that, the young man turned and ran off, not forgetting to add, "My brother is the worst." Another said, "It would have been better to let her slowly learn how to use magic. Making that child decide to dispose of her own uncle was already too much." He also thought over those words. Turning away and walking upstairs, he said, "If she has to live among us anyway, then she needs to deal with the lower sort as quickly as possible." Downstairs, seeing how stubborn he was, the other could only sigh. In a luxurious room, voices could be heard speaking. That is royal magic. It has been preserved at the Academy to kill the living and erase traces, and according to the information brought back, those pet birds in the carriage were ordered by the Crown Prince, someone said. Another slowly gave his opinion. "That's only speculation. We have no concrete evidence." Another added, "According to the report, it may be a translation spell. The value of that possibility is still being passed around even though the royal family has already set its sights on it." "What do you intend to do?" he asked. Calmly, he replied, "At dawn, I'll send her to the estate. As for the investigation into the royal family's side, we'll deal with that later." It seemed someone wanted to say something. Then, noticing Joel looking at him, he finally answered, "Yes." As he stepped outside, he ran into Matthias pacing back and forth in front of Leisha's room. He asked, startling Matthias, "Weren't you here to see her? Then why are you just standing there?" Matthias said quietly, "I just don't have the face to see her." Lishan snapped, "Idiot, what did you do wrong? Why not just go see Leisha directly?" Matthias replied, "I did that for my sister, but because of me, she had to act like a member of the Vochater family, just like you said. Damn it, I don't know. Maybe I'm just a terrible big brother and only a bad influence on Letty." Lishan sighed and said, "Matthias, you're not as bad as your foolish appearance makes you look. Thanks to you, I've gained new perspectives many times." Perhaps a carefree and cheerful person like Matthias was, naturally, a better older brother than anyone else. There was a knock at the door, and Leisha asked, "Who is it?" From outside came the reply, "It's me." Leisha softly asked, "Lishan?" The door opened. Matthias was shoved into the room, stumbling and nearly falling. "Whoa!" Smiling gently like a spring breeze, he asked, "Letty, how are you?" Awkwardly, Matthias raised a hand in greeting and looked at Leisha with a smile. "Letty, hello." "Yes," Leisha answered. Matthias and Lishan walked over to where Leisha was sitting. Holding her teddy bear, Leisha looked up at Matthias in silence. Matthias scratched his head and smiled sheepishly. "Well, this is really—" He glanced at Leisha. Leisha hugged the bear, looking a little downcast. Matthias stepped closer. Leisha watched Matthias approach her bed. Matthias placed a hand on the edge of her bed. Leisha, Leisha. Matthias pulled Leisha into his arms and gently stroked her head to comfort her. He kept calling his little sister's name as he said that he already knew everything. You must have had a really hard day today, right? Matthias asked softly, his heart aching. No, not really. Hiding her face in Matthias's chest, Leisha spoke in a gloomy, self-reproachful voice. It was because of me that the mansion burned down. So, what are you saying, Letty? Matthias looked at Leisha in disapproval. That wasn't your fault. Uncle. Leisha closed her eyes and spoke in self-blame. I really hated him. Even though I once thought he should be punished. Not like this. I truly never imagined he would disappear without a trace like that. Leisha thought sadly. Clutching her teddy bear tightly, Leisha thought uncomfortably, punished and made to atone. Her hands tightened around the bear as she thought sadly, is there really no other way for everyone to live together happily? Recalling what had happened then, Leisha looked at Lord Jursat and asked, what happened to Uncle? You don't need to worry about that, Lord Jursat said. Even if he's still alive, from now on he will never have the chance to see you again. Lord Jursat turned his back to Leisha as he spoke. Your uncle, Lishan began. It seems he had already been cursed by some kind of magic before coming here to see you, Lishan said while looking at Leisha. How could Uncle have been cursed by such terrible magic? Leisha asked, unable to understand. I'll find out the reason now, Lishan said. There are so many things I still don't know, Leisha thought gloomily as she hugged her teddy bear. I wanted to be acknowledged as a member of the Vachiter family. She remembered Lord Jursat looking at her expressionlessly and saying, welcome to the Vachiter family. In the end, I still don't feel happy, Leisha thought sadly as she rested her chin on the teddy bear. And on top of that, it seems like because of me, my brothers keep getting dragged into trouble. Matthias called her, Letty. Matthias lifted Leisha's face and wiped away her tears. Don't cry. Looking at Leisha, Matthias smiled gently as he spoke. Matthias gazed at Leisha with a calm expression. His eyes fell on the wound on her face that was now healing. Matthias gently brushed his hand over Leisha's wound, and his gaze turned self-reproachful and pained. He pulled Leisha's head against his chest and hugged her tightly. Leisha stared blankly, not understanding what was happening. I am sorry. Matthias spoke to Leisha in a voice full of remorse and guilt. I am truly sorry. Holding Leisha tightly, Matthias spoke in anguish. Lishan widened his eyes at the scene before him. From the very first time we met, I decided, Matthias hugged Leisha close as he said, that I would do my very best to protect this little sister of mine. But it seems things haven't gone very well, Matthias said sadly. Leisha pulled away from his chest, looked up at him, and said, that's not true. Brother Matthias is really a very interesting person, and you always come over and hug me like this. Leisha smiled happily as she spoke and leaned against Matthias again. No, I should have come back when the accident happened, Matthias said, stroking Leisha's head while blaming himself. But I didn't even know what to do. How am I supposed to comfort Letty when she's sad? Holding Leisha in his arms, Matthias spoke in pained helplessness. I am sorry, Letty. I really am careless and shallow, Matthias said in a low, gloomy voice. I never used to think of myself that way before, but lately I really have become like that. Leisha raised her small hands and wrapped them around Matthias. Matthias's eyes widened in surprise at Leisha's action. That's not true, Brother Matthias. You were the first person to come and comfort me like this, Leisha said gently as she hugged him. I'm really happy to be comforted like this, Leisha said softly. Whenever I feel unhappy, looking up at Matthias, Leisha smiled brightly and happily as she spoke. Hearing her words, Matthias froze, then looked down at her in surprise and softly called, Letty, that's... Hugging Leisha, Matthias smiled gently and thought, it's simply because I like you. Father, mother, and even my brothers, no one had ever done this for me before, Matthias thought in silence. The first person to worry about me. Looking at Leisha, smiling brightly in front of him, Matthias thought with emotion. And the only one in the family who has comforted me. My little sister, everything you do for me has truly touched my heart, Matthias thought warmly. He reached out toward Leisha. Then he lifted Leisha high into the air and happily called out, Letty, Laughing joyfully, he said loudly, "You really are amazing, my little baby sister." Suddenly lifted high up, Leisha said softly, "Be brother, stop." "I'll stop when you say you like me too," Matthias said cheerfully, setting the condition. Leisha was surprised by his words. Then she laughed happily. Looking down from above, Leisha said brightly, "All right. I like you very much too, brother Matthias. Letty is the best." Matthias shouted happily as he spun Leisha around in the air. "I knew it. My little sister is the prettiest when she smiles," Matthias said happily as he lowered Leisha and lightly pressed his forehead against hers. Then he set Leisha back down on the floor. Leisha smiled at Matthias. Matthias smiled back at her. Phew! Both of them let out a breath. Then Matthias and Leisha burst into happy laughter together. Ahem! Suddenly, a dry cough rang out, interrupting Matthias and Leisha's cheerful moment. They stopped laughing and turned toward the source of the cough in confusion. My, Matthias." Lishan rested a hand on his chin and smiled teasingly. "I brought you here to comfort her, but it seems you're the one who got comforted instead," Lishan said with a faint smile. Is that so?" Matthias said awkwardly. "Of course." Crossing his arms, Lishan spoke. Matthias looked at Lishan and thought gratefully, "Thank you, Lishan. Thanks to you, I was able to open up to Leisha." Looking at Lishan's faint smile, Matthias thought to himself, "And I could talk to her comfortably too." Looking at the adorable Leisha beside him, he thought happily, "Goodness, in the Vacheter family, I have two younger siblings who are even more mature than I am." Looking at Lishan and Leisha smiling happily, he thought, "Now I know what I need to protect." Well, Lishan crossed his arms and let out a sigh of relief, smiling as he said, "It seems everyone is feeling more at ease now." With that, Lishan turned toward the door and signaled with a nod. Doza immediately pushed in a food cart. "Let's eat together," Lishan said, and then one food cart after another was brought in by the servants. The car came to a stop. Wow! Leisha marveled inwardly as she looked at the exquisite dishes being wheeled in. The food was brought in right away. Leisha stared at the cart piled high with dishes that Doza pushed in, her eyes sparkling as she excitedly thought, when did Brother Lishan prepare all of this? As it turned out, the moment Matthias entered, Lishan had already ordered the servants to prepare the meal. "My lady, even if you have no appetite, please at least take a spoonful of soup before going to sleep," Doza said gently with a soft smile. Leisha clutched the blanket over her lap and said softly, "Doza, thank you, but..." Leisha and Matthias both followed Lishan with their eyes as he moved. Lishan sat down in a chair. Lishan turned to look at Leisha, his eyes clearly saying, "Why are you still not coming over here?" Lishan, startled by his action, Leisha called out to him. "Brother!" Leisha cried out. "Eek!" Leisha yelped in shock when Matthias suddenly picked her up. Looking up at Matthias, Leisha cried out, "Brother Matthias!" She stared blankly as Matthias set her down in a chair and laid a napkin over her skirt. "Letty, this is the first time we've eaten together," Matthias said with a cheerful smile, propping his chin on his hand as he looked at her. "Take good care of me." Leisha covered her eyes with her hand at the dazzling brightness of Matthias's smile and thought to herself, "I can't refuse him." "What? Don't say that to me, Letty." Suddenly, Matthias shouted and sprang to his feet, looking dejected. "Do you hate eating with Lishan and me?" "Oh, no, of course not. How could that be?" Leisha cried out in panic. "I really like it." Suddenly, the room fell quiet. Leisha covered her flushed face with both hands, practically steaming from embarrassment. "You're absolutely right to feel that way, my lady," Doza said with a smile. She set a plate of soup on the table. In no time at all, the table had been neatly and beautifully set. "Wah!" Leisha exclaimed longingly at the bowl of soup in front of her. Matthias laughed and said, "What are you still waiting for? Eat." "Yes," Leisha replied and picked up her spoon. "It's delicious, isn't it?" At some point, Joel had come to stand behind Leisha and was smiling down at her as he asked. Leisha was startled to suddenly hear his voice behind her. "Brother Joel," Leisha cried out happily. Joel placed a hand over his chest, then looked at her with refined courtesy and said, "My dear, I apologize for arriving so abruptly. Please forgive my rudeness, but may I join you for dinner?" "Yes, of course," Leisha replied happily. Joel smiled and said, "Thank you, Leisha." Leisha took a bite of her food. Her eyes widened. Looking at Joel and Lishan seated across from her, sharing the meal with her, Then, turning to look beside her at Matthias sitting next to her, she thought to herself, I thought it would already be wonderful just to eat with Lishan. Lisha swung her legs happily, but now it has turned into a family dinner. She smiled happily as Matthias chatted cheerfully with her. Oh, looking at the salad in front of her, Lisha let out a little cry. Shouldn't the Duke be eating, too? Lisha asked. The Duke? Joel asked in confusion. Then, as if remembering, said, Jursat, Letty, look here, Matthias said while rubbing Lisha's head. This table is only set for 4 people. There's no place for him. Matthias said, he'll eat by himself. Is that true? Lisha wondered suspiciously. Under the warm yellow light, she thought about it again. By the way, Letty, your building and all your things were burned up, so we should go buy everything again. Matthias smiled at Lisha as he spoke. This time, I'll definitely stay by your side. Idiot, you're planning to take her to the casino again, aren't you? Don't even dream about it, Lishan said coldly and sternly. Matthias froze solid after hearing Lishan's words. Looking at Lisha, who seemed worried about Matthias, Joel smiled gently and said, if you're going out, all of us will go with you. We can't let Matthias be the only one taking you. Yes, Lisha smiled at Joel as she answered. Then she burst into delighted laughter. This is so nice, Lisha thought, looking at her brothers chatting happily while caring for her. The next day, the sky was clear. A carriage was already waiting in the courtyard. Lisha, dressed in a blue gown, stood by the window and looked down. The direction decided for Lisha was northwest. Watching Lisha gaze outside through the glass, Matthias thought silently, even though that was a decision Jursat made rather arbitrarily. Right now, all the clues point to one person, the Crown Prince. Compared to leaving Lisha in the capital with the Crown Prince, it would be safer to take her back to the family territory, Matthias thought. Lisha stood quietly by the window, looking outside. With her hands resting on the window, she looked down into the estate grounds below. The servants were carrying luggage. The guard were speaking among themselves. Since I was born, I've never once left the capital, Lisha thought anxiously. Placing a hand on the window pane, Lisha thought deeply before reaching this world that I only learned about a few days ago. Her scratched, dusty hand rested against the wooden wall. Everyone treated me coldly, Lisha thought. My life used to revolve around the slum behind the alley and a shack, Lisha remembered inwardly. My small world expanded faster than I expected, Lisha thought in silence. She turned and looked behind her. Letty. Matthias placed a hand on her shoulder and called her name. It'll be fine. During this time, I'll always be by your side. Matthias smiled and hugged Lisha reassuringly. Lishan and I will go with you, and Joel is on break, so he'll come too. Looking at Lisha, Matthias smiled and said, because everyone is by your side, there's nothing to worry about. Then, Lisha hesitated before asking, what about the Duke? I don't know, Matthias replied, looking down at Lisha. Seeing his attitude, Lisha thought, it seems he isn't very close to the Duke. Jursat will be here soon, a voice suddenly said. Startled, Lisha turned toward the source of the voice. She saw Lishan, who had somehow already taken a seat in a chair, looking at her with a smile. When did he get here? Lisha thought, in surprise. Letty. Someone called her name while rubbing her head. Lisha looked up at that person, who asked with concern, you don't seem very happy. Joel, Lisha cried out. Why don't we take a little morning walk? Joel suggested with a smile. Oh, and while we're at it, would you like to go see the fish pond? Matthias asked cheerfully. It'd be a wonderful place to have breakfast after our walk, wouldn't it? At the fish pond in the garden. Letty. Holding Lisha's hand, Matthias called to her brightly. Come on. Smiling, Matthias led her by the hand. As Lisha was walking down the stairs, she suddenly stopped. Jursat was passing by the staircase, and Lisha and Matthias stood there looking at him. Duke, Lisha called hesitantly. Jursat turned his head to look. Well, Duke, Lisha faltered. Good morning, Duke. Lisha gave Jursat a stiff formal greeting. Lisha looked at Jursat anxiously. Jursat turned his back and started to walk away. Hale, find someone to teach the child etiquette, Jursat coldly ordered the butler as he walked off. Hale bowed respectfully and replied, Yes, sir. Lisha fell silent in disappointment. Matthias was irritated and angry at his eldest brother's attitude toward their sister. Lisha thought sadly, it seems that in the Duke's eyes, I'm full of shortcomings. Letty, Matthias comforted her while rubbing her head. It's okay. Don't worry about that. Joel also said to comfort Leisha. He's simply a very withdrawn person. Matthias's words made Jursat, who had been walking away, suddenly stop. Jursat let out a breath and turned back to look at his younger brother. An arm rose. Joel stepped in front of Leisha and Matthias, then looked at Jursat and asked, "Brother, where are you going so early? I thought you would be coming with us to the Damian house." Both the butler and Jursat turned to look at Joel. "Ah, His Highness invited him to breakfast." Hale spoke up and explained to Joel. Leisha looked back and forth among her brothers, flustered and uneasy. Joel clenched his hand. "Do you really have to go?" Joel asked Jursat in a low voice. Even though there is no evidence, Jursat looked at Joel, exhaled, and said, "A warning still ought to be given." With that, Jursat turned his back and walked away. The butler also bowed politely to Joel and the others, then turned and followed Jursat. "How cold," Matthias said with an annoyed frown. "He acts like he's the greatest person alive. Right, Letty? Our eldest brother is really hopeless, isn't he?" "Matthias, come on. Say nicer things in front of Letty." Joel reproached him. Matthias grumbled. "I'll say nice things when his attitude improves. Right, Letty?" Then Joel smiled and took Leisha gently by both shoulders. Startled, she looked up at Joel. Leisha's eyes widened as she looked at Matthias. Matthias smiled at Leisha. Leisha smiled back. She looked truly happy when she was with her brothers. Suddenly, Leisha let out a little ah. She turned her head toward Lishan, who was standing with his arms crossed not far away. Lishan's face was cold as he looked toward Leisha and her three brothers. "Come to think of it, Lishan is acting very strangely today, too," Leisha thought as she looked at him. "It feels like he's deliberately observing everything that happens in the Duke Vochater family." Leisha thought deeply. He's the youngest, but his gaze and attitude make it seem as though he looks down on everyone. Is it just my imagination? But I can't stop thinking it, Leisha thought in confusion. In a luxurious room, Prince Ejikin stood with his arms crossed, leaning against the wall as he watched the servants busy at work. Ahem! He smiled and cleared his throat. The black smoke inside that box was a magical monster, the prince thought. I only wanted to test whether that girl could use magic. If the child truly possesses magical power, once the smoke wrapped around her, Prince Ejikin thought, she would have suffered pain for being unable to control the surge of magic pouring out. Then that little girl might have died by her own magical power, though she also might have survived if she were lucky, Prince Ejikin thought smugly. If that happened, the Vochater family would ask the royal family for a magic dispelling stone, and then they would be able to determine what kind of magical power Leisha has. Even an ordinary body with no ability to use magic, Prince Ejikin thought to himself, can still be gravely injured if the box explodes nearby. All these little tricks were enough to irritate Jursat already, Prince Ejikin thought with displeasure. Of course, both plans had failed. His side had already been eliminated, someone reported, and the young lady was unharmed as well. There's no need for me to get involved in this matter, Prince Ejikin thought, rubbing his chin. The fourth child, a fire mage, took the place of the injured girl instead. Prince Ejikin smiled slyly to himself. You must be feeling quite unpleasant right now, he said smugly. Jursat Vochater, Ejikin thought, remembering Jursat's cold, emotionless, arrogant attitude. Ejikin mused with interest, I really wonder what that handsome face will look like when it falls into the abyss. The sky was a deep blue. Someone was walking forward step by step, shoes clicking crisply. It was Jursat, approaching Prince Ejikin, who was smiling as he watched him. Duke Vochater, come here, Prince Ejikin called with a smile. Jursat solemnly bowed to Prince Ejikin. Good morning, Your Highness, Jursat said in a cold, expressionless voice. Prince Ejikin frowned. You seem luckier than I thought, Prince Ejikin said with a strained smile. I heard the Vochater estate burned down, did it not? You must have been terribly worried. Prince Ejikin asked with a smile, pretending concern. It was only a residence. Your Highness need not trouble yourself over it, Jursat said indifferently. Hearing that reply, the smug smile on Prince Ejikin's lips stiffened. But he quickly regained control, then pointed toward the prepared table and said with a smile, I have kept you standing long enough. Please sit. Yes, Jursat replied. Jursat sat down in the chair. Suddenly, he noticed the iron cage beside them. Jursat glanced at the iron cage in silence. Seeing that he had noticed it, Prince Ejikin cheerfully asked, "Ah, isn't it beautiful?" He smiled wickedly. "I had planned to put a parrot in this bird cage," Prince Ejikin said pleasantly, looking at it. "But there was a problem along the way, so it is still empty," Prince Ejikin said regretfully. Then he added with loaded meaning, "Very soon, I will be able to catch it and lock it up." Jursat's face turned pale. His hand tightened, and in a low voice Jursat said, "I see." The flowers suddenly began to wither at a frightening speed. Jursat's expression hardened. Prince Ejikin turned pale in alarm and looked around. All the flowers and plants surrounding the place where they sat had withered and died. "What is this?" Prince Ejikin thought in shock. "Duke Vachiter." Prince Ejikin sprang to his feet and shouted furiously at Jursat. As stutteringly, he roared, "What kind of attitude is this?" The floral scent was too strong. "It would have affected the taste of the meal," Jursat said coldly, looking at Prince Ejikin. Prince Ejikin trembled as he clenched his fist, then said in a low voice, "Duke Jursat, I was careless." As Jursat rose with one hand braced against the table, he looked at the prince and said icily, "Therefore, I shall present your highness with a new parrot and a new garden as a gift." "What insolence is this?" Prince Ejikin shouted in fury. As Jursat stepped toward him, he said, "Only today." When Jursat stopped in front of him, Prince Ejikin turned pale and stared at him defensively. In a cold voice, Jursat said, "I do not understand why I cannot control my magic." Then he reached up and tore off the necklace he had been wearing. "Please be generous enough to understand, Your Highness," he said in a low voice, dropping the necklace set with a magic stone onto the table. "Your Highness." Placing his hand beside the pendant engraved with the royal crest, Jursat said coldly, "Do not forget." Jursat reminded him in a frigid tone, "It was you who stole Your Highness's necklace," Jursat said in a low voice. Prince Ejikin, sweating heavily with fear, stared at the necklace lying before him. Jursat withdrew his hand. "Ugh, Sisikug." Prince Ejikin kept coughing, panic rising inside him. "My throat, the water in my throat," he thought in terror. Jursat turned and walked away coldly. "Open it, open it." Prince Ejikin, pale-faced and gasping, shouted with difficulty, "Undo it now." Jursat raised a finger. "Even if you become crown prince, you still will not be able to defeat the Vachiter family," Jursat said coldly. Prince Ejikin remembered the nobles mocking him, saying, "Is the crown prince really trembling in fear of Vachiter?" "It seems His Highness the crown prince lacks the ability after all," another noble sneered. Prince Ejikin curled his hand into a fist so tightly that blue veins bulged. "Huh!" Prince Ejikin screamed. By then, Jursat had already stepped out through the prince's garden gate and was heading toward the waiting carriage. He placed his foot on the carriage step. Sitting inside the carriage, Jursat rested his hand against his face and thought, "Can I take my little sister and younger brother to the tribal region today?" At that moment, Lisha was excitedly peering out through the carriage window and exclaimed in delight, "Wow." Before her stretched a brilliant blue sea, small waves rolling gently ashore. Matthias, pouting, leaned on both hands and glanced to the side. "Letty, is watching the sea really that interesting?" Seeing Lisha completely absorbed and happily watching the sea without paying him any attention, Matthias sulked and asked, "More fun than playing with me?" "Yes, it's very interesting," Lisha replied without taking her eyes off the ocean. "Seeing the sea this close makes me feel so amazed and happy." Matthias, wounded, burst into tears in his imagination. He had expected Lisha to answer, "No, playing with you is more fun," but in reality, she still did not notice him and only kept gazing at the sea. "Ha ha!" Joel, who was sitting across from them, covered his mouth and chuckled after hearing Matthias and Lisha's exchange. Seeing Joel laugh at him, Matthias said angrily, "What? Are you laughing at me, Brother Joel?" "Lisha, my little sister," Joel said brightly with a blooming smile, "I had no idea you liked the sea this much." Lisha looked at the pastry Joel held out to her, and he said, "Eat some cookies to fill your stomach first, then you can keep watching the sea at your leisure." "Ah, thank you, Brother Joel," Lisha said happily. "Joel, that's so underhanded. Using food to lure her over," Matthias complained. "What are you talking about?" Joel replied, "This is simply one way of showing concern for our youngest sister." Lishan, meanwhile, sat quietly with his chin resting on his hand. She really does eat well, Lishan thought as he watched Lisha happily eating cookies. No, that's not it. Lishan thought to himself, Jursat is back now, so I do not need to concern myself with Lisha anymore. Yet while looking at Lisha, he silently wondered then why. Lishan propped his chin on his hand and stared at Lisha. Watching the little girl happily finish the cookies, Lishan thought in confusion. Why do I keep paying attention to her? Why do I keep paying attention to her? Lisha sat comfortably in the carriage. Then suddenly she said, Brother Lishan. Lishan avoided her gaze and looked elsewhere. Then, as if remembering something, he turned back to Lisha. He reminded her, You do not have to rush to see the sea now. Once you arrive at Vachiter territory, you will probably get tired of it. The Vachiter estate is built on a cliff by the sea, so you can see the ocean from your room. Lisha's eyes widened when she heard that. Matthias, sitting nearby, chimed in, That's right, Lisha. Summer is almost here. When it gets hot, let's go play in the sea. This big brother will play with you properly. Lisha was thrilled by the idea. Her eyes sparkled brightly, and in her mind, she thought about Brother Matthias. Matthias smiled happily. Lishan and Joel, however, were speechless. Joel asked Matthias, You are planning to take Lisha to the beach? Do not cause some kind of disaster. If you say that, then the honor of this third brother will be completely ruined, Matthias said mournfully. Joel mocked him. Oh, you have honor? Matthias gave a light shout. Ah, honestly. And you too, Lishan. Matthias pretended to be hurt and said, Anyway, no one in this family ever takes my side. Ah, no. Lisha, you are on my side, right? Lisha replied happily, Of course I am, Brother Matthias. Let's go to the sea together. The carriage arrived in front of the palace. Lishan announced, We should be there now. Lisha, we are about to board the ship. A ship? She asked in confusion. All right, Lisha, come down and enjoy the view, Matthias said, pulling her by the hand. Lisha was still not ready. Wait a moment. Not giving Lisha time to hesitate, Matthias firmly pulled her along. Outside, the sea murmured with the sound of waves. Matthias's footsteps continued at a leisurely pace. Behind him, Lisha said, Brother. Matthias said, Come on. Are you all right, Lisha? She only replied, Yes. Lisha's eyes lit up. Then she broke into a happy smile. Many large ships were moored nearby. Joel came up from behind and lightly tapped Lisha on the shoulder. He asked, Can you guess which ship we are going to board? Lisha hesitated a little. Then she guessed cheerfully. Maybe that ship over there. Lisha seemed to notice something. Lishan was wearing a black cloak that covered his whole body. Lisha regretted inwardly that it hid his handsome face. Those beautiful golden eyes were concealed beneath the cloak. He was hiding eyes more beautiful than anyone else's. Lisha glanced back once, then had to look away. Sensing someone staring at him, Lishan turned his head to check. Embarrassed, Lisha quickly turned her face away. What am I doing? Our eyes met again. It is as if I look at Lishan far too often, she thought in confusion. No matter how beautiful Lishan's eyes are, I really am acting like a fool. Suddenly, Matthias spoke up. Hey! He glanced over, then slowly approached Lisha. Lisha looked surprised. Brother Matthias. Matthias said casually, it's nothing much. Everyone's all right now. They came faster than I expected, so I found a little annoying. Suddenly, Lisha cried out, Everyone stop, because the sails bore the Vachiter family crest. Of course, my sister is so smart, Matthias praised her. She hesitated. But, is it one ship or two? Matthias pointed it out. Lisha, over there. There, the biggest ship. Come on, hurry. Matthias urged, and Lisha could only follow him. Carefully now, Matthias said gently. Then Lisha realized, the floor. So I'm actually walking on water. How is it? Matthias asked with delight. Lisha was still absent-mindedly admiring the sky and clouds. Just get on the ship, Matthias said. Then he stood there pointing the way. It feels refreshing, doesn't it? He asked. Yes, Lisha said joyfully. This is the first time I have ever seen scenery like this. Matthias was delighted too. Really? Then I will show you even more beautiful sights. Lisha seemed to remember something. Brother Joel and Brother Lishan. Why does Brother Lishan always wear a cloak whenever he goes outside? Lisha said softly, I think Lord Jursat has arrived. I should go say goodbye. Matthias held her hand tightly and said, Lisha, you do not have to do that. Are you planning to watch him until you are sick of it? There is no need to greet him again. It seems their relationship is not very good, Lisha thought. Jursat walked over to greet them. Lisha looked over curiously. She stammered, Duke. Jursat's expression darkened. Good morning, troublesome one, he snapped. Lisha hesitated. Why, yes, Duke, she thought. What could possibly have upset the Duke? Suddenly Matthias said, What is with you, brother? If you came, then just come aboard quietly. Why come here and pick a quarrel with Lisha? Jursat explained, Matthias, I did not mean it that way. Matthias sneered. So you want me to sit here and listen only to the foolish lectures of an older brother? That is rude, Jursat shot back. You are the rude one, brother, Matthias retorted. Lisha tugged at Matthias's sleeve and said, Brother Matthias, please do not argue. I am fine. Startled, weren't you, little one? Matthias asked worriedly. I did not mean to scare you. Lishan, standing at a distance, heard the noisy exchange. He lowered his head. Then, in a low voice, he called, Lisha, come here. The little girl froze. Lishan had already scooped her up into his arms and told her, You do not need to involve yourself in the battle of nerves between fools. She was startled. Lilician. She clutched Lishan's sleeve tightly. He smiled faintly. Then Lishan stared directly at Lisha. Lisha went blank. Lishan's eyes really are so beautiful, she marveled inwardly. What are you looking at? Lishan asked. Is there something on my face? No, Lisha said. Lishan, please put me down. I think I should go back. Since the Duke said such irritable things, I think I must have done something wrong. No, it is not your fault, Lishan said gently. Do not worry. He is not angry with you. There is water all around us, and Jursat would not be this quiet if he were truly angry. Come to think of it, the rain at the estate was amazing, but for some reason, that magic made me uncomfortable, Lisha thought. Lishan added, Elemental magic usually reflects the emotions of the mage, but nothing is happening, right? So there is no need to worry. Lisha gripped his clothes even tighter. That said, still, Brother Matthias and the Duke argued because of me, she said shyly. You had better get used to that, Lishan said matter-of-factly. Jursat and Matthias fight every time they meet. One is too reserved, and the other is too noisy. So whenever the two of them run into each other, unnecessary trouble always follows. Oh, I see, Lisha understood. So, Lishan continued, which means you do not need to pay attention to it. Well, in any case, they're not going to kill each other, so there is no problem. If you still do not like it, tell me. I will burn both of them to ashes if you want. Lisha had not expected Lishan to say something like that. She said anxiously, What do you mean by that? Absolutely not. Lishan replied with an amused smile. I knew you would say that. Then Lisha said, Honestly, were you teasing me? Lishan laughed and said, You did not notice? I think you're a little slow. Lisha shouted. Lishan was in an exceptionally good mood. On the ship, Lishan told Lisha, In half a day, we will arrive at the Vachiter estate. While we wait, you can rest here. If you get seasick, tell me. And if anyone bothers you, you absolutely must say so. Then you will burn them. Lisha joked. Right, how did you know? Lishan said cheerfully. Lisha lowered her head. Then she said slowly, but, Thank you, Lishan. Lishan looked puzzled. Thank me for what? His steps halted. Come to think of it. He stepped closer. Lishan said with a bright smile, No, I should be the one thanking you. Lisha blinked in disbelief. Huh? Lishan said, I mean this ring. Thank you very much. Lisha went blank. Only now did she fully process what Lishan had said. Embarrassed, Lisha lowered her head and said, No, it was nothing. That happened because of me in the first place. No, Lucien explained. If it were not for you, I would not even be here now. You saved me. Never do something that dangerous again. There is no reason for you to risk your life for me like that. Hearing this, Lisha thought, Is Lishan saying that when something dangerous happens, I should do nothing? But I care about Lishan so much. The more she thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt, until she pressed her lips together. I was afraid Lishan would get hurt. I was so afraid of that. Thinking that, Lisha looked up and said, I do not like that. If something like that happens again, I will still save you, Lishan. After hearing her, Lishan said, Do not be stubborn. I am not stubborn. Lisha shouted angrily. Remembering Lishan lying on the ground, Lisha said, How could I possibly do nothing in that situation? Lishan is someone very precious to me. After hearing everything, Lishan looked at her and said, Lisha, I am important to you? Lisha hesitated, then said, Of course. Lishan and I are Vachiters. We are family, so helping each other in danger is only natural. For some reason, after hearing that, Lishan took several steps back. With a slightly disappointed expression, Lishan continued, that is right. So do not do that again. So do not do that again. Lisha did not understand what he meant and asked. Keeping the same tone, Lishan continued, listen, Lisha. You may freely use your courage and extraordinary talent for Joel, Matthias, and Jursat, but not for me. After saying that, Lishan turned and left the room. Before leaving, he looked back and finished, and in the future, do not go putting a ring on a man so carelessly. Then slammed the door shut. After hearing that, Lisha said nothing. After a while, she let herself fall back onto the bed behind her. Lisha murmured to herself in the room, how strange. I always thought Lishan was very warm. He only seems colder than the Duke. She recalled the image of Lishan carrying her away earlier. Matthias slammed his hand down and shouted, damn it. As he spoke, he covered his face. When he looked up again, his face was full of tears as he said, before I knew it, I lost my temper again like always. What if Lisha thinks I'm a scary older brother? Matthias imagined Lisha saying fearfully, Brother Matthias, I'm scared. I can't stay by your side anymore, because you'll get angry at me. In his imagination, Matthias reached out to stop her, and in reality, he did the same, saying through tears, Lisha. As if realizing something, Matthias suddenly stood up and ran while shouting, Lisha. Seeing that, Joel awkwardly covered his mouth and said, well, about this. Joel then asked, did Lisha upset you? Jursat sighed, turned his face away, and said, she called me Duke. It's hardly appropriate to call her brother by his title. Hearing that, Joel understood the problem. Then, in a teasing voice, he asked, you want her to call you brother too? Jursat said, there still seem to be many things unclear. He recalled the moment Lisha said, Duke. Jursat turned around and said, I simply don't want to be called Duke until the etiquette tutor arrives. Joel rubbed his head and sighed. Brother, you shouldn't do that. Yet inwardly he thought, I've become too biased in my brother's favor. Jursat turned back and asked as if it were obvious, why can't I do that? Joel raised a finger and said, that approach is wrong. You should act friendly first and let Lisha open her heart to you. Even after hearing that, Jursat still did not understand and asked, even if we are not close, isn't it only natural for her to call me brother? Because she is a Vachiter. Seeing that, Joel sighed and thought, that's the problem. That's exactly the problem. Then Joel clasped his hands behind his back and said, fine then, but brother, if it's about courtesy, isn't Lishan even worse? Joel added, so Jursat would understand. Aren't you going to say anything about him? Do you need me to point out to you? Jursat sighed and said, even if Lishan says that, he's not really like that. Joel laughed and asked back, you do seem strangely strict only when it comes to Lisha. A loud shout echoed through the Crown Prince's palace. The Crown Prince, furious, raised his whip high and brought it down. The servant on the ground had been beaten so badly that he coughed up blood. Kneeling there, he cried, please, your highness, stop. The Crown Prince's face showed no lessening of anger as he said, you want to live? After daring to do this, pray for your own salvation. Then Edgecon struck him again, making the servant roll over while still crying, I'm sorry, your highness. At that moment, someone came running over and threw himself forward to block the blow, getting injured in the process. A silver-haired man knelt down and said, your highness, this lowly one did not know how to behave properly. Please show him mercy. Edgecon paused and said, mercy? You insolent wretch. As soon as he said that, his expression grew even angrier. Edgecon looked at the man and said, you're stopping me from doing this, aren't you? Just as he was about to strike again, the man shouted, why, your majesty? His majesty has summoned the Crown Prince. Hearing that, Edgecon halted, unconsciously clenching his fist as he said, my father, I'm going now. At the main palace, Edgecon was walking down the stairs with the butler from earlier. Edgecon opened the door and entered. The room was filled with golden light, from the furniture to the bed and even the bed sheets. Edgecon walked forward, knelt down, and said, Father. The emperor, sitting on the bed, said, very well. Today, I heard you had breakfast with Duke Vachiter. Hearing that, Edgecon was slightly startled. Even his legs shifted faintly, as if he wanted to stand up. The crown prince, frightened, avoided the emperor's gaze and hesitantly said, "Why, your majesty, about that?" But the emperor cut him off and asked, "Crown prince, why did you let Duke Vochater run wild in your palace?" Hearing that, Ejikin hurriedly explained, "And no, it wasn't like that. I was curious about Duke Vochater's magic, so I asked him to use it." The emperor then stretched out a hand and called, "Crown Prince." As if understanding something, the crown prince's face darkened slightly. Then he stood up and walked forward. When he approached the emperor's bed, he bent down. Immediately afterward, the emperor slapped the crown prince across the face and said, "You have deceived me again." As if accustomed to this, Ejikin lowered his head and said, "I am sorry." The emperor continued, "Poor child, if you do not know how to tame a dog, then it is only right that it bites you." After saying that, he let out a sigh. Then he said, "If Dosan were still alive, things like this would never have happened." At the mention of the name, Ejikin thought, Dosan. She was a talented and brilliant descendant, and the child most beloved by the emperor and empress. If Dosan were still alive, she might have become crown prince. After Dozan's death 10 years ago, I naturally became crown prince. But father has always shown his dissatisfaction with the prince. Thinking that, the crown prince clenched his hand behind his back and said, "I will do my best, father, to become what you want." Hearing that, the emperor seemed calmer and said, "I will be watching you." Ejikin bowed his head and answered, "Yes." Then Ejikin left the room and closed the door behind him. He leaned against the door and said, "Stubborn old man." Then he gave a sinister smile and thought, "No matter what, the throne will belong to me." He muttered to himself, "That's right. So, Jursat Vochater, you too. Sooner or later, the day will come when you kneel before me. Until then, I'll toy with you a little longer." After that, the crown prince left. At that moment, the butler followed behind him and said, "Redecorate the garden and bring out an even larger cage." But inwardly he thought, "It seems that little girl is quite cherished. If the wings that are about to fly were to be broken, that would be a pity for Amina. This is going to be fun." Elsewhere, Lisha still did not understand anything. Before the enormous villa in front of her, together with a great number of servants. They came out one after another, then lined up in 2 straight rows and said in unison, "Welcome, Duke Vochater." Hearing that, Lisha thought, "Wow, I thought I was used to this already. This is Duke Vochater's villa." While she was thinking, a voice suddenly rang out. "Lisha, look, like I said, this place isn't fun at all, right?" Surprised, she asked, "Pardon?" Lisha recalled it. At that time, on the sailing ship, he had run into the room and apologized for losing his temper in front of Lisha. "Lisha, you have to prepare yourself. The Vochater estate is a terribly boring place. A terribly boring place." While the two were talking, Matthias said, "That's right, it's very boring. Since it's winter, it's freezing cold, and everything there looks dreary. Come on, it's just an old villa, all worn down. You really shouldn't go anywhere. There's truly nothing to do or see, and the people with you won't have anything fun to play either." Lisha smiled along with him, though inwardly she thought, it seems he really doesn't like the Vochater estate much. He said this place is very dull, but at that moment, Lisha stepped forward and said, "This place is more wonderful than I imagined." Matthias asked in surprise, "More wonderful?" "Oh, my little sister is too kind." Lisha immediately thought of the magnificent residence and answered at once, "No, it really is wonderful." Then she continued, "The residence in the capital is wonderful too, but the Vochater estate feels like something straight out of a fairy tale." Hearing that, Matthias thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement and said, "It really does look like something from a fairy tale." He thought to himself, "I don't know just how wonderful it is, but it must be since Lisha likes it so much." Suddenly, Matthias thought of something. He tugged Lisha's hand and said, Lisha, I just remembered something from when I was reading a book. Do you want to hear it?" Lisha asked curiously, "What is it?" Matthias raised a finger, ready to tell the story. "I've seen one before, here in this estate." A ghost from a fairy tale appeared. Lisha jumped and cried out, "A ghost!" Matthias went on, "That's right. When you're all alone in this estate." Elsewhere, Lishan sighed and said, "There he goes again. After all this, he still teases Lisha whenever he has free time." Hearing Matthias say that, Lisha asked back fearfully, "A ghost?" Matthias said, Let's go inside together. Once we get there, I'll tell you more clearly." Lisha thought to herself, "That's so scary." After a while, they all entered the villa together. As soon as he stepped inside, Matthias said, "When I was little, I used to live here, and that was when I encountered that ghost." At that moment, Leisha imagined Matthias as a child and thought, "Big brother Matthias," when he was little. Matthias pointed to the suits of armor by the entrance and continued, "Do you see those armored soldiers standing in the hallway over there? I walked through that corridor when I was little." Then suddenly, in that pitch-dark hall, there was the sound of metal clashing. When Matthias heard the sound, he broke into a sweat and secretly looked back. He saw the suit of armor staring right at him. Matthias shouted. That's right, this was the very sound. The sound of a ghost inside that suit of armor. Leisha, nearly in tears from fear, asked, "Really?" Immediately, Joel knocked Matthias lightly on the head. Then he said, "Don't tease our little sister like that, Matthias." Matthias laughed and said, all right, Leisha is just too adorable." Hearing that, Leisha asked loudly, "Were you teasing me?" Matthias immediately lifted her up. Holding Leisha in his arms, he soothed her. "I'm sorry, so don't be too tense, Leisha. If that ghost ever appears, your brother will defeat it for you." Joel continued, "Anyway, all right, Leisha, this castle is very large, so be careful or you'll get lost." She answered yes. Joel added, "You have to be careful until you get used to the layout, all right?" Suddenly, someone came over and said, "Young masters, young lady, we will prepare the meal for everyone. Would you like me to bring it to each room as usual?" Hearing that, Matthias said, "Halak, I'll eat in the dining room with Leisha." Joel, hearing that, happily chimed in, "Oh, then I'll have dinner in the dining room too." "Leisha, is that all right with you?" Leisha replied, "Yes." Then Matthias asked her, "So, Leisha, shall we take a walk around the castle while we wait for the food?" Leisha answered, "Yes, I'd love that." Then she noticed something and thought, "Oh, that's the Duke and Lishan." At that moment, Leisha's eyes grew slightly sad as she thought, Lishan, are you still all right? Please don't mind me." She remembered the image of Lishan from earlier. Then Leisha jolted slightly and looked straight ahead. Seeing that the hallway over there was dark, Leisha asked, "Brother Matthias, can we go now?" Matthias, seeing that, asked back, "What is it, Leisha? It's not because you're afraid of ghosts, is it?" Leisha tried to answer, "That's not it." Joel comforted her as well. "It's all right. Your brothers are with you, Leisha." But Leisha still said fearfully, "But." At that moment, Lishan looked in the direction of Leisha and her two brothers. Seeing that, he said, "Halak." The butler bowed and said, "Yes." Lishan turned his face away and continued, "I'll eat in my room." Matthias took Leisha by the hand. As she walked, she thought, "I've been thinking about that ghost this whole time." Leisha, still frightened, kept walking through the door. As she passed through the doorway, a sparkling scene appeared before her. Leisha immediately exclaimed, "Wow." Matthias raised a hand and introduced it. "This is a lamp made from magical tools." Joel continued while leading her by the hand. "If you go all the way to the end, you can even admire the watchtower, and if you keep going that way, there's also a patrol route." The Duke's castle was built like a naval fortress, so it is managed very strictly. More seriously, if you wander around here alone, you might get lost. As they walked, Leisha noticed a certain painting. It turned out to be a family portrait. Joel said, "Wow, it really has been a long time, hasn't it? That's an old sketch of our family." Leisha asked back, "A family sketch?" In the painting was a woman with a gentle smile. Looking up at it, Leisha asked, "Then this woman is?" Joel answered, "That's our mother. She passed away a long time ago." Hearing that, Leisha said in alarm, "I see. I didn't know that." Joel reassured her, "It's all right, Leisha. I should have told you sooner. It happened a long time ago, so I didn't think it was necessary to tell you anymore." Matthias also patted her head and said, "That's right, Leisha. I don't even remember her face clearly." Then he stood there, looking up at the painting. After that, Matthias pointed at the painting and asked, "Wait, Leisha, look over there. Between those two, can you tell which one is me and which one is Joel?" Leisha lowered her head with a smile and said, "Back then, the two of you looked much more alike than you do now, but it's still very easy to guess. Those emerald-colored eyes must be Brother Joel, and those amethyst-colored eyes must be Brother Matthias, right?" Matthias immediately stretched out his arms. He hugged her and rubbed her affectionately as he said, "My goodness, you could tell that so quickly? Our Leisha is definitely going to become a genius someday." Leisha cheerfully replied, "I'm not a genius. Your eye colors are different, so anyone could tell easily." Matthias asked, is that so?" Leisha looked at Matthias and answered, "Yes, they're really very beautiful and sparkling too. I wish I had bright jewel-like eyes like yours as well." As she spoke, Leisha hesitated a little and said, "If that's the case, then." She lowered her head and thought, "I still can't stop doubting whether I'm truly a Vochater or not." Suddenly, Joel placed a hand on Leisha's shoulder. Joel looked at Leisha and said, "Leisha, eye color isn't that important. It's only because a wizard's magic is hidden within their eyes." She asked, "And where does that magic show itself?" Joel pointed to his eyes and said, "Here. Doesn't your little brother's little sister possess silver eyes that can hold everything? You've read magic books before, haven't you? Do you know how amazing that is? The place where magic manifests is." A glimmer flashed through Joel's green eyes. Leisha was surprised and thought, "Wind energy? It's very faint, but I can still feel it." Then she said, "I think I understand what you were trying to tell me." Leisha touched her face and thought, "Back then, I couldn't feel Brother Joel's wind power. Now that I think about it, when a mansion burned, it was very weak, but I think I could feel that magic." Then Leisha turned around. She looked at Matthias. She realized this is Brother Matthias's trick. Leisha remembered the family crest and thought, "When I felt those magical powers, I suddenly remembered the Vochater crest, 4 gems of different colors embedded in the lion's eyes." Leisha thought, Jursat has blue eyes, Matthias has pink eyes, Joel has green eyes, and Lishan has golden eyes. Leisha continued thinking, it clearly symbolizes the 4 main magical attributes of the Vochater family. It symbolizes magic. Brother Joel said reading magic books is nice, but if I knew how to use attribute magic instead of just reading a magic book, that would be much better. The more she thought, the more Leisha doubted herself. Suddenly someone pinched her cheek and called, "Letty." Matthias knelt in front of Leisha and said, "You don't need to overthink it." Though a little sad, she still answered, "Yes." Seeing that, Matthias smiled. Then he squished Leisha's cheeks, making her say in surprise, "Brother Matthias." Right after that, she protested loudly, "What are you doing?" Seeing that, Matthias happily rubbed her head and said, "That looks much better now. A stiff expression doesn't suit our Letty, and your eye color is beautiful too." Leisha said nothing and simply held the cheeks that had just been pinched, while Matthias cheerfully continued, "Like I told you before, everything will be all right. You don't need to think too much, all right, cute Letty?" "Right, Letty, now that we're here, should we have a new family portrait painted?" Hearing that, Joel immediately said, "HM, that's a good idea." Matthias imagined a painting of Leisha holding red flowers and said, "Wonderful, and even a portrait of Leisha dressed in gold. I'll have a separate portrait of Letty painted and hang them everywhere." While he was happily imagining it, Leisha said, "Know that." Then she spoke louder. "What do you mean by that, Brother Matthias?" Joel added, "A separate portrait of Leisha? We'll need one of those too." Matthias replied excitedly, "I'll hang it right at the castle gate and in other places too." Leisha said in surprise, "Oh no, don't do that. Hanging on the wall like that." "Okay." After talking for a while, Matthias held out his hand and said, "We've walked quite a lot. Are you hungry? Letty, do you want to go eat dinner now?" "We were just about to go." Leisha turned back to look at the painting once more. Leisha examined the painting. She thought, when I look at this painting, Lishan isn't in it either? Not just this one either. The former Duke wasn't painted together with them before either. This isn't the only portrait of the Duchess of Vochater. As she was thinking that, Master Matthias called out, "Letty, what are you doing? Hurry up. What if you stand there alone and the ghosts like you too much and carry you off?" Hearing that, Leisha immediately dropped the thought and went over to her 2 brothers, saying, "Let's go." In the dining room, a large table had been set. The dining room doors opened. As everyone walked in, Master Matthias said, "Letty, we're all eating together, so do you want to sit next to your brother? Sit next to me." Then suddenly, a voice rang out, "You're here." Master Matthias instantly froze. Leisha looked toward the voice and recognized it too. Leisha looked at the person seated in the middle of the table with his arms folded and said, "Duke." Master Matthias asked, "Huh?" So you decided to eat dinner here with us? Behind him, Joel watched in surprise and thought, can't you stop getting into loud arguments with your own brother? Joel smiled to himself as he thought, no matter how many times I've tried, they always end up bickering. This is the first time we've all spent time together like this. Looks like our youngest sister's influence is bigger than I thought. Leisha, the youngest with a huge influence. Leisha clutched the edge of her clothes and thought, no, don't worry about things that will never happen. Today is a good day for the whole family to gather together. Since Lishan said the Duke doesn't hate me, I should be fine. Then everyone walked to the table. She looked around, wondering, Lishan? Then the butler leaned close to Leisha's ear and quietly said, my lady, Lord Lishan said he'll be eating in his room. She replied, oh, I see. Then Leisha sat properly and murmured to herself, well, he must be very busy. Joel cheerfully said, come to think of it, this is the first time I've had dinner with my younger brothers since we were children. Matthias added, it really does feel kind of unreal. The food was served, and Leisha picked up her utensils, happily thinking, perfect. Just like I practiced, I'll enjoy this meal. Leisha began eating. Everyone else enjoyed the meal as well. Suddenly, in the middle of eating, a voice spoke up. Unexpected. Your table manners aren't bad at all. Looking down at her plate, Leisha had neatly finished her food. Leisha smiled and said, ah, yes. I learned from Butler Hollock. I also like cooking my own food. Joel and Matthias both thought at the same time, cute. Then Duke Jersak continued, but even so, that's still not enough. You know that yourself, don't you? Leisha, who had been cheerful, suddenly froze at those words. Then she lowered her head and said, No sound came out properly. Her face grew redder and redder. Her body trembled involuntarily, and with tears threatening to fall, she said, I will do my best, sir. Then, a hand slammed down hard on the table. Startled, Leisha looked up as Matthias angrily said, how long has Leisha had to endure this? He turned to look at his little sister, his face full of pity. Then Matthias turned to Duke Jersat and continued, can't you praise her even once? Leisha has worked so hard. Why, you? But before he could finish, Leisha suddenly tugged on his sleeve. Looking up at him with a smile, she said, no, Brother Matthias. The Duke only said that because he wants me to fit in with the Vochater family. Matthias replied in surprise, what? At the head of the table, Duke Jersat watched Leisha with his arms folded. Matthias said, Leisha, you don't need to defend him. Leisha replied, I'm not defending him. The Duke is right. Looking down at her plate, where the knife and fork had been placed neatly, little Leisha continued, as a member of the Vochater family, there are still many things I need to learn. Matthias answered worriedly, what? Leisha, that's not true. But Leisha continued, no, I can't read. The image of the magic book appeared in her mind, its pages filled with dense, incomprehensible writing. Leisha recalled how she had to learn the etiquette rules of the manor, and said, and all the rules of conduct still feel so awkward. Sitting across from her brother Matthias, Leisha cheerfully continued, just as the Duke said, I need to do better. After saying that, little Leisha bowed her head respectfully. Then she looked back at the table and said, I have 3 guardian knights who have sworn loyalty to me, so if there are places where I'm lacking, I'll make up for them and improve even more. I want to improve myself and become someone worthy of the loyalty they've given me. If I am a member of House Vochater, then that is how I must live. Her words left her brother Matthias deeply surprised. Joel, sitting across from her, was no less astonished. Looking at his little sister's bright face, Duke Jersat suddenly smiled with pride. Duke Jersat said, good. Starting tomorrow, I will find you a teacher who can teach you even more. So keep it up. Leisha happily replied, yes, thank you, Duke. Then Duke Jersat realized something was still missing. He fell silent for a moment before saying, but for now, change the way you address me. Leisha was utterly startled by those words. Yes? What do you mean? Little Leisha stammered. Duke Jersat seemed slightly embarrassed after saying it, and paused again before finally continuing. When we're alone, you may call me brother. That would be the proper way. It was as if a star of hope had fallen straight onto little Leisha's head. Her face was full of shock. Leisha immediately replied, that, but she had grown so shy that her face turned red. Leisha lowered her head and thought, how could I possibly call the Duke my brother? Duke Jursat frowned and said, Leisha Vochiter, do you think you are not my younger sister? Tiny Leisha saw that expression and could only shrink back as she answered, No, sir. Thinking of Leisha's awkward reaction just now, Duke Jursat said, Of course. If you truly thought of me as your brother, you wouldn't hesitate like that. Looking at her tightly clasped hands, he continued, It's exactly like how you think about your guardian knights. Leisha kept sitting there with her head lowered, thinking, If I really am the Duke's younger sister, then am I truly the Duke's sister? But she hesitated. Asking such a question would be terribly rude to the Duke, especially when he was affirming her place like this. Suddenly, from across the table, Joel said, Brother, haven't you told Leisha the story about her parents? Hearing that, Leisha became both curious and surprised. Joel continued, I don't think Leisha knows anything. Duke Jursat replied, All right, that is important too. Sitting with his arms folded, his expression turned serious as he said, Leisha Vochiter, you are the daughter of my father, the former Duke of Vochiter. Recalling their father's will, Duke Jursat continued, There was a story about you written in the will father left behind. At that point, Matthias chimed in, Only the heir of the family can see the contents of the will, so we didn't know anything about Leisha. Duke Jursat went on, Leisha, your mother was a courtesan. The image of a woman with white hair and red lips appeared as he said, I was told that she met father in the capital and gave birth to you. Leisha was shocked hearing this. Little Leisha innocently asked, I'm sorry, but what is a courtesan? Duke Jursat replied, a high-class prostitute. Slowly, the image of Leisha's mother appeared, dressed beautifully in a red gown. Suddenly Matthias burst out angrily, Brother, honestly, Matthias continued, Our precious little sister Leisha is only 11 years old. Why are you telling a child every detail like that? Frightened, Leisha grabbed Matthias's hand and said, Brother Matthias. Matthias calmed down, startled, then turned to Leisha and said, Oh no, that Leisha? Lowering his voice, he added, Brother, please be more careful for Leisha's sake. Suddenly little Leisha replied, I'm fine. Uncle already told me everything about mother. Hearing that, Joel said in surprise, What? Then Joel's expression turned a little sad as he thought. Words like prostitute or courtesan. She was still too young to know things like that. Duke Jursat said, Even though you're still so young, you know the truth well. Then I suppose there is no need to worry. His gaze lowered slightly. Looking at his younger sister Leisha, he said, Leisha, your mother died not long after giving birth to you. The image appeared of poor baby Leisha just being born at the same moment her mother passed away. Duke Jursat continued, Father chose not to bring you back because he could not see any witch's talent in you. The image of her uncle holding a baby, that baby was Leisha, appeared while her father of House Vochiter left her with a man along with a sum of money. Duke Jursat continued, After entrusting you to your uncle, it seems father thought he had paid enough for your upbringing. As he spoke, Duke Jursat rose to his feet. But my view is different. Turning to look at Leisha, he said, You should never have been abandoned. Looking at the innocent little girl before him, Duke Jursat continued, You are a descendant of the Vochiter bloodline. You are the daughter of House Vochiter. Hearing those words, Leisha's face showed a touch of surprise. Pushing his chair in, Duke Jursat said, Though many sons have been born in our generation, House Vochiter began as a family supported by capable arms. The images of Leisha's other two brothers appeared as he continued, and no one of this bloodline would ever hold such narrow-minded thoughts. Little Leisha looked as though she wanted to say something, but then she lowered her face again and thought for a moment. At last, Leisha answered, Seeing that, Duke Jursat said, It seems you have many questions. If you have any question at all, say it. Little Leisha narrowed her eyes shyly. Duke, do you think that I inherited the former Duke's blood? Clenching her hands tightly, she said, I can't use elemental magic anymore, and my mother. At once, Leisha recalled the past, the first time she had asked her uncle about her mother. Uncle, where's my mother? But in response, her uncle had said in surprise, What? Your mother? In a rundown house, with only a child and her uncle. He kept using insulting words, pointing at Leisha's face and saying, Your mother was a woman who sold her body, and she's dead. I don't know who your father is, and your mother is dead. Go grab someone and ask them. Back then, she had only been a child who had not even fully formed her emotions, yet she had to hear such insults and humiliation from her uncle. He kept shouting, You probably don't even know, Maybe one of those men was your father. Thinking of that, little Leisha lowered her head deeply, her face full of sadness. Seeing her like that, Duke Jursat walked over to where she was sitting. Step by step, he came right up to Leisha. He gently pressed one finger to Leisha's forehead. Bending down slightly, Duke Jursat said, "That little head of yours is overthinking again." Then he continued, "If you're worried, I'll answer you with something more accurate than words." Leisha looked up at him in surprise and said, "More accurate than words?" Duke Jursat turned and walked away, saying yes. Saying more now would be pointless. Get some rest. Starting tomorrow, we'll be very busy, so set aside the matter of your identity for now. Then he slammed the door shut as he left, startling the three people still in the room. They all looked in confusion toward where Duke Jursat had just gone. With a thoroughly puzzled expression, Leisha thought, what does he mean? How could he investigate something like identity so suddenly? That's impossible. Looking at the two brothers sitting there with their eyes on her, Leisha awkwardly asked, "Brothers, about what the Duke just said. How do you know I'm from the Vochater family?" Hearing his little sister's words, Matthias immediately lit up. He covered his face and sighed. With a secretive look, Matthias said, "He'll definitely call her." Seeing that, Leisha blankly asked, "What?" A moment later, Matthias slumped face down onto the table, leaving Leisha even more confused. "Brother?" Seeing her curiosity, Joel sighed and answered, "He's going to call for the professor from the academy. Her name is Katrina Zub." The silhouette of a girl with long black hair and very formal clothes appeared. The girl's eyes came into view, shining brightly. Joel continued, "She's a witch, the owner of magic eyes that can see through the truth. That's why Matthias went to the academy. He can't hide anything whenever there's an accident or whenever he tries to pretend." From the side, Matthias protested at once, "No, Joel, why would you tell Letty that?" Thinking of his not-so-glorious past, Matthias collapsed inwardly. My image in my little sister's mind. Beside him, Leisha smiled to herself. Then Leisha asked, "She can really see through the truth with magic?" Joel lifted his wine glass, swirling it lightly, and replied, "Yes." "Are you curious? You'll meet her soon enough." Sitting across from Leisha, Joel propped his chin on one hand and held his glass in the other as he cheerfully continued, "Leisha, you are our younger sister, because he's definitely going to invite Katrina here." Hearing that, Leisha's expression became a little sad. Lowering her head, she replied, "Yes." But deep down, she was still doubting herself. But am I really a member of House Vochater? The next day, Leisha continued experiencing many new things, and when she thought back on it, worrying about that truly felt pointless. Just as the Duke had said, she was extremely busy. Wake up, eat, then study history and literature. Leisha diligently read books and wrote her lessons. From time to time, she asked Brother Joel about mathematics and other subjects she did not understand. After that came lunch, then etiquette lessons, followed by the sight of a teacher instructing her in the manners of a young lady. The scene shifted to her practicing martial arts. Leisha continued thinking, dinner, sword training, martial arts. Maid Dosen angrily cried out, "His Grace is trying to turn my lady into a machine." Carrying a teacup over to Leisha, Maid Dosen said, "This is ridiculous. Aside from meals, my lady does nothing but study." Understanding what she meant, little Leisha replied, "Dosan, I'm fine. The butler said my brothers studied like this too when they were young." Little Leisha had already read through a whole stack of books, large and small. Maid Dosen replied, That's true, which is why none of the young masters are normal." Standing behind her, Elliot agreed, "She's right, my lady." Elliot continued, "If it's too hard, then don't bother with chess and sword practice." Standing right beside him, Fred spoke in agreement. "You have us here, so all you need to do is stay still." "Why do you need to learn all that?" Leisha cheerfully replied, "Thank you for worrying about me, but I'm really fine." Besides, Leisha reached out and placed her hand on the large page of the book. With an eager expression, she said, "Learning new things is actually really fun." Matthias sat across from his little sister Letty, resting his face on one hand and watching her with dissatisfaction. He said, "Letty, it's been days now. You don't even play with me. You've just stayed home studying all day?" After he went on for a while, Leisha finally replied, "I'm done for today, but..." Hearing that, Matthias's face instantly brightened with joy. Matthias sprang to his feet and excitedly said, "Then let's go play before the sun sets. Let's go to the beach together." Leisha replied, "Oh, but what for, brother?" Hugging her book, Leisha said, "I still need to review a few things today." The moment she finished speaking, Matthias collapsed onto the table in stunned despair. Poor Letty. Because of your brother, you have to force yourself to do such boring things. The same thick piles of books still lay on Leisha's table. Leisha enthusiastically replied, "No, really. It's actually very fun." Matthias stiffened in shock. "You mean, studying is fun?" Leisha immediately replied, "Oh, brother." Matthias shifted from slumping on the table to falling to his knees in despair as he cried, my Letty, you've been corrupted by House Vochater. It's all your brother's fault." Then footsteps approached, along with a voice from afar. "Matthias, don't make your own family sound so awful." Leisha turned around in surprise. "Brother Joel." From the doorway, Joel entered with a bright smile, followed by several servants. Joel said, "Leisha, studying is hard, isn't it?" Bringing along 2 maids and 2 trays of lavish food. He added, "Have a snack. I'm sure you'd enjoy studying while eating something sweet." The servants set down a plate of rose-shaped pastries decorated with a few plump red strawberries. Wow! Leisha looked delighted as she admired the colorful, adorable sweets. "Thank you, Brother Joel." Meanwhile, Matthias had been completely shoved aside, left standing in a corner watching the whole scene. Joel cheerfully replied, "Haha, good. Study hard, Letty." Then Matthias, puffed up like a jealous cat, cried out, "Wait, Joel, are you bribing Letty with sweets again?" Joel feigned innocence and replied, "Bribing her? No, this is just how an older brother takes care of his little sister." Matthias shouted, "So I can't play with Letty now?" Little Miss Leisha sat there happily, watching her 2 older brothers. Joel replied, "That's not what I meant." Looking at the thick stack of books piled on the desk, Joel pointed to one of them and said, Leisha, are you reading this book?" Leisha nodded, and remembering her earlier conversation with Lishan, she asked, "Lishan, what kind of book is this?" Lishan replied, "This one? It's a bit too complicated for you." Looking at the thick book packed with writing and vast amounts of knowledge, Lishan continued, "You can study it later." Back in the present, Joel picked up the book, looked at it, and said, "This is a very difficult book. Have you already read it? Is it interesting?" Leisha said excitedly, "Oh, I can't read it yet, but I just got it." Joel was surprised. Leisha clenched her fists and answered resolutely, "Yes. Someday I want to read it. That's my goal." Joel cheerfully put the book back on the desk. Joel said, "All right, Leisha, let's study together. If there's anything you don't know, you can ask me." Hearing that, Leisha sprang to her feet in delight and said, "Huh? Oh, really?" Joel replied, "Of course. I need to review next term subjects in advance, too." Leisha happily answered, "I'd love that. Let's study together, Brother Joel." Joel reached over and patted Leisha's head. Watching the 2 of them happily together from a short distance away, Matthias sulked and said, "Letty, that's so mean. You're not playing with me, only with Joel?" Leisha immediately turned and said, "Then I'll study with you too, Brother Matthias." What? "Letty, you're telling me to study right now?" Matthias was horrified after hearing that. Joel said, "Anyone would think Leisha was threatening you." Leisha replied brightly, "Yes, because Brother Matthias needs to prepare for the next term too." Matthias, struck as if by lightning, answered, about that. With an awkward expression, Matthias said, "I do need to prepare for next term, but well." Seeing that, Joel burst into laughter and said, "Leisha, Matthias left school a year ago, so he doesn't need to study anymore." Leisha looked surprised. "What, Brother Matthias quit school?" From Matthias's perspective, Leisha thought, "I heard it's very hard to get into the Royal Academy." Matthias lifted his head and said, "Letty." Then he continued, "What is it? Do you feel sorry for me?" Startled, Leisha replied, "I am sorry." "Did you have some reason that forced you to quit?" Her words pierced straight through Matthias's heart like an arrow. All he could do was stammer, that well. "Of course, yeah, Then Matthias regained his composure. Proudly, he said, "I was just taking a break and enjoying life. It's not like I was defeated. I'll go back." Hearing that, Leisha happily clapped and said, "Oh, so that's how it is." Beside them, Joel couldn't stop laughing. Then Leisha added another sentence that struck Matthias right in the heart. "Then later, Brother Matthias can study with me, and Brother Joel too." Seeing Matthias frozen stiff, Leisha looked confused. She said, "Oh, don't you like that? I thought it would be fun if we studied together." Seeing that his little sister Letty looked a bit downcast, Matthias quickly said, "Oh, of course I do. Let's study together. If there's anything you don't know, Letty, ask me, okay? Studying will be fun, ha ha." By then Joel could no longer hold back his laughter. Joel burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha, Leisha, really?" Matthias frowned and said, "What is it, Joel? Why are you laughing like that?" Joel replied, "Leisha, ever since you came here, so many strange things have happened. You've made lazy people improve themselves. Thank you, little lady. A whole new sky is about to open over Vochater." In another room, the butler said, "Your Grace, young Master Matthias is currently studying with Lady Leisha and young Master Joel." Duke Jursat answered in surprise, "What, Matthias?" The butler immediately replied, "They're studying together in the library. I also heard the young master say he plans to return to school." The Duke looked at the butler as though he could hardly believe him. Duke Jursat then said, "Should we have Matthias examined? Just in case, so we won't worry." The butler agreed. "I think that would be best." In the library, Leisha and her two brothers were deeply absorbed in reading and studying. The sound of pages turning continued without pause. Hearing it, Leisha turned to look. Both of them were looking toward Matthias. He was straining with all his inner strength just to understand the contents of the book he was reading. Leisha cheerfully wrote in her book and thought, "Anyway, compared to reading alone, I think reading together is much nicer. Maybe it's because I'm used to reading with Lishan." At the thought of Lishan, little Leisha's expression dimmed. But really Lishan. Leisha remembered the time she had been talking with Lishan. He had said, "Duke Jursat has now hired excellent teachers." Leisha answered awkwardly, "Yes." Lishan, looking somewhat worried, said, "They teach better than I do, and they know more than I do, so from now on you should ask your teachers." With that, Lishan turned and left. Right in front of Leisha, Lishan shut the door with a bang. After that, the two of them no longer saw each other. Leisha thought helplessly, "Brother Lishan suddenly drew such a clear line between us. I thought he was the brother I was closest to." It made her a little sad. Then suddenly she noticed something beside her. What was that? It was a neatly placed letter sealed with red wax on the table. Then she suddenly thought, since I've been practicing writing so diligently, could I write a letter? If I write him a letter asking after him, would Brother Lishan meet me? I'll write a letter first and ask Dosan to deliver it to Brother Lishan. But she was refused. Looking troubled, Dosan reported back to Leisha, "Lady Leisha, Lord Lishan asked me to tell you that he is busy. He said that if I told you that, you would understand." Leisha parted her lips as though she wanted to say something. Then she could only lower her head and answer, "Oh, I understand. He's busy." Flustered, Dosan tried to comfort her. "Please don't worry too much, my lady. Lord Lishan has always liked acting on his own." Gloomily, Leisha recalled Lishan's back just before he walked away. Then she quietly guessed something must have happened after that conversation on the sailboat. "It feels like Brother Lishan is avoiding me. Even if I wanted to go and ask him why he was avoiding me, my etiquette teacher said that visiting him without his consent would violate proper social manners." Then an idea came to her. If I can't go visit him recklessly and break etiquette, then could we run into each other by chance? Thinking that, Leisha spoke to the escort knight Zoo. "The knights of the Rochester family practice swordsmanship every morning, right?" Zoo confirmed, "Yes, that is correct. It's the rule." Leisha hesitantly asked, "Then Brother Lishan does too?" "I thought everyone was part of one team at the capital estate." Zoo did not hesitate to tell her, "Ah, yes. Lord Lishan has never missed a training session. That has been true these days as well. However, lately he only trains in the mornings. I'm not sure, but I assume he has been busy." No longer paying attention to the rest of Zoo's words, Leisha smiled brightly and said, "Wonderful. Thank you for telling me." Seeing how quickly Leisha's expression had changed, Dosan wondered, what is she thinking? Meanwhile, Leisha was already immersed in her own thoughts. We should happen to run into each other at the training grounds at dawn. That night in Leisha's room, Dosan asked in surprise, "My lady, are you planning to sleep early?" "It seems earlier than usual today." Leisha politely answered, "I'm tired." Then she did not forget to add, "Dosan, please wake me a little late tomorrow." Dosan smiled and obeyed. "Oh, is that so? Good night, my lady." Inwardly, she felt a little sympathy. My poor lady, just how difficult is studying for her. She'll sleep very well tomorrow, and I won't wake her. Meanwhile, Leisha was eagerly looking forward to tomorrow. Curled up in her blanket like a little puppy, she shivered. Ugh, it's cold, so cold. But despite the cold, she stayed determined. "Brother Lishan, I'm going to see Brother Lishan." Thinking that, Leisha put a thin cloak over herself. Carefully, she walked lightly through the hall, recalling to herself, the training ground is behind the guard post. Suddenly, she stopped short, because she saw a suit of armor. That. She remembered Matthias joking. A frightening ghost from an old fairy tale appears. Worried, she lowered her head and tried to reassure herself. Should I go back? No, a ghost won't appear. I'll be fine, right? That's right. People say that when a ghost appears, it makes the sound of metal clashing together. As long as I'm careful, I'll be okay. But even thinking that, Leisha still could not shake her fear. Before she knew it, the suit of armor seemed to be looming right beside her, making Leisha flinch and shrink back in fright. She ran off as fast as she could. Wow, that's so scary. I think it really moved. Then suddenly, she heard something again. Clamping both hands over her mouth, she thought metal. That's the sound of metal. Is it really a ghost? It's okay, it's okay. Dawn is almost here, so the ghost should disappear. Just then, the sky began to brighten. But that only frightened Leisha more. It's getting light, which means the magic lamps have gone out. What do I do? It's too dark. Frozen in the main hall, she nervously thought. Footsteps? Do ghosts wear shoes too? Just then, someone's hand landed on Leisha's shoulder, and the terrified girl went completely rigid. The very next second, she regained her senses and screamed. A familiar voice came from behind her. Wait, calm down, Leisha. Leisha slowly turned around. Be our brother Lishan. Lishan stood there, looking confused as Leisha crouched on the floor. Only then did her fear fade, and she looked up at him. Wow, brother Lishan, it's like you're glowing. Lishan knelt beside her and asked, what are you looking at? Leisha awkwardly replied, I definitely heard a clanking sound, so I thought. But Lishan remained perfectly calm and reassured her. What are you talking about? Do you mean this? I found it on the way here just now. As he finished speaking, he showed Leisha the iron sword he had picked up on the way. Leisha let out a sigh of relief. Oh, so it was that. Not a ghost after all. Seeing that she had calmed down, Lishan finally asked, by the way, why are you here this early? Only then did Leisha remember why she had come, and she let out a small ah. Then she answered awkwardly, Teach that's. Her mind raced for an excuse. I'll say I came to see the guards, and that's why we happened to meet at the training grounds. But Lishan moved first and exposed her. Did you come here to see me? That made Leisha's face flush red. Then she panicked and denied it. Oh no, that's not it at all. I just came outside for a walk and got lost. I didn't mean to come see you, brother Lishan. But Lishan had already seen through her. One obvious lie. And no, it's... He then created a glowing butterfly and instructed her, if you came outside for a walk, then hurry back now. Leisha, follow the butterfly and you'll find your room. Just follow it. Go after the butterfly. You'll find your room. After saying that, he coldly walked past Leisha. She immediately called out, wait. Seeing that he did not stop, she hurriedly turned and called, wait a moment, Lishan. Then she trailed after him, babbling, I'm really glad I happened to run into you. Lishan sighed. Happened to? Then Leisha asked, have you been very busy lately? Are you busy preparing for the academy like the others? Did you hear that Matthias is planning to go back to the academy too? After the break, everyone will return to the capital, right? If that happens, I'll be pretty lonely. Oh, and Lishan, are you going to practice swordsmanship too? At that, he stopped. How do you know about that? Leisha replied, well, you're wearing your cloak. It seems like every time you go out, you wear it. Do you always wear it when you go outside? Doesn't it bother you? Lishan let out a cold laugh and replied, don't worry about me. Hurry back to your room. But Leisha did not listen and kept following behind him, chattering away. Lishan, actually, I think I might be able to see a little magic. But could it have something to do with magic books? Lishan told her, don't tell me. Tell Jursat. Leisha suddenly squeezed her eyes shut, then shouted, but I want to talk to you, Lishan. I've been studying very hard, and I sent you a letter, but I never got any reply. Lishan still asked coldly, did the answer to that letter have to be passed through Dosan? With a little sadness, Leisha politely replied, yes. I heard you've been very busy, so I'll wait until you're free, Lishan. I have things I need to do too, so I'll wait until you're not busy anymore. Then Lishan stopped and turned to face her. Why would you do that? Leisha smiled and answered, because I want to talk with you, Lishan. You said I could do anything I wanted. Hearing that, Lishan fell silent and clenched his hand tightly. Thinking he disliked her, Leisha lowered her head and said, if you don't like it, then just answer my letter. I wrote it very clearly. After all, Lishan helplessly covered his face and said, "All right, I'll return late tonight, and then I'll reply to you." Hearing that, Lisha's face instantly lit up like a flower in bloom. "Really, Lishan?" Then he knelt on one knee and said, "Yes. So hurry back to your room. Aren't you cold, dressed so lightly?" Lisha smiled with crescent eyes and answered, "Yes, yes, I know. Don't forget, okay? I'll wait for you." With that, Lishan left Lisha behind and walked away. Of course, I only kept a pitiful little rabbit close as a charm for myself. Going back to some time earlier, Dosen had entered and said, "Young Master Lishan, Lady Lisha asked me to deliver this letter." Then she took out the letter and handed it to Lishan. Lishan took it in surprise. "From Lisha?" Then he opened the letter. Inside, it said, "Lishan, how are you? Lately, I've often been studying at the academy with Brother Joel and Brother Matthias. If you don't mind, I would like Lishan to join us too. And I will never ask you to tutor me, because Joel is already helping me with that. Once again, I will never bother you. It's just that Lishan likes reading books, so I want to read with you. If you still find it troublesome, then please send me a reply, if only to make sure I spelled everything correctly. If you don't like this letter, please feel free to correct it. You can even be angry with me for writing it badly." After reading it, he thought that anger would not be such a bad thing. "I may not look it, but I really like that, and I want you to reply." Then he clenched the letter tightly in his hand and fell into thought. At first, I wanted to distance myself from Lisha. I told the child I was very busy and never responded to or replied to any of her letters. But that little rabbit I always thought was innocent used magic to stay by my side without me ever noticing. Back in the present, as he walked, he wondered, wouldn't it be better to slowly drift away than to disappear all at once? If so, then replying to that letter should be fine. Then he pulled up his hood and said, "Today will probably be busy." Very quickly, he went outside. As he walked, he thought, in the capital, I can't even go out alone by myself. It's nice not having to deal with that in the duchy. Then he turned into a narrow alley in his steps, stopped in front of a wall. He reached out his hand and fell over the wall, as though checking something. Then from inside his clothes, he took out a coin and slid it into a crack in the wall. Immediately afterward, a hidden passage appeared. Inside the secret tunnel, a stranger appeared and said, "It has been a long time, Lord Lysion. The older you get, the more you resemble that person." Lysion asked, "How far has the task I gave you progressed?" The man respectfully bowed and answered, "Yes, my lord. As ordered, I have compiled all the information related to the inheritors of the truth." Then he took out a stack of documents and said, "The Mocatium family fell long ago, but fortunately there's still a few traces left." He handed the stack to Lysion. Lysion took it and examined it with utmost seriousness, page after page. He finished reading through it very quickly. Then he cast magic and burned the documents to ashes. The man asked, "Are you satisfied now, my lord?" Lysion pulled up his hood and replied, "That will do." It seemed the matter was settled, and he turned to leave. Before he could go far, the man called after him, "Lord Lysion, everything is ready, my lord." Hearing that, Lysion remained grim-faced and said nothing. The man continued, "Whenever you are ready, it will only take a single word from you." Back in little Lisha's room, her emotions were in complete turmoil. Worry, unease, nervousness, and anticipation all mixed together. She kept pacing in front of the door, thinking he promised he would come right away. Why is he taking so long? Brother Lysion isn't the kind of person who makes empty promises. By the window, the moon had already risen high. The little girl immediately ran over. Standing by the window, she thought that if she remembered correctly, she should be able to see the road outside the manor from this very spot. So she peered out, but there was nothing there, and Lisha felt disappointed. Then her gaze suddenly drifted toward the sea, and she thought, I never knew you could see the ocean from here too. The sea really was beautiful at night. And just then, a familiar figure appeared by the shore. It seemed Lisha had noticed it too, though she didn't know who it was. It looks like someone's there. That person was wearing a cloak, and it seemed to dawn on her. No, don't tell me it's him. Brother Lysion. She immediately jumped away from the window. and hurried out. The knight guarding the door had no idea what was happening, so he called after her, "My lady, what's wrong?" "Wait, my lady," Lisha cried out. "I think Brother Lycian has collapsed by the shore." The knight still didn't understand and rushed after her. "What do you mean, my lady?" Lisha turned back anxiously and asked, "What do we do?" "Don't tell me the stone that neutralizes his magical energy has broken again." The knight said, "I will report this to his grace, my lady." "Wait, my lady, please don't run like that. It's dangerous." Lisha ran off in a panic, full of worry, thinking as she ran, "What do I do?" "No, Brother Lycian." Tears welled up in her eyes. Suddenly, someone grabbed her hand. Lisha struggled, still trying to break free, and shouted, "I'm fine. Don't worry about me. I can still run." Then her eyes widened in shock. "Huh?" It was Lycian. He said, "Lisha, it's late. Why are you still out here? I know you were waiting for me, but you should at least keep it down a little." Lisha stared at him in complete confusion. "Brother Lycian?" Then she practically jumped as she asked, "Weren't you lying motionless by the shore?" Lycian asked calmly, "What are you talking about? Do I look that weak to you?" Embarrassed and flustered by the question, Lisha still didn't understand what was going on. She thought, "I just haven't been able to stop worrying about him since the fire." Then she looked at the stone set in Lysian's ring. The stone that neutralized his magical energy was still intact, and she let out a relieved sigh. After calming down, she said, "There was someone in a long cloak lying unconscious by the shore, so I thought it was you." Hearing that, Lycian looked surprised. "Someone unconscious?" Lisha politely replied, "Yes. I'm really glad it wasn't you, but I still need to go check on them." Then Lisha moved past Lycian. Lycian sighed and said, "Honestly, you're too kind." Very soon, the two of them reached the shore. Lisha approached the person and called out, "Miss, are you all right?" The person seemed to be waking up and made a few sounds. Mm. Lycian helped the woman sit up and said, "She's awake." Then the stranger slowly opened her eyes. Once she was fully awake, she said slowly, "I don't know who you are, but thank you. My teleportation spell malfunctioned, and I ended up lost in this unfamiliar land." Meanwhile, Lisha could only stare at her in astonishment and let out a little gasp. Faced with the woman's beauty, she couldn't help admiring her. "She's so beautiful. I can feel magic radiating from her eyes. She must be a witch." Then the woman turned to Lisha and asked, "Miss, is this the territory of House Vochater?" Lisha politely answered, "Yes, this is the land of House Vochater." Hearing that, the woman finally let out a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness. Then this place isn't all that unfamiliar after all." Then she suddenly turned and stared at Lisha for a moment before smiling and saying, "I'm terribly sorry, but could you take me to the Duke's manor? If you simply report that Katrina Zub has come to see him, his grace will reward you handsomely in gold. If you tell him Katrina Zub has arrived, the Duke will give you an enormous sum of gold." Hearing that, Lisha couldn't hide her shock. "She's Katrina Zub?" Then she remembered a conversation she had had with her brothers earlier. "Brother," Joel said, "Duke Jursat contacted one of the professors from the academy. Her name is Katrina Zub. She's the one the Duke invited." Lycian seemed to realize something and asked, "You're Katrina?" Katrina looked at him and said, "Wait, you." Then she suddenly sprang up and grabbed Lycian tightly by the front of his clothes. She asked, "Who are you? You carry a mysterious source of energy, but it feels strangely familiar. Answer me, young man. Who are you? Don't you yourself know who you truly are?" Hearing that, Lycian flew into a rage and shoved her away. Not understanding why he was so angry, Lisha called out, "Brother Lycian." Lycian turned and walked away, saying, "Why would I give you an answer to that?" Then he left, leaving Lisha frozen where she stood. Then she snapped back to herself and hurried over to ask, "Miss Katrina, are you all right?" She used all her strength to help her up, calling out, "Wake up." A moment later, Katrina came to. Lisha said, "Miss Katrina, what did you say to Brother Lycian? I've never seen him that shaken before." Katrina seemed to realize something and said, "So that boy is Lycian, the fourth son of the Vochater family. Ah, I see. I had heard that Lycian had broken down." Just then, Jursat appeared. Startled, Lisha blurted out, "Your Grace." Then she quickly stood up and said, "I'm sorry for making you worry. I was mistaken and thought Brother Lycian had." Before she could finish, Katrina suddenly shouted, "Jursat." Then she threw herself straight into Jursat's arms, saying, "It's been so long, Jursat." Jursat asked, "Did you use teleportation magic to come here?" Katrina cheerfully replied, "Of course." I had to get here as quickly as possible since you called for me. I admit teleportation magic is quite dangerous and risky, but I was willing to do it for you." Then she put on a sparkling, fluttery expression. Jursat could only look at her helplessly. Then the two of them walked and talked. Katrina laughed and said, "All right, Jursat, if I want to please you, I should do exactly what was asked of me, right?" Then she turned and pointed at Leisha, asking, "This little girl is the younger sister you mentioned, isn't she?" Jursat sighed and replied, "That's right." Katrina walked up to Leisha and said, All right, let me take a look right away." Then she placed a hand on Leisha. "Now, then, little one, look carefully into my eyes. They will reveal the truth about anything you're curious about." Leisha clutched her skirt tightly. "The truth?" Katrina smiled and replied, "That's right. Go on, ask me something. My magic eyes will give you the answer. If my eyes turn blue at your question, then the answer is true. But if they don't, then it means the answer is false. This is the power of the Zub family. Magic eyes." Hearing that, Leisha took a deep breath and thought, "I can't keep living as a member of House Vochater while holding on to these doubts." Then she said, "I want to know whether I truly am a princess who inherited the bloodline of the Vochater family." Hearing the question, Katrina immediately praised her. "Well done." Leisha nodded, her face filled with determination. Then she thought, "So these are the Zub family's magic eyes. How should I describe them?" Looking into those eyes feels like being swallowed by a dark black ocean. Only after a moment did she come back to herself. Katrina's eyes had now turned blue. She said, "Now look into my eyes. The answer is true, isn't it? You are a princess who inherited the bloodline of the Vochater family." "Really?" Hearing that, the knot in Leisha's heart finally came undone. She bowed her head. Katrina gently stroked her head and said, "That's right, little lady of House Vochater. My magic eyes do not lie. You could trust me." By then, Leisha could no longer hold back her emotions. Tears were already streaming down her cheeks. Katrina turned to look at Jursat and said, "Jursat, don't be so stiff. Go comfort your little sister. The poor girl looks overwhelmed." Jursat replied, "So we've confirmed the truth. Let's go back inside." Katrina couldn't believe her eyes. She asked seriously, "Aren't you being a little too rigid with your own sister?" Then Leisha remembered something Jursat had said before. "I want you to call me brother when we're in private. After all, that is the true nature of our relationship." Thinking of that, she shut her eyes tightly and smiled brightly, like a flower in bloom. "Yes, brother Jursat." At that, the corner of Jursat's mouth lifted into a gentle smile. Seeing his expression, Katrina burst out laughing. "Oh my, Jursat, I never knew you could make a face like that." A little later, in Jursat's room, Katrina saw the sofa and cheerfully jumped onto it, sprawling out with a delighted cry. "My poor bones. I can't believe I fell straight down from the sky. I would have died if that place hadn't been a sandy beach. Your little sister is adorable, Jursat. She seems so bright and kind-hearted." Ignoring her, Jursat sat down at his desk and looked over some documents. Then, without meaning to, he smiled. Seeing him smile, she smiled too, thinking he looks very happy. He always wears such a cold expression, except when he hears praise for his own siblings. While Jursat worked, Katrina kept teasing him from the side. "Anyway, Lord Jursat, the Crown Prince is quite angry with you." At those words, Jursat stopped writing. Irritation showed on his face, and seeing that expression, Katrina couldn't help remarking, "Oh dear, that look is completely different from the one he had when I mentioned his little sister." Then she said, "Don't you think you've gone too far? Sir Joel told me the rough outline of what happened, but..." Before she could finish, Jursat cut her off and sighed. "It's not as if he's only angry today." Then a flash of anger appeared in his eyes. Then he said, "If only he had overlooked that evidence." Katrina replied, "That would have been nice. But if there really was evidence, then Lord Jursat wouldn't still be sitting here now." Then she thought, Jursat Vochater, a war hero famous for being ruthless and cold to his enemies. That is why he is also known as the Blue-Eyed Reaper. But no matter how you put it, even that cruel side of him is enchanting. I've been blinded for a long time, but Lord Jursat has always remained clear-headed. That's why I've always stayed by his side and watched him. Honestly, who wouldn't like him?" Then she looked at Jursat with love-struck eyes. Just then Jursat spoke up and asked, "Are you finished yet, Katrina?" Embarrassed, Katrina replied, "Not yet. There's still something I want to say." Then she sat up and continued seriously. Earlier, I noticed the younger brother standing beside your little sister. His name is Lee Sion, right? The fourth son of the Vachiter family. There's something very strange about that young man. I can understand why you've kept him hidden. Jursat listened seriously. A trace of worry showed on his face. Katrina continued, well, I still can't fully understand him. He truly is a mysterious source of energy. Could it be that he... Then Katrina said something we were not allowed to hear. After that, she continued, now I figure out his identity. Hearing that, Jursat couldn't hide his surprise. He stared at Katrina, waiting to hear what she would say. A moment later, Katrina's lips curled into a gentle smile. I was afraid you would immediately kill me and dump my body somewhere, but I didn't expect you to be this merciful, Jursat. Is it because I'm too useful for you to kill, or are you feeling the same way I am? Then she shut her eyes tightly, telling herself that she didn't want to activate her divine eyes. Then she reassured Jursat. Don't worry, Lord Jursat. With that, she stood up without hesitation. She walked over to Jursat and said, if you want me to keep quiet, that's easy enough. As she spoke, she gently touched Jursat's face. You only have to let me kiss you, just as you usually do. Then she lifted Jursat's chin. She leaned in and pressed a deep kiss to his lips. Only after kissing him for a while did she pull away. Satisfied, she said, you really are a jerk. You're the only one who takes advantage of me like this, Jursat Vachiter. The next day, Katrina was dressed in an exceptionally beautiful gown. Smiling brightly, she asked Lisha, good morning, my lady. I'm Katrina Zub, and starting today, I will teach you how to use the forbidden books. Lisha, also dressed in a lovely gown, looked utterly shocked as she asked, what, the forbidden books? Katrina said proudly, I may possess divine eyes, but I also studied forbidden books at the academy, so you can ask me anything. Then she suddenly grew shy and thought, to think he entrusted his little sister's studies to me in exchange for only a kiss. What a scoundrel. But still, how could I possibly pass up the chance to gaze at Lord Jursat all day? Her eyes gleamed at the thought. While she was getting excited, her expression suddenly changed completely as she stared at Lisha and thought. This child is considered the first interpreter in over 200 years, isn't she? Then she asked, my lady, you said you can't use attribute magic, correct? Lisha politely replied, that's right. After hearing her confirmation, Katrina fell into thought. Could it be that because the child was born interpreter, she didn't inherit any attribute magic? If that's the case, then her ability to interpret the forbidden books may have been passed down through blood. And that's entirely possible, since mage families have long had the custom of marrying among themselves. But in such cases, the child born only inherits magic from one parent, either the father or the mother. Sometimes, no mage is born for 3 generations in a row. That's why the royal family banned marriages between mage families. However, if interpreters are inherited through blood like this, Lisha watched her deep in thought, having no idea what was on her mind, and wondered, what is she thinking about? Katrina asked, my lady, can you read the flow of magic? Lisha politely replied, yes, something like that. Katrina said, it seems the blood of interpreters isn't that different from that of mages. For someone with a mage's bloodline, being able to read the flow of magic is only natural. Lisha quickly spoke up, yes, but actually, she started to say something, then stopped. Katrina told her, if there's something you want to say, then say it. Don't be shy. Lisha clenched her skirt tightly and thought. Miss Katrina is Master Matthias's professor, right? She's also someone close to his grace. No, to Brother Jursat now, so it should be fine. After thinking that, she slowly said, well, I only started being able to read the flow of magic recently. Not understanding, Katrina asked what that meant. Then Lisha explained everything that had happened up until now to Katrina. After hearing it, Katrina asked, in other words, you only began to sense energy after reading the forbidden book? In other words, you only began to sense energy after reading the forbidden book? Then she sank into thought again. So that ability is only awakened by reading a forbidden book? Could it be that for the past 200 years, we haven't had any interpreters simply because they deliberately avoided the forbidden books? If that's the case, then my lady's mother may not have been an ordinary courtesan. Then she shook her head quickly, rejecting her own thought. Of course, that's only speculation. If I say something that upsets my lady, Lord Jursat will end up hating me. Lisha couldn't help but marvel, She's lost in her own thoughts again. Katrina noticed Leisha looking at her anxiously. She quickly reassured her, "Don't worry too much, my lady. What's important is that now you can express your own energy. And fortunately for you, that will help you greatly in learning more about the forbidden books." Hearing that, Leisha smiled brightly and replied, "Really? That's a relief." Katrina continued, "That's right, so you don't need to worry about anything. I will teach you everything." Leisha quickly thanked Katrina. "Yes, thank you very much." Seeing her gratitude, Katrina couldn't help but exclaim in praise, "Oh my, you're so kind. You're truly different from Matthias's other students." Then she suddenly set down her suitcase and said, "Now then, my lady, let's start by translating these." Then Katrina pulled out a huge pile of books from the suitcase. Leisha looked at them with delight and cried out, "There are so many different kinds." Leisha's reaction left Katrina astonished. Then she burst out laughing and said, "To think an 11-year-old child would be this happy at the sight of such thick books. My lady, do you know how unusual you are?" Leisha cupped her small face and hurriedly explained, "Whenever I get to see forbidden books, I get really excited." Hearing that, Katrina laughed out loud and remarked, "You truly are an interesting young lady." But while she was laughing, she suddenly sank into thought again. "I'm not usually someone who laughs like this." After thinking that, she put her serious expression back on and cleared her throat a few times. Then she said, "I'm sure those thoughts will disappear the moment you truly start reading them. These forbidden books are far more complicated than the ones in the Vachiter Duchy." Leisha immediately picked up a pen. She scribbled for a bit, then held it up and said, "Yes, Professor Katrina, I've finished translating it." Looking at the lines Leisha had written, Katrina could not hide her astonishment. "What, already? I think teaching you may actually be beyond me. I can't believe you translated all of that in one go." Worried, Leisha quickly replied, "Well, I am an interpreter." Hearing her say that made Katrina tremble all over. Then she shouted, "That's so unfair. Do you know how long it took me to read that entire book? I had to piece together every single letter with my own pitiful ability. Then what meaning did all my years at the academy even have?" Seeing her react that way, Leisha hurried to calm her down. "Professor Katrina, please calm down." Though she said that on the outside, inwardly Katrina was different, gripping the paper tightly. "This really is amazing. So this is the power of an interpreter." After a moment of thought, she suddenly let out a relieved sigh. Then she said, "No, it's fine. I like talented students." Then she pointed at the paper and said, "Now, instead of reading it silently, why don't you try reading it out loud?" Leisha said, "Sorry, read it out loud? But I might activate magic. With this book, it's fine. Trust me, my lady." Even though Katrina had already explained that it would be all right, Leisha still could not help worrying. Professor Katrina is an academy professor, so it should be fine, right? After thinking that, she agreed. "All right, I'll try reading it out loud." Leisha moved a little to the side, then began reading the lines written in the book aloud. Suddenly, she froze in surprise, her eyes widening. Unable to believe what she was seeing, she thought, I thought this spell would create something. If I finish reading it, what will happen?" At that moment, a magic circle appeared beneath her feet. From afar, Katrina stood watching her and unconsciously smiled. Looking at it, Leisha thought, "I don't even know what I'm creating, but if I stop in the middle of the spell, it might be destroyed. I don't want to destroy anything. I don't want to cause trouble. I want to do this properly." Then the forbidden book suddenly spoke. "Everything has already been prepared. Now is the moment for you to decide." Hearing the forbidden book speak, Leisha did not understand what was going on and wondered, "What is happening? Am I talking to a forbidden book? Decide what?" The forbidden book continued, "What kind of power do you wish to absorb here?" "Power? What does that mean?" The forbidden book urged her on. "I am waiting for your answer." Leisha wondered, "Power? What power? I don't even know what this spell is supposed to create." She became even more anxious. "I don't know what kind of power to absorb." The forbidden book said, "Then we end here." The magic circle. She stood there in silence as the magic circle disappeared. Then suddenly she saw something, widened her eyes, and looked into the distance. There was a stone there. "What is that?" While she was staring at the stone, a burst of applause rang out. Clapping her hands, Katrina praised her. "My goodness, so it really worked. Do you know what you just did, my lady? Just think, you managed to make that simply by reading a forbidden book." Katrina walked over, picked up the stone, and asked Leisha, "Do you know what this is?" Leisha thought for a moment, then answered, I'm not sure. What did I make? A stone, Katrina said. A stone that contains energy. In other words, it's a magic stone. Normally, you would have to decipher a forbidden book, derive a formula from it, and combine many ingredients together. Then she patted Leisha on the shoulder. Her eyes shining brightly, she said, "But you, my lady, you managed to draw out a formula from nowhere at all. I'm telling you, this is truly incredible." Leisha did not understand why Katrina was so excited, so she asked a little nervously, "Is it really that amazing?" Katrina said, "It's unbelievably amazing. If this magic stone is less controlled, it could even become an energy-neutralizing stone." An energy-neutralizing stone? Then Leisha seemed to realize something and asked, "Does that mean I can create energy-neutralizing stones?" Katrina answered, "Of course. That is possible, as long as you have the proper forbidden book for it." Leisha hugged the forbidden book tightly to her chest and thought, "Then that means." Then she recalled what the forbidden book had said. "What kind of power do you wish to absorb here? If I can choose one attribute of magic from the many different types gathered in the magic circle, would I be able to create an energy-neutralizing stone? I'm not sure how to make it, because it isn't written in the forbidden book. But if I can learn how to make that stone, I want to give them to my brothers. They'd be more useful than paper flowers, right? I'm sure Brother Lycian would appreciate them too." Thinking that, she found herself smiling. Then she clutched the forbidden book tightly and said excitedly, "Professor Katrina, I want to learn how to make energy-neutralizing stones." Katrina hesitated a little before replying, I'm sorry, my lady. The forbidden books that explain in detail how to make energy-neutralizing stones were hidden away by the royal family. Even I can't find them for you." Leisha asked in surprise, "What? Why would the royal family hide them?" Katrina slowly said, "How should I put this? Well, you deserve to know, since you are a member of the Vachiter family. Do you know that energy-neutralizing stones are essential to the Vachiter family?" Leisha answered, "Ah, yes. Joel explained it to me." Katrina continued, "In that case, you probably also know that those stones can be considered the weakness of the Vachiter family." Hearing that made Leisha anxious. A weakness? In our family's relationship with the royal family, are they taking advantage of our weakness? Then Leisha remembered her own past, how she had kept pounding on the door and pleading, "Uncle, please open the door. I have nowhere else to go." The person inside had shouted angrily, "If you want to come in, you better go sell some flowers and earn money for me. Come back only after you've done that." Then she sank into thought. Uncle used the fact that I had nowhere to go and lived off me. Don't tell me. Then she asked sadly, "Professor Katrina, does the royal family give energy-neutralizing stones to the Vachiter family in exchange for something?" Katrina answered, "That's right. You're very clever, my lady." At that moment, the door flew open. The three brothers, Matthias, Gersat, and Joel, rushed in. Anxiously, Matthias asked, "Leisha, are you here? What happened? I could feel energy from a magic stone coming from here. Are you all right?" Seeing him, Leisha replied in surprise, "Brother Matthias, nothing happened." Joel asked, "Are you sure you're okay, Leisha?" Seeing all three brothers arrive together made Leisha even more surprised. "Huh, Brother Joel, Brother Gersat, you're here too." Leisha did not understand what was going on and thought, "But I'm fine." Katrina simply stared blankly at the four siblings. Then suddenly the three brothers turned toward Katrina, their eyes shining. Matthias asked, "What did you do to Leisha? What was that energy just now?" Joel also said anxiously, "You need to explain, Katrina." Gersat, equally concerned, asked, "Katrina, what did you do?" Katrina could only look at the three brothers helplessly. With a sigh, she said, "Good grief. If I let her read more forbidden books, am I going to be in serious trouble? Calm down first and look at this." Then she held out the stone. Joel was so astonished he looked like he could not believe it. "No way." Katrina said, "My lady made it. Amazing, isn't it? The energy you sense came from this." Joel picked up the stone and examined it carefully. "Katrina, isn't this a magic stone? Are you saying Leisha really made it?" Katrina immediately confirmed it. "That's right. She created it without any materials or mixtures. All she did was read a forbidden book." Matthias cried out in shock. "What? Really?" Then he snatched the stone from Joel's hand, holding it up and inspecting it. He could not help exclaiming, "I thought only researchers connected to the royal family could make things like this. And besides, it looks so pure. Then all three brothers turned and stared intently at Lisha, who was standing there looking unbelievably cute. Suddenly, Matthias ran over, scooped Lisha up in a hug, and lifted her into the air. I can't believe you made this. Just as expected of my little sister. You've lived up to all my expectations. You're extraordinary, Lisha. Lisha was spun around until she grew dizzy, and she hurriedly cried out, Brother Matthias, I'm dizzy. But Matthias kept laughing and twirling her around. Then he hugged her tightly to his chest. My little sister is just too amazing. I can't contain my happiness. Licia replied, It's not that amazing. It isn't even an energy-neutralizing stone. It's just black quartz. Matthias set her down and explained, No, Lisha, magic stones have lots of uses. You need a magic stone when you want to use non-hereditary magic. Katrina took out a staff and said, That's right. For example, this magic tool requires 3 magic stones to transport me to the Vachiter Duchy. Matthias said in dissatisfaction, Good grief, that many? 3 magic stones are probably worth as much as an academy professor's annual salary. Hearing annual salary, Lisha could not help being startled. An annual salary? Katrina said, My Matthias. The Zub family may not be as wealthy as the Vachiter family, but they are still quite well off. And should you really be speaking to your professor like that? Aren't you worried about your grades when you return to the academy? Then she pinched his cheek so hard it nearly stretched out. As he struggled, he shouted, Ow, let go. I've never cared about my grades anyway. Then suddenly he turned and saw Lisha staring fixedly at him. Embarrassed, he said, Sorry, Professor. Lisha is standing right in front of us, so please let me go. Hearing him say that, Katrina was startled and thought, Since when did Matthias become so obedient? I don't know whether all interpreters are this remarkable, or if it's simply this young lady who is remarkable. How interesting. Lisha looked a little surprised at the magic stone Matthias had just dropped on the floor and thought, if even something like this is worth a professor's annual salary. Tugging lightly on Katrina's dress, she called her name hesitantly. Professor Katrina. Katrina replied to Lisha, Yes? What is it? Still clutching her dress and looking up at her, Lisha asked, Do you think I can make magic stones and sell them? Katrina was just about to answer, Well, that would depend on you, my la. Before she could finish, Jursat shot her an irritated look. His eye twitched with what looked like anger as he sharply called the girl by her full name, Lisha Vachiter, cutting Katrina off. Teacher and student both turned their heads in confusion to look at him. Jursat frowned and stared at the girl, clearly displeased with her intention to earn money. In a cold voice, he said, You want to sell magic stones yourself? Lisha shivered at his tone, goosebumps rising all over her. Katrina comforted Lisha, gently stroking her head while the girl was still trembling. Katrina said, Don't worry, my lady. Jursat is probably just thinking that a lady of House Vachiter has no need to earn money by selling magic stones. She added, After all, your family already has more than enough money. Lisha rubbed her hands together and answered hesitantly, But I want to be able to decide for myself, at least. Standing beside Jursat, Matthias watched Lisha explain herself and smiled with cheerful pride. She's so adorable, he thought. Jursat relaxed a little and let out a soft breath before explaining to Lisha, You don't need to do that. All you need to do is get used to spending money. As an ordinary poor person, I was utterly shocked by what he said. And so was Lisha. The girl went blank-faced and blurted out, while inwardly wondering, how do you even train yourself to spend money? Feeling shy, Lisha reflected, I always thought money was something you had to save and only use when necessary. The moment Matthias heard talk of showing Lisha how to spend money, he eagerly volunteered. Really? Then let me go shopping with Letty. If Big Brother allows it, I'll buy her everything. Meanwhile, Jursat glanced over at Joel. Joel felt that heavy, duty-laden look land on him as Jursat tried to communicate with him through his eyes. Joel could only laugh awkwardly a few times. Then, pulling himself together, he smiled brightly and said, Yes, brother, I'll take responsibility for teaching her. The two of them seemed to completely ignore Matthias's offer, leaving him mumbling tearfully in complaint. And what about me? Joel acted as though he still had not heard him and went on, I'm sure it'll be fun. Lisha looked at her brothers blankly, not even knowing what to think. A few minutes later, outside the room, Jursat stepped out and closed the door behind him. Then someone called his name. Jursat. It was Lysion approaching. Jursat remained standing before the door and asked him, "Are you going inside?" Lysion walked up to him and said, "No. I just have a few things I want to ask. What are you planning to do with Leisha's ability?" Jursat gave a mocking smile, glanced at Lysion, and said, "I didn't expect you to take such an interest in Vochater family matters." Recalling Leisha's cheerful face, he spoke his thoughts in a teasing tone. "I thought only Matthias and Joel had changed. Has that girl changed you too?" Lysion paid no attention to Jursat's tone and said seriously, "Answer my question." Jursat closed his eyes, looking somewhat helpless, and said, "That isn't something I can decide. I can't force her to do anything. However, if Leisha wishes it, I will hide her away forever." He paused briefly before continuing, "Just like you." Lysion clearly disliked the latter part of what Jursat said. Raising his voice with a hint of anger, he asked, "What? You intend to make her live like me? Hidden away, with no freedom, concealed behind the Vochater Duchy?" Leisha is far too curious. She would surely feel lonely and miserable. Jursat touched the door with his hand. "Yes, but if she wants another path, I have no intention of wasting her ability," he said with certainty. "If her power is exposed, then I will have no choice but to show her to the world." Lysion grew angry, his eyes even turning a little wet, as if what he himself had gone through had been anything but easy. He pushed back against Jursat's view. "You'll let her decide everything the way you did with me? The royal family will never support it if word gets out that she is an interpreter." Jursat did not want to argue. He turned and walked away, speaking to the furious Lysion behind him as he went. "If that happens, I'll think it through carefully. Don't worry about it anymore." After Jursat disappeared from sight, Lysion stood there restlessly thinking about him. Jursat, if things go against his wishes, would he really risk his life and wage an actual war against the royal family? At this point, he may not even know how to protect his own younger sister. Lysion turned his face away in regret and thought, "But I can't stop Jursat." At the late Duke's funeral, everything inside the room had been changed to black and white. Lysion and Jursat once again sat facing each other, each holding a cup of tea. Jursat set his teacup down and called Lysion's name, opening the conversation first. He said, "You were mentioned in Father's will." Lysion was slightly startled to hear that. Jursat continued, "Father explained why Mother brought you home that day. He also explained why you were hidden beneath the guise of frailty, even though you were perfectly healthy. After I read it, I began to understand your arrogant attitude." Lysion silently looked down at the teacup in his hands. He tried to steady himself after hearing what Jursat had said. Then Lysion finally spoke. "You're the head of House Vochater now. If there is anything you want, just say it. I will obey." Looking at him seriously, Lysion said, "I know I am putting the family in danger. I can leave right now if you ask it of me. That is the only thing I can do for House Vochater." Jursat listened to everything Lysion said, then looked straight at him with a serious expression and called his name. Jursat said, "I will respect your wishes." Lysion's hand, which was holding the teacup, froze. Jursat continued, "And I will help you." Lysion sat there staring at Jursat in a daze as tears began to gather in his eyes. Lysion let out 2 quiet laughs to pull himself together. Bowing his head into his hand and looking away, he said thickly, "I don't understand. You still see me as your younger brother, even after learning my true background." Jursat smiled faintly, rested both hands on his knees, relaxed a little, and said, "Well, you know," Lysion said, "but we don't share even a drop of blood." He tensed his body, trying to keep his emotions from spilling out. Jursat replied at once, "And that is why I said I would respect whatever you want. Whether you choose to keep living under the name Vochater or restore your true identity, I will help you." Jursat spoke with a faint smile, reaffirming it once again. Lysion seemed to have calmed down a little, and he leaned back against his chair. He let out a soft breath and relaxed, as though a heavy burden had finally been lifted from him. After a while, Lysion began to speak. "Jursat, not once have I wanted to be your younger brother, nor have I wanted to restore my identity." He seriously expressed his true feelings. "As I said before, I will leave House Vochater in a year." Jursat looked a little sad as he answered Lysion, "I permit it. Until then, live as the person you are now." Their conversation ended, returning to the present. Lysion stood outside the door and gently pushed it open, glancing inside. He thought to himself, I've thought everything through. From now on, no matter what happens to House Vochater, it has nothing to do with me anymore. Inside, Matthias was patting Leisha's head while Joel stood nearby, saying something. The three of them looked very happy. Watching the scene, Lysion thought, but I still can't stop worrying. He closed the door, then turned and walked away. Inside the room, Joel took out a piece of paper and said, Leisha, take this. Leisha accepted the paper with both hands. She looked at it for a moment, then said, Oh, Brother Joel, this is... She thought to herself, is it a reply from Brother Lysion? But when she looked closely, she realized it was not a letter. Looking a little disappointed, Leisha murmured, It isn't. Joel pointed at the paper in Leisha's hands and said, Leisha, you'll need this if you want to get used to spending money. Still not understanding, Leisha asked, Huh? This paper? Joel continued explaining. Jursat said you need to learn how to spend money properly, right? Leisha still looked confused. But there's nothing written on this paper. Joel laughed brightly and replied, that's right, because it's a blank check. He continued explaining to Leisha, if you write the amount you want in this empty space, then it will be worth exactly that much. Leisha stared blankly, unable to believe what she had just heard, and burst out, What? Leisha held the pen in her hand. According to Joel's explanation, write down the amount of money you need and spend all of it today. Easy, right? The idea of money falling from the sky like magic left Leisha dazed. Her cry echoed through the entire mansion. What? Joel pointed at the check and said, You can write the amount here. Leisha gazed absently at the blank check and thought, I've never had money of my own before because Uncle took everything. I don't even know how much I need. She wondered to herself, is that why they told me I have to learn how to use money? Leisha immediately lowered the pen and scribbled a few strokes. She held the check out for Joel to see and said, I think this much should be enough. On the check, Leisha had written the amount of 1 gold coin. Joel took the check Leisha had just filled out and looked at it. After thinking for a moment, he asked, For what? Then he continued, An honorary Vochater check usually starts at 1,000 gold coins. Leisha grew flustered when she heard that. Joel handed the check back to her and said, So instead of 1 gold coin, Leisha looked back at the check and cried out, 1,000 gold coins? That's way too much money. Joel cheerfully patted her head and said, Well, this is the mission Jursat gave you. You have to spend it all today, okay? You understand. Leisha looked slightly horrified and said gloomily, I'll try. I suppose holding that much money really is a little stressful. While Leisha was still tense, the maid Dosan stepped in. Standing by the door, she said, My lady, the carriage is ready. Suddenly, Matthias appeared from behind the maid and said, Wait, are you going shopping, Letty? Hearing his voice, Leisha turned back and asked, Brother Matthias? Matthias said eagerly, If you're going shopping, then let me. But before he could finish, a hand flew over and stopped him. Joel covered Matthias's mouth and said, Matthias, aren't you curious what Leisha will choose for herself if she goes alone? Matthias, not understanding, allowed a huff. Then Joel said, Come to think of it, even when she goes shopping with you, she never chooses the thing she actually wants. Matthias fell completely silent, accepting his fate of not being allowed to go shopping with Leisha. A little later, Leisha got into the carriage and began her lesson in spending money. She stuck her head out of the carriage and looked at Joel and Matthias, who were seeing her off, and said, I'll be back soon, brothers. Matthias replied, Be careful, Leisha. The carriage rattled noisily along the road. Leisha sat in the carriage with Dosan, and Dosan spoke first. She asked, Where should we go first, my lady? Leisha thought for a moment and replied, First of all, I want to buy a present for my brothers. Dosan exclaimed, Oh, how kind of you. Looking outside, she added, We've arrived. Would you like to take your time and look around? That sounds nice, Leisha said excitedly. Holding the other woman's hand, she carefully climbed down from the carriage. She smiled and thought to herself about her plan. I'll buy a gift for Brother Jursat first. I wonder what he likes. Leisha noticed some green cylindrical boxes behind shop window. That is. She seemed to remember something and smiled brightly. Leisha remembered one time when she had been talking with Professor Katrina. Katrina had been holding a box just like that and had said, Goodness, this is the tea Jursat likes. So it's the kind of tea Professor Katrina mentioned, Leisha thought. The shop door opened, and a clear bell rang. Someone inside the shop called out, "Thank you very much." Leisha came back outside with Dosan and her 3 knights. Brother Joel likes sweets, so I'll buy candy for him, and I'll buy a bag for Brother Matthias, since he's about to go back to school. But Brother Lycion, as she walked, Leisha thought, what kind of gift would he like? Leisha looked up and called to one of the knights. He answered, "Yes, my lady." She asked him, "What is Lycion like?" The knight thought for a moment, then said, "Lord Lycion, how about a sword accessory like mine?" On the hilt of his sword was an accessory set with gleaming white jewels. Leisha asked eagerly, "An accessory?" He slightly drew the sword and explained, "This is called a sword knot. It's used to decorate the hilt. It keeps the sword in the proper position, and at the same time it serves as a charm to ward off bad luck." Leisha looked at the sword knot with great interest and said, "Wow, that's amazing. Do they sell them at an accessory shop?" The knight happily replied, "Yes, they do. I'll take you to a place I know." Leisha held a sword knot tied with a red ribbon in her hand. She carefully examined the item. Looking seriously at the sword knot in her hand, Leisha said, "This is too flashy. I don't think he'd use it if I gave it to him." In front of her were several other ornaments set with sparkling gems. The craftsman in the shop approached and said, "My lady, if we don't have what you want here, you can place a custom order." Leisha looked surprised. "Oh, really?" The craftsman handed Leisha a book and said, "If you choose a design from here, we can make it to order and deliver it to your estate." Leisha accepted the book and said, "All right then." She pointed to a design whose main colors were gold and white and said, "Ah, I like this one." The craftsman replied, "My lady truly has a good eye." Leisha asked, "How long will this take to make?" The craftsman had already taken a few steps away, but he turned back to answer her, "About a week, my lady." Leisha murmured to herself, "Ah, that'll take a while. What should I do?" The knight and Joel overheard Leisha's words, and while she was still worrying about the time, they fixed the craftsman with piercing stares that made him panic. He immediately raised his voice and said, But I'll do my best to finish it in 2 days." Hearing that, Leisha brightened. "Really? Thank you." The 5 of them successfully finished their purchase and stepped out of the shop. Thinking over what she had done, Leisha said to herself, I've already bought gifts for my brothers, but I still have a lot of money left." Suddenly, an idea came to her. Leisha turned around and said to the other 4, "Could all of you tell me what you need? I want to give everyone a gift." The others were startled and waved their hands awkwardly. For us? That won't be necessary, my lady." Seeing that they refused, Leisha pleaded, "But I need to finish this mission quickly. Please accept my gift." Like moths collapsing before a dazzling light, the 4 of them fell before their young lady's cuteness. The radiance of her adorableness continued to shine, and inwardly they were all screaming, "Our lady is too radiant, too adorable." Some practically perished from the cuteness without even leaving last words, wearing satisfied smiles on their faces. In the end, everyone got a gift. The 4 of them were carrying big and small bags, while Lady Leisha was also very happy that she had been able to give presents to everyone. But the problem still remained. Leisha let out a small sigh and said to herself, now I really don't know what else to buy. I haven't even used half the money yet." Dosan offered her opinion. "My lady, why not buy something for yourself? You've never done that before, have you?" Leisha shyly thought about it and replied, "But I don't need anything." Dosan said, "Then instead of things you need, what about things you like?" Leisha asked back, "Something I like?" Leisha answered Dosan, "Well, I like books, but the Voucher library is always getting new ones, so I don't need to buy any." Dosan replied, "That's true." Dosan thought of something else. "Then what about clothes? Spring will be over soon, so perhaps you should buy clothes before summer arrives." Leisha replied, "But my wardrobe still has lots of clothes I've never even tried on." She remembered how shocked she had been when Dosan introduced her to the wardrobe and said, "These are all yours, my lady." Dosan thought again and said, "That's right. Then what about jewelry?" Leisha answered reluctantly, "Jewelry too." She remembered when she had gone out with Matthias, and he had enthusiastically held up several pieces of jewelry and said, "Everything looks beautiful on you, Letty. I guess we have no choice but to buy them all." Leisha had cried out in surprise. "What?" She shyly recounted that memory to Dosan, and Dosan could only let out a helpless sigh. She made another suggestion. Then how about we just take a walk and see if anything catches your eye? Leisha decided to follow Dozan's advice and said, I guess so. Everyone continued their journey of learning how to spend money. Walking beside Leisha, Dozan and Leisha looked around at the shops to see whether there was anything Leisha wanted to buy. Dozan soon noticed a teddy bear displayed behind the glass of one store. My lady, what about toys? Dozan asked. Toys? Leisha repeated. It seemed they were not the only ones drawn to the bears. Outside the shop, a few children in rather shabby clothes were also standing there peering inside. Dozan pointed to the store and said, That's right. You could buy lots of toys and decorate your room with them. But Leisha seemed to be thinking of something else. Looking toward the children Dozan had pointed out, she thought, those children. The children stared into the shop with eyes full of admiration. The inside of the store was beautifully decorated, and a family was shopping for toys there. It reminded Leisha of how she herself had once stood in the freezing cold, watching other families laugh and talk happily together. She had been so sad that she had no family who loved her. As her past resurfaced, Leisha thought about it. She walked toward the children and was about to speak. One of the children saw her and looked slightly frightened. Leisha began, Hello, what are you all doing here? The blue-haired boy turned and ran away. Leisha reached out, wanting to stop him, but she was too late. She hurriedly called, Wait, why are you all? In an instant, the children had vanished. The street before Leisha was empty, not a soul in sight, with only the lonely sound of the wind blowing through. The knight and two soldiers behind him stepped forward. Scratching his head awkwardly, he said, Oh dear, it was probably because of us. Children tend to be afraid of knights and soldiers. Hearing that, Leisha asked, Huh? Do you know them? The knight answered, Ah, yes. Did you notice they were dressed alike? Leisha recalled the appearance of the two children from earlier. The knight continued, They're children who lost their families in the war, and the Duke took them in. As he spoke, he remembered the desolation left behind after the war. Perhaps because of those painful memories, the children often avoided knights. Leisha lowered her head sadly. I think I heard rumors about that before. Brother Jursat took part in the war too. The knight smiled and replied, Yes. The Duke is a war hero with great achievements. There are conflicts within the Empire that only he can resolve. Curious, Leisha asked, How long will his trip last? The knight promptly answered, He'll be gone for about half a year. So he's already been gone for quite some time. I see. After saying that, Leisha sank into thought. Could it be that he forces himself to fight in order to maintain relations with the imperial family? Leisha sighed in quiet regret. If that's true, then I wish I knew how to make energy-neutralizing stones. While Leisha was lost in thought, Dozan had come to stand beside her. Gently, she asked after her young mistress, My lady, is something troubling you? Leisha jumped and quickly answered, No, it's not that, Leisha trailed off without saying more, only turning her gaze toward the shop next door. Leisha imagined the miserable children from before happily playing with the adorable teddy bears. Bright smiles would surely appear on their grimy little faces. Thinking of that scene, Leisha smiled happily. I think I know what I should buy now. The silver bell hanging by the shop door rang as someone entered. The shop owner cheerfully greeted her. Welcome. Before he could finish, his eyes widened at the glittering gold coins pouring out onto the counter. From the shop owner's point of view, Leisha stood there surrounded by an aura created by all those gold coins and made her request. Please wrap up as many toys as possible with this money. The shop owner waved his hands in confusion and stammered, Excuse me, my lady, but this amount is enough to buy the entire shop. Leisha immediately smiled innocently and asked, Then I'll buy your shop too. Would that be all right? The shop owner froze stiff. Unable to believe his ears, he asked, Leisha shyly added, And one more thing. Leisha turned her gaze toward the orphan children outside the shop, who were looking at the teddy bears with sparkling eyes. She smiled softly and said to the shop owner, Please send those toys to the orphanage, and when the children come here, please let them look around as much as they like. Back at the Vachiter siblings' castle, Leisha said brightly, Brothers, I'm back. Jursat, Joel, and Matthias came out to welcome Leisha inside. Jursat asked, "You're back." Matthias happily chimed in, "You're back, Letty. Was shopping fun?" Leisha smiled brightly and replied, "Yes, I had a lot of fun. I bought gifts for all of you too." Matthias asked excitedly, "What? Really?" Joel, smiling from ear to ear, said, "I'm excited now. Can we see what you bought?" Leisha answered quickly, "Yes, of course." "Here." One by one, Leisha took out a brown backpack, a box of colorful chewy candies, and a blue jar. Matthias gleefully put on the backpack. "Wow, it's a bag. You bought this for me? So how do I look? Does it suit me?" Joel snorted with laughter at Matthias, and Leisha clapped her hands in praise. "Wow, it suits you so well, brother Matthias." Matthias expressed his delight. "My very first bag was a gift from Letty. I love it." Standing nearby, Joel teased him while eating candy. "In other words, you've never carried a single book before, so you never needed a bag." Joel reached out and patted Leisha's head, gently praising his little sister. These candies are delicious." "Thank you, Leisha." Jursat, who had not said a word this whole time, simply held up the blue jar and inhaled its fragrance, silently praising it. "These tea leaves smell wonderful." While patting her head, Jursat asked, "Don't tell me you only bought gifts for other people." Looking uneasy, Leisha said, "Actually, after buying gifts, I used the rest of the money to buy a toy shop." As she spoke, Leisha remembered the shop with the blue teddy bears that she had just purchased earlier. All three brothers looked at Leisha in surprise. Matthias exclaimed, "What? Really?" Thinking she had done something wrong, Leisha trembled slightly. Just as I thought. Maybe I shouldn't have." Jursat let out a sigh. "It's fine, as long as it's what you wanted." Matthias fondly cupped Leisha's cheeks and continued, "That's right. You spent even more than I expected, Letty. It only feels appropriate for my little sister to buy at least one whole shop." Joel smiled gently as well and said, "You wanted lots of toys, didn't you? Was buying the whole shop enough?" Seeing that her brothers had misunderstood, Leisha quickly explained, "No, it's not that I wanted toys. But I met some children from the orphanage looking at the shop from outside." As if seeing her own past self in them, she added, "When I saw them, it reminded me of my own past." Leisha placed a hand over her chest, smiled happily, and continued, "And I thought it would be wonderful if those children could look at the toys for as long as they wanted. So it was an impulsive purchase." Matthias was slightly taken aback by the reason his little sister had bought the teddy bear shop. He gently bent down and hugged Leisha, saying, Honestly, even your impulsive purchases are so kind." Joel turned to Jursat and said, "Brother, I think she already knows how to use money properly, so why don't you praise her?" But Joel's words also carried a hint of Matthias's talent for spending money. "At the very least, I don't think she'll waste money like someone else." Still hugging Matthias, Leisha turned an expectant gaze toward Jursat. Jursat looked at his adorable little sister as well, though his expression was a little stern. He awkwardly cleared his throat, his cheeks faintly reddening. Ahem. After leaving Matthias's arms, Leisha felt warmth through the gentle pat on the head Jursat gave her. He praised her in his usual brief way. "Well done, Leisha Vacheter." Leisha immediately felt overjoyed, her heart blooming with happiness. Matthias stepped forward and held Leisha by both shoulders, asking warmly, "Hey, Letty, wasn't there anything there that you wanted?" "Nothing at all." Leisha rubbed her hands together shyly and stammered, "Actually, there's something I've been waiting for quite a while." Hearing that, Jursat turned to her curiously, while Matthias's eyes lit up as if he had struck gold. He hurriedly asked, "What is it? Tell me. I'll buy it for you." Leisha answered honestly, well, I wrote Brother Lycian a letter, but I still haven't received a reply." The moment she finished, all three of Leisha's brothers froze in shock, their faces visibly darkening. One of them reached out and placed a hand on Leisha's shoulder. Joel spoke softly to Leisha, though his expression was incredibly gloomy. "All right, Leisha, what exactly did you write to Lycian?" Leisha could feel the killing intent filling the air, but she couldn't understand why. Avoiding their eyes, Leisha hesitated and said, That's a secret." In what looked like a sword training hall, racks were filled with sharp blades. At that moment, Lycian was diligently practicing swordsmanship with a wooden dummy. He lowered the wooden sword in his hand, and beads of sweat fell with the motion. Suddenly, someone called his name, making Lycian start and turn around. "Lycian!" A loud crashing sound echoed against the stone wall. Because he had rushed over too quickly, Matthias slammed head first into the wall, hard enough that his head seemed to be smoking. Not understanding anything, Lycian asked, "What's wrong with you? What happened?" Before he could even finish, Matthias roughly grabbed him by the collar. "You." Matthias spoke in a voice mixed with anger and jealousy. "I heard you've been exchanging letters with Licia. How shameless." Irritated, Lycian shoved Matthias's hand away and asked in confusion, "What nonsense are you talking about? You're causing a scene for no reason." Then someone else stepped in, a small green whirlwind appearing in his hand. The newcomer called out, "Lycian." Both Lycian and Matthias were startled as a green gust shot toward Lycian. Lycian wondered to himself, a wall of wind? As he approached, Joel said, "Lycian, he's waiting for your answer." Joel withdrew his magic and continued with a gentle smile on his lips, "I can send the letter for you, so why don't you hand it over already? I checked before, and I'm quite sure you've already finished it. As a good older brother, I want to give Licia the gift she wants." Back in the past, right after Licia mentioned the letter she had sent to Lycian, Matthias asked, "Licia, instead of a letter from Lycian, what about a letter from Joel, GZ, or me?" Licia blinked and asked back, "But I can talk to all of you like this already, so why would we need to write letters?" Hearing that, Matthias could only sigh. Only then did Lycian understand what was going on. Turning his head, he asked the sulking Matthias, "Don't tell me that's why you're here, Matthias." Pouting angrily, Matthias said, "I came to tear your letter to shreds. How dare you exchange letters with Letty? I can't live with this jealousy." Faced with his brother's childishness, Lycian sighed helplessly. Seriously? Lycian thought to himself, have they all lost their minds? I know they've grown closer to Licia, but has she really made them this bothered? But then he smiled as he realized, well, I'm the same. Sparks began flickering around Lycian's body. He said firmly, "No, I can't hand it over to you." His eyes shone with fiery red, mixed with gold. Looking at his two older brothers, Lycian said, "Leave." Now, the other two only stared at him in silence. Green and pink streaks of lightning suddenly filled the sky. Licia, who had been standing there, flinched when she felt that surge of energy. There was another rack stuffed with sharp swords. Licia froze as she looked at the scene before her. What she saw was truly shocking. Matthias was furiously gripping Lycian by the collar. Joel had a large green current of wind in his hand, and Lycian looked utterly pitiful. Dust covered his whole body, his face was blackened, and his clothes were torn to shreds. Unable to bear it, Licia shouted, "Everyone, please stop. Stop right now." At once, all three turned to look at their precious little sister. Recognizing Licia, Matthias hurriedly asked, "Letty, no, what are you doing here?" Lycian was no less shocked. Licia angrily marched up to the three of them, not forgetting to scold them. "Why are you all fighting?" Lycian let out a breath. "You came at just the right time." He held out an envelope that was slightly crumpled. Licia happily accepted it, secretly delighted by his reply. Clutching the letter tightly, she thought to herself, "It's so warm." Licia tightened her grip on the letter and smiled blissfully. The moment Matthias saw it, his eyes lit up. Joel was smiling too, but his face had gone completely dark. Lycian, meanwhile, had already hurried off, fearing he might get punched again, or perhaps because he was embarrassed. Then a hand immediately landed on Licia. With shining eyes, Matthias urgently pleaded, Letty, let me see the letter. I need to check whether Lycian wrote anything strange." Joel added, "That's right. Why don't you read it here? I can help you with any words you don't understand." Licia hid the letter behind her back and hesitantly refused. "No, thank you." Then something occurred to her, and she asked about what had just happened. "But brothers, why were you all fighting?" Matthias stammered, That's because..." Joel could only awkwardly clear his throat and avoid the question. Ahem. The door to the room suddenly swung open. Lycian entered his room and took off his torn, dirty shirt. He tossed it straight onto the floor. Scratching his head, Lycian said tiredly, "I wasn't planning to hand over the reply like that." Remembering the moment he had given Licia the letter, he felt a little regretful. Instead of just handing it to her like that, I wanted to do it properly. Lycian inwardly cursed himself. "I'm such an idiot." Just then, GZ entered from outside. Lycian turned around to see who it was. Irritated, he asked, "Now it's you two? What do you want, GZ?" But all he got in return was silence. Li Xian let out a sigh, gave a dry laugh, and asked again, "You're not here because of that letter too, right?" But he never expected to freeze up when he heard the answer from the other man. "I am." Helplessly, Li Xian put his shirt back on and said, "Sorry, but I don't have it anymore. I already gave it to Lisha." Jizi replied shortly, "I see." After a brief sigh, he said, "Li Xian, I want to ask you a favor." Li Xian was a little surprised. "HM? I never thought I'd hear you asking me for a favor. What do you need?" Jizi lowered his head in silence, as if what he wanted to ask was difficult to say. Thinking of Lisha's bright, happy smile, he said, "Until Lisha gets used to living here, I want you to stay by her side. I mean for the next year, until you leave." Li Xian explained, "Jizi, she's doing perfectly fine adjusting to life here without me. You hired plenty of tutors for her, didn't you? So why would she need me by her side?" Crossing his arms, Jizi replied, even though he clearly disliked saying it, "Lisha keeps looking for you." Jizi had always been quietly watching Lisha. He expressed his thoughts. Ever since she came to the duchy, she's kept looking around as if searching for someone. Whenever she eats, whenever she studies, even when she's out walking. Remembering Lisha's sad expression, Jizi felt a faint ache in his chest. "I didn't realize who she was looking for until recently. When I asked her what she wanted, he recalled the eager look on her face." Jizi continued, "She said she wanted a reply to her letter from you, and the expression she had then was exactly the same as when she was searching for someone." But Li Xian remained firm. "Maybe it's because I spent more time with Lisha. Remember when all of you were so busy? She'll get used to not having me around eventually." Jizi placed a hand on Lizian's shoulder and said, "I know." His tone held a trace of pleading. "But for now, stay by her side. At the very least, try to properly fulfill your role as her brother." Thinking of the expression Lisha wore as she waited and waited without seeing Li Xian, Jizi felt a sting of pain. "I don't want to see that look on Lisha's face anymore. She's very smart. She'll gradually be all right without you." Li Xian realized it, but only muttered inwardly, "This isn't a favor. It's a demand." Aloud, he said, "I'll think about it." Candles burned beside a picture frame resting on the mantelpiece. Lisha was intently reading the reply letter Li Xian had sent her. Its contents read, "You're doing very well. You don't need to seek anyone's approval." Lisha giggled, secretly delighted. Brother Li Xian praised me. But then she grew sad again. "Isn't this letter a little too cold? Does he hate me already?" Lisha tried to read a book, but she couldn't understand a single thing she was looking at, and she let out a long sigh. Professor Katrina happened to pass by, and, seeing how downcast Lisha looked, asked, "Oh my, why is my young lady sighing like that?" Lisha quickly sat up straight and answered, "It's nothing, Professor." Katrina said, "If something is troubling you, tell me, all right? Thanks to these magic eyes of mine, I'm willing to answer anything, whether I'm right or wrong." Lisha hurriedly reacted, flustered. "Ah, Professor Katrina, please don't say that." Worried, she added, "I know your eyesight gets worse if you overuse your magic eyes, and you don't even have energy stones to protect them." Hearing Lisha's concern, Katrina smiled softly and replied, "It's because the Vorder family is the only one that possesses the method to create those special stones. But that doesn't mean witches from other families will die without energy stones. They simply keep using their magic until they can't anymore, just like my eyesight." Katrina lightly touched the book on the table. Then she continued, "Besides, I can't stop using magic. To a witch, magic is like breathing." Hearing that, Lisha's eyes filled with sadness, and she didn't know what to say. Sensitive as ever, Katrina leaned in and gently tapped Lisha's nose in comfort. "It's all right, really. We blood witches all live like that. So if you're curious about anything, feel free to ask. I've always wanted to be liked by Jizi's little sister." Hearing that, Lisha felt a little better and smiled faintly. Then, as if hesitating over something, she clenched her hands. At last she decided to say it. "I'm fine, Professor. It's just that I kept thinking about it. So I didn't realize the truth would be this complicated." Inwardly, she thought, even if Brother Li Xian says he hates me, I still want to stay by his side. Katrina stiffened for a moment when she saw how understanding the little girl was. The next second, she smiled brightly and replied, "I see. To be honest, there have been many times when I didn't want to face the truth either, especially when it involved that awful man." Katrina sighed in complaint, but Lisha only caught two words, "Awful man." Unconsciously, she thought of Brother Li Xian, then quickly shook her head. "No, Brother Lycian is a good person. What am I even thinking? He was just a little late replying. Meanwhile, Katrina kept sighing as she said, awful man. Don't foolishly fall for men like that, my lady. You might end up worn out like me, even if they are charming. Right now, her mind was full of images of GZ. Just thinking of him made Katrina unconsciously blush and smile. But if you've already fallen deeply in love with someone, then make sure you won't regret it. Leisha stared at Katrina blankly, not understanding at all. It seemed as if she could think of Lycian at any moment. No regrets. As long as Brother Lycian doesn't reject me because he hates me. In Leisha's imagination, she was clinging to the hem of Lysian's clothes, looking at him tenderly with the thought, I still want to stay by his side. Not long after that, in the main hall, Butler Hallock softly called, "My lady," from behind, drawing Leisha's attention and making her turn around. He handed her a small box and said, "This is a parcel from the armor and weapons shop." Leisha accepted it and did not forget to reply, "Ah, thank you, Hallock." Then she asked, "By the way, do you know where Brother Lycian is?" Without hesitation, Hallock answered, "I believe he went out, my lady. He also said he would be back late. Shall I deliver it to him for you?" But Leisha hugged the gift box to herself and blushed, thinking, I want to do it myself. Then, shyly, she spoke in a small voice. I know it may be a little rude, but may I wait somewhere near his room?" That image gave Hallock only one thought. How adorable. He quickly answered, "How about the sitting room? It would not be improper to wait there, my lady." Hearing that, Leisha beamed with a bright smile, not forgetting to thank the butler. "Thank you, Hallock." Then she quickly ran off to wait for Lycian. Hallock watched her, a quiet sense of pride rising in his heart. Before long, evening came. Leisha was still sitting there, waiting expectantly. He's taking longer than I thought. Suddenly, she remembered something. All right. Leisha slowly stood up and walked over to the window. Looking outside, she wondered, I wonder how close it is? Brother Lycian's room is pretty far from everyone else's. I hope he's not lonely. Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded from behind her. "Haven't you gotten tired of the sea yet?" Leisha spun around and recognized him at once. "Brother Lycian," Lycian indifferently asked, looking at the sea again. Then he lightly pulled a chair closer to Leisha and said, "Sit." The girl obediently replied, a little shy, "Thank you." Leisha smiled happily at meeting Lycian after waiting for him so long. As for Lycian, he only gave the girl beside him a detached glance. Meanwhile, Leisha was secretly rejoicing because she realized she had been right. Just as I thought, he isn't a bad person. Why did I even think that? I must have been making things more complicated than they were. Then she finally got to the point, holding out the gift box as she said, "Brother Lycian, I brought this for you." Looking at the box in her hands, Lycian asked, "You bought it yourself?" The girl looked at him eagerly and replied, "Yes, but I didn't buy one just for you. I bought gifts for the others too, so you don't have to feel awkward." Lycian slowly and carefully opened the gift box. Inside was a beautiful red sword knot tassel. He silently judged it to be not bad, though he said nothing. That made Leisha timidly ask, "Do you like it?" Then she quickly added with concern, "Maybe I should have bought something flashy, like what other knights have. I guess you wouldn't like sparkling things, so..." Before she could finish, Lycian spoke. "I like a lot." With that, he took the gift out and attached it to the hilt of his sword. Inwardly, he justified it to himself. The duty of an older brother, huh? At the same time, he recalled what Jursat had once told him. If you've been by her side for that long, at least fulfill your duty as her brother properly. Thinking of that, Lycian gently patted Leisha on the head and said, "Thank you." Then he added, "You've given me so many things. Is there anything you want in return?" Leisha answered quickly, "No, it's fine. My brothers all ask me the same thing, so I don't really know how to answer." Lycian asked awkwardly, Then what do you want to do the most?" "Anything is fine. Think of it as a return gift." This time Leisha did not hesitate to say what she wanted. "In that case," Leisha said cheerfully, "first, I want us to read books together. I also want to go on walks with you. I wouldn't mind eating together either. My brothers and I are planning to go on a picnic together, and I want you to come with us." Lycian did not answer her immediately, instead thinking to himself, she used to be so quiet and hesitant. Since when did she become this good at expressing herself? Teasing her with a smile, Lycian said, "Isn't that a little too many things you want to do?" Hearing that, Leisha anxiously replied, Ah, is it really? It's not that I want any object. It's just that there are so many things I want to do with you. Seeing how downcast she looked, Li Xian remembered Jursat's words. I don't want to see Lisha Vochater make that kind of face again. And inwardly, Li Xian admitted, I don't want to see her sad either. Li Xian replied cheerfully to Lisha, sure. Let's read together, eat together, and play together. Let's do everything together. Lisha hesitated before asking, does that mean you don't hate me? Li Xian asked in confusion, why would I hate you? Hearing that, Lisha's eyes lit up as she asked, really? You're not lying, right? Li Xian smiled helplessly at the adorable little girl and answered, yeah. Anyway, stop talking nonsense and go to sleep. It's late. Hearing that, Lisha softly looked at him expectantly and asked, can I look at the sea a little longer before I go to bed? Li Xian answered easily, of course. Do whatever you want. I'm going now, so don't stay too late. Lizian's hand moved lightly. Magic slowly appeared with the movement of Lizian's hand, forming a beautiful butterfly that flew toward Lisha. Looking at the little butterfly, she softly asked, is this? She remembered that it had happened last time too. The butterfly will lead you back to your room, so just follow it. Lisha wondered if he had left it for her, so she would not get lost. Just as I thought, Brother Li Xian really isn't a bad person. Author's note, just because people see you as a villain doesn't mean you're actually a bad person. But I don't really need to explain that, do I? The next day, just as I had hoped, I was able to study together with Brother Li Xian. Of course, it wasn't just the two of us. Everyone was studying together. The room was thick with the smell of gunpowder. Joel suppressed his jealousy and smiled as he asked Li Xian, I never thought you'd agree to study with Lisha. Matthias didn't bother sparing anyone's feelings and said, are you trying to act like some cool big brother? Li Xian also held back his anger and smiled as he replied to Joel, stop being ridiculous. I already finished writing the letter. In a notebook in Lizian's hand was a paper flower. Seeing it, Lisha softly said, oh, that's the paper flower I gave you. Li Xian replied, all right. I've been using it as a bookmark. Suddenly, a hand reached out and snatched the notebook away. The smell of gunpowder flared up again. Joel smiled and said, how interesting. Lisha didn't just write you a letter. She even gave you a hand-folded paper flower too. Matthias refused to let it go. What the hell is that? Make one for me too. Why are you only nice to Li Xian? Is this discrimination? That's so unfair, Letty. Not knowing how to answer, Lisha could only murmur, After that, Lisha had a very hard time trying to make the tense atmosphere cheerful again. Each of them sat there in a different mood, and Lisha was so busy soothing them that she was exhausted. In the kitchen, the butler picked up a basket and said, the young masters said they'll all be eating together for all 3 meals. The cook, who was slicing sausages, murmured, what a strange sight. Haven't the Duke and the young masters always avoided eating together? The butler said, seeing them dine together with a young lady and chat with one another makes me truly happy. Ah, right. They're even going on a picnic together. They asked you to prepare sandwiches. As he spoke, he lifted the basket in his hand. The cook kept slicing sausages and asked, a picnic? As he packed the food, he marveled, oh, I've worked here for 10 years, but this is the first time I've ever prepared lunch for a picnic. The butler set the basket on the table and said, according to the maids, the Duke has invited painters, musicians, and nearly every kind of artisan you can think of. We were ordered to record every step of the young lady's growth. The cook asked in surprise, what? No way. Are we really talking about the same Duke? The young lady is very adorable, but still. The young lady. No, I suppose I can understand. The butler covered his mouth and laughed softly. With her skirt fluttering gracefully, the adorable Lisha stood by the seaside. Only her 2 brothers, Joel and Matthias, were under the tree, smiling and waving to her. Over here, Matthias called brightly. Lisha happily ran over to her brothers. Matthias pointed beside him and told her, sit here. Suddenly, an arm wrapped around her waist. Joel picked Lisha up and turned to Matthias with displeasure. Matthias, were you planning to make our precious little sister sit on the ground? Matthias asked, what are you talking about? Proudly, Matthias said, I'm a mage. I can easily turn Letty's seat into a rock. Joel said unhappily, how? is that any different from the ground? Leisha should always sit on a cushion because she's precious, Matthias stubbornly retorted. Even Letty would like a rock if I made it. Seeing that they were about to argue again, Leisha quickly said, don't fight, you two. Just then, dark clouds rolled in. A drop of rain fell on Leisha's cheek. Then the rain suddenly poured down. Leisha gasped, "Oh, it's raining. No way." Seeing that she was about to cry, Matthias hurriedly tried to comfort her. "Letty, don't cry. You'll get sick. We can go on a picnic together another day." Before Matthias could finish speaking, the rain had already stopped. Matthias blinked in surprise. "Huh? The rain." Leisha cried out, it only stopped over us." Then she realized something and called out, "Brother GZ, can you block the rain?" Joel set Leisha down and said, "Brother, who told you that you could make such a dramatic entrance?" Joel snapped his fingers lightly. Magic blew the raindrops off Leisha's clothes, and she thought in surprise, "Is that wind magic?" She turned and saw Joel smiling at her. Watching that sweet scene, Matthias felt utterly dejected. He sadly turned his head away, unable to keep looking. Looking at the food basket beside them, Leisha said, "The cook said we have to eat the sandwiches quickly, but when is Brother Lycion coming?" Lycion appeared out of nowhere and asked, "What happened to your face?" Leisha shyly looked at Lycion, standing so close to her. She quickly turned and ran off to hide the blush spreading across her face. "Yeah, you're here. Let's eat the sandwiches now. They might not taste as good anymore because of the damp weather." Joel volunteered, "I'll spread out the picnic blanket. Let's eat over there, Leisha." Leisha gasped softly when she saw the food on the blanket. Excitedly, she said, "This looks so delicious." Holding a deck of cards in his hand, Matthias said, "All right, Letty, tell me when you get bored. I brought cards. I'll teach you how to play." The other three all spoke at once, sharing the same thought. "Don't listen to a gambling addict, Leisha." Joel gently fed Leisha a piece of bread and said, "Only learn good things, all right?" The smell of gunpowder rose again between Matthias and Joel. Matthias fixed him with a sharp glare. "I'm just trying to teach her a fun game. How dare you get in my way?" Joel's face darkened too. "How dare you try to teach her something so inappropriate?" Leisha chewed the bread in her mouth. Then she picked up a card and said, "I want to learn." Matthias looked at her as if to say, "That's my Leisha." Spreading out the deck, Matthias said, "Then let this big brother teach you. First, we deal the cards, and after that." Suddenly, the sound of approaching horses echoed over, signaling that bad news was on its way. Leisha looked up in surprise. She looked down and saw a group of riders approaching the estate. Worried, Leisha asked, "Who are those people? Why are they entering the Vachiter estate?" Joel walked over and said, "Don't worry about them, Leisha. They're messengers from the royal family." Matthias, still eating his sandwich, said, "The Emperor is probably starting another war." Leisha imagined war devastating everything and quietly asked, "A war?" Matthias flinched when he saw Leisha sitting there, trembling all over. He pulled Leisha into his arms and said, "It's all right, Leisha." Then gently he added, "Don't worry." The next day, Leisha's still worried, thinking, is there really going to be a war? "I can't stop thinking about it." Professor Katrina walked over and called, "Young lady." She pinched Leisha's cheek and said, "You should smile." Leisha pulled herself together a little. Professor Katrina continued, "You'll make things difficult for the painter if you don't smile." Poking Leisha's soft cheek, Professor Katrina asked, "What are you thinking about, young lady?" Clenching her hands, Leisha softly asked, Professor Katrina, Brother GZ is going to war, isn't he?" Hearing Leisha ask that, Professor Katrina raised her brows slightly. She said, "Probably. Winter is over, so it's time for another war. That's just how the royal family and the Emperor are." Hearing that made Leisha even more anxious. Beside her, Professor Katrina poked her again and said, "Smile." Leisha forced a smile and asked, "But why won't anyone tell me the details?" Professor Katrina answered bluntly, "Because you're still young." Leisha fell silent and asked no more, but deep down she thought, "I want to know now. I want to know why my uncle disappeared like that and how the former Duke died. I'm also curious about this war." Loneliness filled Leisha's eyes as she said, "I want to grow up quickly. I want to become an adult everyone can rely on." That evening, at the dinner table, GZ said, "I'll be leaving the Vachiter estate soon." Joel calmly ate his steak and asked, "Is that so?" Leisha asked, "Exactly when are you leaving?" I had already asked before, but I still wanted to hear the details from my brother himself. GZ stood up, walked over, and patted Leisha's little head. "You don't need to know." And with that, he left. Leisha watched in the direction he went. Just as I thought. He won't tell me anything. The next day, Brother GZ left the castle at dawn with his troops, but it seemed he had gone without telling Professor Katrina anything at all. It took an entire day to comfort her. A few days later, I had to face another sudden farewell. Matthias hugged Leisha right in the middle of the road, and Joel, mortified, said, "What are you doing out in the middle of the road like this?" It was time for Brother Joel and Brother Matthias to return to school. Crying, Matthias said reluctantly, "How can I leave Letty behind? Should I cancel going back to school?" And it was also time for my teacher, Professor Katrina, to leave. Professor Katrina pinched Matthias's cheek and said, "Shouldn't you be saying that in front of me?" Leisha let out a small laugh as she watched Matthias grumble and pull away. Waving goodbye to everyone, Leisha said, "Have a safe trip, Professor Katrina, brothers." She turned to look at Lycian beside her and asked shyly, "Lycian, aren't you going to the Imperial Academy?" Lycian said calmly, "I'm not going anywhere like that, so don't worry." Hearing that, Leisha blushed lightly and thought, why not? He's so smart. I'm happy he's staying, but... The next day, Leisha sat reading a book, then sighed in boredom. She dejectedly slumped over the table and murmured, "It's so quiet." Leisha remembered her two brothers. Joel would smile softly and ask, "Are you hungry?" And Matthias would gently pat her head and ask, "Are you bored, Letty?" Leisha gloomily thought, "It feels so strange when no one is around." Suddenly, a book lightly tapped her on the head. Lycian asked, "Why are you collapsed on the table? Are you tired?" Blushing, Leisha sat up and answered, "No, not at all. It's nothing." Lycian quietly clenched his hand. He sank into thought. Even if no one told me to act like an older brother, when I see her looking so lifeless, I can't just... After a long silence, Lycian softly called, "Leisha." Leisha looked up at him and secretly wondered, did Lord Lycian just call my name? Lycian asked her, "Don't you think you've been spending too much time shut up in the library lately?" Hearing that, Leisha hurriedly stood up and answered, "I'm sorry. Have I been taking up this space for too long? I'll leave right away." Seeing her panic like that, Lycian placed a hand on her shoulder and said, No, that's not what I meant." Lycian didn't know what to say and thought to himself, "How should I put this? I never meant that. Should I just try changing the subject completely?" An idea suddenly came to him. Is there anything else you want to do besides staying in the library?" Leisha thought for a moment. Something I want to do." She thought to herself, "I can't think of anything right now, but if I don't answer him, will Lycian leave me behind just like my other brothers did?" Then she suddenly asked, "Lord Lycian, did you know I've been taking basic swordsmanship classes?" Lycian said, I heard." Leisha happily said, "I might be getting my first sword soon. It'll be a wooden sword, but when that day comes, I want to start practicing with you every morning in the training hall." Hearing that, Lycian looked slightly surprised. Leisha continued, "I also want to spar with you and defeat you, Lord Lycian. And recently I succeeded in making a magic stone, so if I keep studying forbidden books, I'll be able to make an energy-neutralizing stone. I want you to use a stone I made. In that case, you'll have to stay with me until then." Lycian coughed lightly and said awkwardly, But right now we can't do any of those things." Hearing that, Leisha said in confusion, Then I want to go to the place you always go." Lycian asked in surprise, "Huh? Why now?" Leisha replied, "I've always been curious about the place you go to every day until late at night." Lycian said quietly, "I just go to the harbor to get some fresh air. You've been there a few times before, too." Hearing that, Leisha asked softly, "The harbor?" She worried, "Why does that make it sound like he's ready to leave at any time?" Lycian once again saw Leisha sitting there, anxious and downcast. He let out a quiet sigh and said, "All right, if you're curious, then let's go." Leisha asked in surprise, Right now? The sun has already set. Isn't it too late?" Lycian took her hand and led her along, saying, "No, it'll be more fun if we go at this hour." Outside the estate, Lycian and Leisha rode together on horseback. Leisha drowsily murmured, "Lord Lycian, I can ride a horse too." As he rode, Li Xian replied. Didn't you see the horse staggering when you held the reins? Then Li Xian handed the reins to her to guide the horse. Lisha muttered softly, but I think I'll be all right. Li Xian sighed and said, the two of us can ride together when you're used to riding. Still worried? Lisha said, promise? At last, they arrived at the harbor. Li Xian got down from the horse and said, we're here. Li Xian reached up and lifted Lisha down as well. Be careful not to let your cloak slip off. It'll be troublesome if things get noisy. Lisha obediently answered, yes. She looked around at the surroundings. Looking at the bustling, lively scene before her, she gasped softly. Lisha exclaimed, this place is completely different from how it is in the morning. Li Xian explained to her, this is the night market at Vachiter Harbor. It's always busy no matter what time it is. There are a lot of people around here, so hold on tight so you don't get lost. Lisha excitedly replied, yes. Inside, she thought, Lord Lysian's hand is so warm. As they walked, the two suddenly stopped. Lisha softly asked, what is this? Looking at the lanterns displayed on the table, Lisha asked softly, what are these? Li Xian smiled and said, you can release those lanterns here. Why don't you try it? Lisha softly repeated, lanterns. The sharp-eared vendor heard her and cheerfully called out, young lady, offer a flame to the sea god and make a wish. Lisha softly asked, a wish. The vendor said brightly, that's right. Do you know the legend of the sea god who longs for flame? If you send fire out to sea in a lantern, your wish will come true. Hearing that, Li Xian quietly remarked, but the flame will go out before it ever reaches the sea. The vendor said, that's true, huh? But don't we always long for things we can't have? It seems the sea god is the same. Lisha said sadly. So people are giving her something she can never possess herself, and it's fated to disappear the moment it touches her body. Isn't that very sad? The vendor continued, the wishes of the people here matter more than the god's wish, right? Everyone here is praying for their loved ones to return safely. Lisha asked, return safely? She saw people around them praying. The vendor said, because of the war, everyone is praying. Lisha clutched her clothes tightly and murmured, war. Then she said, then may I have one lantern? The vendor handed her a lantern and said with a smile, a wise choice, young lady. I hope your wish reaches the sea god as well. Holding the lantern in her hands, Lisha seemed lost in thought. Li Xian turned to her and asked, have you thought of your wish yet? Lisha came back to herself and answered, yes. She turned and released the lantern into the air. Watching the lantern slowly rise higher, she clasped her hands together and made a wish. Please let Brother GZ and the soldiers return safely. I also pray that Joel and Matthias will come home after spending happy days at the academy. And Lisha glanced softly to the side. Li Xian was standing there, watching the lanterns. Lisha closed her eyes once more and made another wish. I hope Brother Li Xian will never leave, and that he will stay by my side for a very long time. Lisha wondered, wouldn't that be too selfish? I just hope Brother Li Xian will be happy. The little girl's lantern suddenly fell into the water. Startled, she worriedly cried out, my lantern. Wasn't it supposed to stay afloat? Standing beside her, Li Xian quietly used magic. The lantern rose back up and joined the others drifting through the night sky. Lisha watched Li Xian calmly using magic and could not help staring blankly. With a faint smile, she said, thank you, Brother Li Xian. Looking up at the sky, Lisha silently marveled at how beautiful it was. Worried, Lisha softly asked Li Xian, is it really okay for me to be out here? Brother GZ is already at the war zone, but it's so peaceful here. Sadly, she added, I wish I could have been there to see him off. Li Xian patted her head to comfort her. GZ has always been like that whenever he goes to the war zone. He's been doing it for quite a while now, so it's almost a habit. The mages of House Vachiter are always expected to win on the battlefield once they come of age. Still anxious, Lisha said, but I'm still worried. Li Xian sighed and patted her head reassuringly. Don't worry, GZ will come back safely. When you release that lantern, you wished for him to return healthy and safe, didn't you? Hearing that, Lisha looked up in surprise and asked, what? How did you know that was my wish? Realizing he had let it slip, Li Xian turned his head away to avoid her gaze. I just know, he said. Hearing that, Leisha could not help getting upset. That's so unfair. She lowered her head again, sadly. Lee Sion touched the tip of her little nose and said, "You know, that expression of yours has been showing up a lot lately." Covering her flushed face, Leisha asked, "Huh? Oh, really?" She shook her little head and told herself she had to change the subject. Change the subject. Aren't you releasing a lantern, Brother Lee Sion? Lee Sion replied, "I released plenty of them when I was little. I wish that I would become someone without greed, because I was far too greedy." Hearing that, Leisha wondered, Brother Lee Sion is greedy? Lee Sion said, my wish came true, so I think yours will too. So don't worry, okay? Anyway, everyone's probably worried about you. Leisha happily took Lysian's hand as they headed back. Yes, let's go back. The two of them turned and left, while behind them the beautiful lanterns continued to soar high. The next morning, Leisha was awakened from sleep by the sunlight. She remembered what she had said in the library. I think I'm about to hold the first sword of my life. Even if it's only a wooden sword. When that day comes, I want to practice swordsmanship with you every morning in the training hall. Back then, Lee Sion had been surprised. But when they got home, he gave her permission. On the way back from the dock, Lee Sion had asked her, I usually train at dawn. Will you be able to wake up? At the time, she had agreed and said, yes, I can. So now Leisha had to get up and get ready to go to the training hall. Opening the doors to the training hall, Leisha ran in wearing her knight's outfit. I'm here, Brother Lee Sion. Standing inside, Lee Sion asked cheerfully, You made it?